All right, good evening, folks. How is everyone doing tonight? My name's Cathexis, and we're going to get this started with a new book. Uh, I'm going to take just a minor break with the other book, World Beyond the Poles, and I wanted to jump into this one. I've read about two chapters of it, and this book really gives a very interesting look. Uh, of modern astronomy. It's a historical perspective. And the conclusions that this book comes to is phenomenal. And it's quite short. It's only 100 pages. It's called Kings Dethroned by Gerrard Hickson. And I want to give a quick disclaimer though before we get into this. I'm not stating that this has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. I think that this book is just, it will give us an understanding of the astronomical situation that we're in, the cosmology, the cosmos. I think that understanding your cosmology is imperative to understanding your philosophy, to understanding how you live in this world. And you have to make sure your axioms are correct. You have to go and make sure that your foundations are right. That's what this book is really about. Is there a problem with the Big Bang cosmology, what they tell us to be true? And so I hope you have some patience to listen to this all the way through. I think it is definitely worth listening to. I know a lot of people have been hearing about the book lately, and for a while now, it's kind of well known in the community. So I'm glad for that. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get into this. So, Kings Dethroned, a history of the evolution of astronomy from the time of the Roman Empire up to the present day, showing it to be an amazing series of blunders founded upon an error made in the 2nd century BC by Gerrard Hickson, 1922. Kings Dethroned. There we go. We'll go with the preface first. I do want you to, if you're watching this, definitely take a look at the reference notes. Kind of the structure of what the book's about. And as you can see, we have quite a bit of very particular issues he's going through. So let's dive right in. Preface. In the year 1907, the author made a remarkable discovery which convinced him that the sun was very much nearer to the earth than was generally supposed. The fact he had discovered was demonstrated beyond all doubt, so that he was compelled to believe that, however improbable it might seem, astronomers had made a mistake when they estimated the distance of the sun to be 93 millions of miles. He then proceeded to examine the means by which the sun's distance had been computed, and found an astounding error in the diurnal method of measurement by parallax, which had been invented by Dr. Halley in the early part of the 18th century, and which was used by Sir David Gill in measuring the distance to the planet Mars in 1877, from which he deduced his solar parallax of 8.80. Seeing that Sir Norman Lockyer had said that the distance to and the dimensions of everything in the firmament except the moon depends upon Sir David Gill's measurements to Mars, the author set himself the tremendous task of proving the error, tracing its consequence up to the present day, and also tracing it backwards to the source from which it sprang. The result of that research is a most illuminating history of the evolution of astronomy from the time of the Roman Empire up to April 1922, which is now placed in the hands of the people in Kings Dethroned. The author has taken the unusual course of submitting these new and startling theories for the consideration of the general public, because the responsible scientific societies of London, Washington, and Paris failed to deal with the detailed accounts of the work which he forwarded to them in the spring of 1920. He believes that every newly discovered truth belongs to the whole of mankind, wherefore it is whose business it is to consider his work fail in their duty, and he does not hesitate to bring it himself direct to the people, assured of their goodwill and fair judgment. Astronomy has ever been regarded as a study only for the few, but now all its strange terms and theories have been explained in the most lucid manner in King's Dethroned, so that everyone who reads will acquire a comprehensive knowledge of the science. The author takes this opportunity of assuring the reader that none esteems more highly than he himself the illustrious pioneers who devoted their genius to the building of astronomy, for he feels that even while pointing out their errors, he is but carrying on their work, striving, laboring, even as they did, for the same good cause of progress in the interests of all. On the other hand, he thinks that astronomers living at the present time might have used a better purpose the greater advantages which this century provides, and done all that he himself has done by fearless reasoning, devoted labor, and earnest seeking after truth. Gerrard Hickson, first edition, April 1922. All right. Chapter 1. When the world was young. 3,000 years ago, men believed the earth was supported on gigantic pillars. The sun rose in the east every morning, passed overhead, and sank in the west every evening. Then it was supposed to pass between the pillars under the earth during the night to reappear in the east again the next morning. This idea of the universe was upset by Pythagoras some 500 years before the birth of Christ, when he began to teach that the earth was round like a ball, with the sun going around it daily from east to west. And this theory was already about 400 years old when Hipparchus, the great Greek scientist, took it up and developed it in the second century BC. Hipparchus may be ranked among the score or so of the greatest scientists who have ever lived. He was the inventor of the system of measuring the distance to far off objects by triangulation, or trigonometry, which is used by our surveyors at this present day, and which is the basis of all the methods of measuring distance which are used in the modern astronomy. Using this method of his own invention, he measured from point to point on the surface of the earth, and so laid the foundation of our present systems of geography, scientific map making, and navigation. It would be well for those who are disposed to underestimate the value of new ideas to consider how much the world owes to the genius of Hipparchus, and to try to conceive how we would have made progress as we know it without him. So, triangulation. The principles of triangulation are very simple, but because it will be necessary as I proceed to show how modern astronomers have departed from them, I will explain them in detail. Every figure made up of three connected lines is a tri or three angle, quite regardless of the length of any of its sides. The triangle differs from all other shapes or figures in this, that the value of its three angles, when added together, admits of absolutely no variation. They always equal 180 degrees, while on the other hand, all the other figures contain angles of 360 degrees or more. The triangle alone contains 180 degrees, and no other figure can be used for measuring distance. There is no alternative whatever, and therein lies its value. It follows then that if we know the value of any two of the angles in the triangle, we can readily find the value of the third by simply adding together the two known angles and subtracting the result from 180. The value of this third angle is necessary and remainder. Thus, in our example, diagram 2, an angle of 90 degrees plus the angle of 60 equals 150, which shows the angle of the distant object, or apex of the triangle. must be 30. Now, if we know the length of the baseline, A to B, in feet, yards, kilometers, or miles, to be ascertained by actual measurement, and also know the value of the two angles which indicate the direction of a distant object as seen from A and B, we can readily complete the triangle and so find the length of its sides. In this way, we can measure the height of the tree or church steeple from the ground level, or find the distance to a ship or a lighthouse from the shore. The reader will perceive that to obtain any measurement by triangulation, it is absolutely necessary to have a baseline and to know its length exactly. It is evident also that the length of the baseline must bear a reasonable proportion to the dimensions of the triangle intended. That is to say, that the greater the distance of the object under observation, the longer the baseline should be in order to secure an accurate measurement. A little reflection will now enable the reader to realize the difficulties which confronted Hipparchus when he attempted to measure the distance to the stars. It was before the Roman conquest, when the geography of the earth was but little known and there were none of the rapid means of traveling and communication which are at our disposal today. Moreover, it was in the very early days of astronomy, when there were few, if any, who could have helped Hipparchus in his work. While if he was to make a successful triangulation to any of the stars, it was essential that he should have a baseline thousands of miles in length, with an observer at each end, both taking observations to the same time, same star, at precisely the same second of time. The times in which he lived did not provide the conveniences which were necessary for his undertaking. The conditions were altogether impossible, and so it was not at all surprising that he failed to get any triangulation to the stars. As a result, he came to the conclusion that they must be too far off to be measured, and said, "The heavenly bodies are infinitely distant." Such was the extraordinary conclusion arrived at by Hipparchus, and that statement of his lies at the root of astronomy, and has led its advocates into an amazing series of blunders from that day to this. The whole future of the science of astronomy was affected by Hipparchus when he said the heavenly bodies are infinitely distant. And now when I say that it is not so, the fate of astronomy again hangs in the balance. It is a momentous issue which will be decided in due course within these pages. The next astronomer of special note is Sosigenes, who designed the Julian calendar in the reign of Caesar. He saw no fault in the theories of Hipparchus, but handed them on to Ptolemy, an Egyptian astronomer of very exceptional ability, who lived in the 2nd century AD. Taking up the theories of his great Greek predecessor, after 300 years, Ptolemy accepted them without question as to work of a master, and developed them. Singularly gifted as he was to carry on the work of Hipparchus, his genius was of a different order, for while the Greek was the more original thinker and inventor, the Egyptian was the more accomplished artist in detail, and the more skillful in the art of teaching. Undoubtedly, he was eminently filled to be the disciple of Hipparchus, and yet for that very reason, he was the less likely to suspect or to discover any error in the master's work. In the most literal sense, he carried on that work, built upon it, elaborated it, and established the Ptolemaic system of astronomy so ably that it stood unchallenged and undisputed for 1400 years. And during all of those centuries, the accepted theory of the universe was that the earth was stationary, while the sun, moon, and stars and planets revolved around it daily. Having accepted the theories of Hipparchus in the bulk, it was but natural that Ptolemy should fail to discover the error I have pointed out, though even though it had been otherwise, it would have been as difficult for him to make a triangulation to the stars in the 2nd century AD as it had been for the inventor of triangulation himself 300 years earlier. However, it is fact that he allowed the theory that the heavenly bodies are infinitely distant to remain unquestioned, and that was an error of omission, which was ultimately to bring about the downfall of his own Ptolemaic system of astronomy. End of chapter 1. I just want to give a shout out to everybody who's watching. Shout out to the chat room. Hope everybody's doing good. What do we got going on here? Pillbox, Sean. Let's see. Anyways, I hope everything sounds good. It's coming across clear. These chapters are rather short. So let's go ahead and dig into the 2nd chapter. Chapter 2, Copernicus and Galileo. Ptolemy's was still the astronomy of the world when Columbus discovered America, 1492. But there was living at that time in the little-known town of Frennenberg in Prussia, a youth of 18 who was destined to later years to overthrow the astronomy of Hipparchus and Ptolemy, and to become himself the founder of a new theory, which has since been universally accepted in its stead, Nicholas Copernicus. It is to be remembered that at the time the Earth was believed to stand still, while the sun, moon, and planets and stars moved round it daily from east to west, as stated by Ptolemy. But this did not seem reasonable to Copernicus. He was a daring and original thinker, willing to challenge any theory, be it ever so long established. If it did not appear logical to him, he had contended that it was unreasonable to him to suppose that all the vast firmament of heavenly bodies revolved around this relatively little Earth. But on the contrary, it was more reasonable to believe that the Earth itself rotated and revolved around an enormous sun, moving within a firmament of stars that were fixed in infinite space. For in either case, the appearance of the heavens would be the same to an observer on the surface of the Earth. This was the idea that inspired Nicholas Copernicus to labor for 27 years developing the heliocentric theory of the universe, and in compiling that book, that made him famous, De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium, which was published in the last year of his life, 1543. And now it is for us to very carefully study this fundamental idea of the heliocentric theory, for there is an error in it. Ptolemy had made it appear that the sun and stars revolved around the stationary Earth, but Copernicus advanced the theory that it was the Earth which revolved around the stationary sun, while the stars were fixed. And either of these entirely opposite theories gives an equally satisfactory explanation of the appearance of the sun by day and stars by night. Copernicus did not produce any newly discovered fact to prove that Ptolemy was wrong, neither did he offer any proof that he himself was right, but worked out his system to show that he could account for all the appearances of the heavens quite as well as the Egyptian had done, though working on an entirely different hypothesis, and offered his new heliocentric theory as an alternative. He argued that it was more reasonable to conceive the Earth to be revolving around the sun than it was to think that the sun revolves around the Earth, because it was more reasonable that the smaller body should move around the greater. And that is good logic. We see that Copernicus recognized the physical law that the lesser shall be governed by the greater, and that is the pivot upon which the whole of his astronomy turns. But it is perfectly clear that in building up this theory, he assumed the Earth to be much smaller than the sun, and also smaller than the stars. And that was pure assumption, unsupported by any kind of fact. In the absence of any proof as to whether the earth or the sun was the greater of the two, and having only the evidence of his senses to guide him, it would have been more reasonable had he left astronomy as it was, seeing that the sun appeared to move round the earth while he himself was unconscious of any movement. When he supposed the stars to be motionless in space, far outside the solar system, he was assuming them to be infinitely distant, relying entirely upon the statement made by Hipparchus 1700 years before. It is strange that he should have accepted this single statement on faith while he was in the very act of repudiating all the rest of the astronomy of Hipparchus and Ptolemy. But the fact remains that he did accept the infinitely distant doctrine without question, and that led him to suppose the heavenly bodies to be proportionally large. Hence, the rest of his reasoning followed as a matter of course. He saw that the geocentric theory of the universe did not harmonize with the idea of the stars were infinitely distant, and so far we agree with him. He had at that time the choice of two courses upon to him he might have studied that conclusion which had been arrived at by Hipparchus and found the error there. But instead of doing that, he chose to find fault with the whole theory of the universe, to overthrow it, and invent an entirely new astronomy to fit the error of Hipparchus. It was a most unfortunate choice, but it is now made clear that the whole work of Copernicus depends upon the single question whether the ancient Greek was right or wrong when he said the heavenly bodies are infinitely distant. It is a very insecure foundation for the whole of Copernican or modern astronomy to rest upon, but such indeed is the case. Some 30 years after the publication of the work of Copernicus, Tycho Brahe, the Danish astronomer, invented the first instrument used in modern astronomy. This was a huge quadrant 19 feet in height, the forerunner of the sextant, which he used to very good purpose in charting out the positions of many of the more conspicuous stars. He differed with some of the detail of the Prussian doctor's theory, but accepted it in the main and took no account whatever of the question of the distance of the stars. Immediately following him came Johann Kepler, and it is a very remarkable circumstance that this German philosopher, mystic, and astrologer should have been the founder of what is now known as physical astronomy. Believer as he was in the ancient doctrine that men's lives are predestined and mysteriously influenced by the stars and planets, he nevertheless sought to discover some physical law which governed the heavenly bodies. Having accepted the Copernican theory that the sun was the center of the universe and that the earth and the planets revolved around it, it was but natural that all of those reasonings and deductions should conform to those ideas. And it is so only to be expected that the conclusions dealing with the relative distances, movement, and masses of the planets, which were labored upon many years, and which are now the famous laws of Kepler, should be in perfect accord with the heliocentric theory of Copernicus. But though the underlying principles of Kepler's work will always have great value, his conclusions cannot be held to justify Copernican astronomy, since they are a sequel to it. But on the contrary, they will be involved in the downfall of the theory that gave them birth. While the life work of Johann Kepler was drawing to a close, that of Galileo was just beginning, and his name is more widely known in connection with the modern astronomy than is that of the real inventor, Nicholas Copernicus. Galileo adopted the Copernican theory with enthusiasm and propagated it so vigorously that at one time he was in great danger of being burnt at the stake for heresy. In the year 1642, he invented the telescope, and so may be said to have founded the modern method of observing the heavens. Zealous followers of Copernicus as he was, Galileo did much to believe his theory widely known, to make his theory widely known and commonly believed, and we may be sure that it was because he saw no error in it that other giants of astronomy who came after him accepted it and more readily. Nearly 1,800 years had passed since Hipparchus had said the heavenly bodies were infinitely distant, and still no one had questioned the accuracy of that statement, nor made any attempt whatever to measure their distance. It is interesting to mention here that an event which at first sight might seem unimportant, but which now reviewed in its proper place in history can be seen to have had a marked effect on the progress of astronomy as well as navigation. This was the publication of the little book called The Seaman's Practice by Richard Norwood in the year 1637. At that time, books of any kind were rare, and this was the first book ever written on the subject of measuring by triangulation. It was intended for the use for mariners, but there is no doubt that the seaman's practice helped King Charles II to realize how the science of astronomy could be made to render the valuable services to British seamen in their voyages of discovery, with the result that in 1675 he appointed John Flamsteed to make a special study of the stars and to chart them after the manner of Tycho Brahe and Galileo, in order that navigators might guide their ships by constellations over the trackless ocean. That was how the British School of Astronomy came into existence, with John Flamsteed as the first astronomer royal, employing only one assistant with whom he shared a magnificent salary of £70 a year. And navigation owes much to the excellent work he did with an old-fashioned telescope mounted in a little wooden shed on Greenwich Hill. At about the same time, the French School of Astronomy came into being, and the end of the 7th century began the most glorious period in the history of science, when astronomers in England, France, and Germany all contested strenuously for supremacy and worshipped at the shrine of Copernicus. End of chapter 2. All right, we got some more people watching. I appreciate everyone coming out. I'm having a great time reading this. He's a fantastic author, and the subject matter is exciting. It's very exciting. Would anybody like to join for a short session to discuss what we're looking at here? Just throwing it out there. I'll send you the link if you'd like. That way I could take a quick break, and then we can have a good conversation. Because those first 2 chapters are heavy. I mean, if modern astronomy is built on this idea of infinite distance away to the stars, and the thing is, you're going to get arguments from heliocentrists who are going to be like, well, we fixed all that. We fixed all that. Well, I think we're going to get to it later in the book here. But honestly, I think that it could easily be said that if the premises are wrong, if your axioms are wrong, if the foundation is wrong, and you keep building and keep building and keep building, there's going to be some kings dethroned. So I guess I'm going to go ahead and read another chapter, and we'll get this going. All right. Chapter 3, Old Romer's Blunder. Among the many ambitious spirits at the time was one whose name is known only to a comparative few. Nevertheless, he had a considerable influence both on astronomy and physics. Ole Romer, best remembered for his observations of the eclipses of Jupiter's satellites. A study of the records, which have been made during more than 3,000 years, shows that eclipses repeat themselves with clockwork regularity, so that a given number of years, months, days, and minutes elapse between every 2 eclipses of a given kind. But Ole Romer observed that in the case of eclipses of satellites or moons of Jupiter, the periods of time between them was not always the same, They occurred 16 and a half minutes later on some occasions than on others. He therefore tried to account for this slight difference in time and was led to some strange conclusions. These eclipses occur at different seasons of the year, so that sometimes they can be seen when the Earth is at A, and the other times when the Earth is at B, on the opposite side of the Sun and the orbit, according to Copernican astronomy. So Ole Romer reflected that when the observer is at B, he is further from Jupiter than when the Earth is at A, by a distance as great as the diameter of the orbit. And that gave him a new idea and a possible explanation. He thought that although light appeared to be, for all ordinary purposes, instantaneous, it really must take an appreciable time to travel over the immense distance from Jupiter to the Earth, just as a ship takes so long to travel a given distance at so many miles per hour. In that case, the light from Jupiter's satellites would take less time to reach the observer when the Earth is at A than it would require to reach him at B, on the further side of the orbit. And as a result of these reflections, he reached the conclusion that the 16.5-minute difference in time was to be accounted for that way. Following up this idea, he decided that if it took 16.5 minutes longer for light to travel the increased distance from one side of the orbit to the other, it would require only half the time to travel half that distance, so that it would travel as far as from the Sun to the Earth in 8.25 minutes. Therefore, he gave it as his opinion that the distance to the Sun was so tremendous that light traveling with almost lightning rapidity took 8.25 minutes to cover the distance. This ingenious hypothesis appealed strongly to the imagination of contemporary astronomers, so that they allowed it to pass without a sufficient examination, with the result that eventually it took its place among the many strange and ill-considered theories of astronomy. However, we ourselves will now do what we should have been done in the days of Ole Romer. We will stand beside him, as it were, and study these eclipses of Jupiter's satellites, just as he did, from the same viewpoint of the Copernican astronomy. And then we shall find whether his deductions were justified or not. The eclipses are to be seen on one occasion when the observer, or Earth, is at A, and on another occasion when the observer, or Earth, is at B, while the light of Jupiter's satellites, or the image of the eclipse, is supposed to cross the orbit at one observation, but not at the other. It is important to note that the observer at B will have to look in a direction towards the Sun and across the orbit, while the observer at A will see the eclipse outward from the orbit in a direction opposite to the Sun. Ole Romer found that the observer at B saw the eclipse 16.5 minutes later than he would have from A, and he believed that this was because the image of the eclipse had a greater distance to come to meet his eye. Let's now consider diagram 4, which shows two observers in the position Ole Romer supposed the Earth to occupy at the respective observations. We find that A would see the satellite in a state of eclipse, while it should be hidden from B by the planet Jupiter. The planet and its satellite are both moving round the Sun toward the east, as shown by the arrows, but the satellite is like a moon traveling around Jupiter, so that it moves faster than the planet. The satellite is eclipsed by Jupiter only when the two are together at the same line with the Sun. But as time passes, the satellite moves to the eastward of that line. It passes Jupiter, and then it can be seen by the observer at B. Thus, it is that B sees the eclipse a few minutes later than A, and that is a very simple explanation which Ole Romer overlooked. It would be possible to write a volume on this subject, and there are some who would want to debate it at an interminable length, But in the end, the explanation would prove to be just this, which I prefer to leave in all its simplicity. The 16.5-minute difference in time is due to a difference in the angles from which the eclipses are seen and is not in any way connected with distance. And so the speculations of Ole Romer concerning the velocity of light and the probable distance to the sun amount to nothing. End chapter 3. Now, something I'd like to add to that, I mean, this is as far as I had gotten in the book before I decided to come out and read it publicly. If you look up Ole Romer, he is known for coming up with the speed of light. If you look up Hipparchus, he is known for creating triangulation. This is absolutely massive. This is why the book is titled this. This is absolutely huge. And the points that this gentleman, Gerrard Hickson, makes really does make you wonder about it. So I just want to point that out. Ole Romer, if you do some research on him, that's where we get the speed of light. Anyways, I'm going to throw it out there real quick. Anybody want to jump in and have a discussion about the book? I don't want to put the link in the hangout because I've gotten some new guys who want to dethrone me. Funny enough, Operation Dethroned Texas has been operating for the past couple days, whatever that means. So yeah, just put it up in chat and let me know. Shout out to Robbie. Shout out to Issa. Great seeing you guys. Right? What world would you like to jump in? I've never really seen you on Hangouts. Do you have it set up? Maybe you would like to come in? I just hate having dead air on here. Folks want to hear it. All right. All right, Robbie, let me go ahead and get the link for you. I'm just going to send it to your Hangouts, okay? Just have I guess, a short conversation and add to it. Because this book actually reads very well. I'm blowing through this, which is great. Like, I'm even considering doing most of it tonight. I think that would be cool. Yeah, I'm gonna make some coffee for myself too, and step away. Robbie,
Hey,
how you been, brother?
good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well, man. You been listening?
I enjoyed your show last night. I especially enjoyed those guests that came on and yeah.
Yeah, Antonio. Oh, he's fantastic, man. He's got a lot of haters, but he's a very smart man, very creative and artistic. But thanks, I appreciate that. You there? You there, Robbie? Can't hear you, brother. Robbie, are you there? All right, folks. Sorry about that. Seem to have lost Robbie. He just texted me and says he don't know what happened. Just try to rejoin. Let me see. Sorry for the technical difficulties, folks. He's going to come back in. Yeah, tinfoil. I just finished chapter 3. That's right. Oh, and here, he said, let me go ahead and send you the link then. Uh-oh.
Hey,
Exactly. Hey,
I don't
brother.
know what happened. Like I was switching between my game and the Google Hangouts, and I guess it messed my computer up or something. I don't know.
Oh,
But
it
anyway,
happens, dude. Yeah.
so yeah, I enjoyed your thing last night, especially the discussion. One thing that was especially interesting to me was when you were talking about the different fuel sources for human beings.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. Yeah.
I was,
Ketones, glucose.
that was very interesting.
Nobody
What
knows
are
about
ketones?
ketones.
What are they?
Nobody. Ketones are, they're synthesized from fat in your liver. Your liver creates them. What it does is if you're in a ketogenic state, the ketones become your fuel. Okay, glucose can be used as a secondary fuel, but unfortunately everybody's on it. Like that's the main. Everybody's eating carbohydrates and sugar, which means that they're constantly spiking their insulin, constantly storing their fat, and constantly in a fed state with too much dopamine. Well, ketones are if you eat a high-fat diet and you don't touch carbohydrates, your body switches into a different fuel system
Yeah.
and creates this different fuel. It's like going from diesel to rocket fuel. Like it's very interesting, man. I just found this out about 3 years ago, and it's changed my life dramatically.
I've actually been eating a lot of avocados recently, and I feel really good.
Oh
So I
yeah,
can. It's so
yeah.
interesting. It goes back to the whole inversion thing. You know, they tell us to eat this, but really we should be eating fat. They say, oh, don't eat
Absolutely.
fat.
Fat is the healthiest thing you can put in your body, and what has society told us? Quite the inverted opposite.
Well, think about it. If you burn protein or you burn fiber, there's 4 grams of energy that's released. If you burn fat, there's 9 grams of energy that's released. So it's more than twice as efficient for your body to use that fuel. So it only makes sense that that's what our body was designed for.
But here's the problem. If you are spiking your insulin, meaning eating more than 20 grams of carbohydrates, your body goes into a shock mode and pumps insulin, and that is a trigger to store fat because your body has to eradicate the sugar from the blood. That's why insulin is there. It's to make sure you can get the sugar out of the blood. But the response your body goes into is kind of a defense mode, and it tells your body to store the fat. The insulin tells your body to store the fat. So you can't use the fat as a fuel anymore at that point. You're now pushing glucose out of your body through the same metabolic pathways as you do poison. It's it's crazy. Like the way that the endocrine system, it's been ridiculously misrepresented to us. And it's a whole paradigm shift. It's a huge
Well,
paradigm shift.
at this point, I can't think it's anything but purposefully done. You know, I don't think it's
Oh
some
yeah.
accident. And you know, if you go back to like Egypt, wasn't it well known that in Egypt sugar was a drug? And so they clearly, through different methods, they would implement it into the diet so that you would be on the drug. You know, but it used to be known as a drug. Nowadays, it's like just commonplace.
It's beyond common. It's so if you go to any corner store, any grocery store, primarily you have carbs, enriched carbs and sugar just everywhere. And look at how many unhealthy people there are. Just go to Walmart at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and count the healthy people. You're not going to be able to count all the unhealthy people. And it's
And
sad.
then,
Like it's really sad. They don't know what they're doing wrong.
related. That's because even the information that's being disseminated is controlled. But
It's the wrong paradigm they're pushing. That's why.
yeah,
It's
the
eugenics, in my view. Just like you said, there's intent behind it. I believe
oh,
it's
there's no
eugenics,
question.
population control. It never went away. It just got better PR. I'm a firm believer in that. I think that this is crafted. It cycles people into the medical industry and right back into Nabisco and Kellogg and sugar lobby. Like it's just a revolving door into both of those industries.
It is. The entire thing is like a rat in a maze. It doesn't matter where you go, you're still in the maze.
It's rigged. It's a big club. And you ain't in it. That's why I like to see what it is and move around it. I lost 120 pounds in 8 months when I decided to do this, and it came through a paradigm shift. That's why I use that word so much, because it's so important to realize that when you're told that calories in, calories out is the mechanism of the body, like that's the way our body works. So if you want to lose weight, you have to go run, and burn less calories than what you put in your body. Well, that's called a starvation diet. There's no way around that. They're telling me I have to eat less energy than what I expend. Would you put less gasoline in your car than where you had to go? You know what I'm saying? That's an actual starvation diet, and it works very slowly. This is why they say if you lose more than 10 pounds in 2 weeks, it's dangerous. It's because it's a starvation diet. You're hurting yourself. So it's just erroneous. The whole thing is wrong. You can lose weight like that, but it's very painful. It's hard to do, and it's hurting you essentially. On the other side of it, if you go to a high-fat diet with zero carb, literally, like I was eating 5,000 calories a day in fat. It was ridiculous. I lost that weight effortlessly. I mean, it was effortless. It was like 35 pounds in the first month, 120 total in 8. And I was eating nothing but fat. I mean, you wouldn't believe me if I told you what I was eating. They flipped it on us, Robbie.
I believe you because, even before I even discovered this information, I went on a diet that was pretty much comprised of like dried fruits and nuts. And because it was kind of there was a variety of circumstances for why I did it, but I actually went from 185 pounds to 140, which is like my normal weight, in like 3 months. It was crazy. And I had like all this energy, like I could work for like 14 hours straight, and other people would be like getting tired and stuff, and I would still be sitting there working. And it was kind of funny, but
yeah, it's amazing how much energy it provides too. When you switch into that ketogenic state, see, glucose has a 3 to 6 hour burn. It's very inefficient. Your body's trying to eject it as fast as possible. Ketones burns 12 to 14 hours, and it suppresses your ghrelin, which means that you don't have hunger pangs. That's what creates hunger pangs. It's from spiking your insulin. It spikes your ghrelin, it makes you have hunger pangs. So you can just go when you're on a ketogenic diet. You're not a slave to your dinner plate. You're not in a fed state. You're in a fasted state, waiting for that next meal at the end of the day. And it's just such a radical difference of how you feel. I really feel like that they have suppressed that. They have completely suppressed it.
There's no question. It's like, and then that was the thing that was most interesting to me about the conversation last night, although I thought a lot of it was extremely interesting. But with respect to the book you're reading, basically what he's suggesting is that all these observations were based on a previous false observation that was considered true, and the original observation was the Copernican observation. And
actually, the original it was Hipparchus. So Hipparchus said that the stars are infinitely distant away. Because of that, then more piled on top, and with that erroneous conclusion. And then Copernicus, just as you said, I mean, that was an erroneous assumption too. He made the Earth move. and Copernicus, at the beginning of his book, it says the terrestrial motion of the Earth was nothing more than a hypothesis, there to explain phenomena, and should not be taken directly related to absolute truth. That's in the beginning of On the Revolution of the Spheres. And he literally made the Earth move. in order to have his theory, but it was based off of Hipparchus.
So
So he's a
it's like he basically Copernicus said, "Let me have this one little thing right here, the motion of the Earth, and if I have the motion of the Earth, I give you this entire theory."
essentially, yeah, by putting the sun in the middle, stating it is this massive object rather than the small object that we see overhead, then it becomes the large object that the smaller, goes to. And it had to move though. There was too much movement. You have to move in so many different directions. You have to spin. You've got to, orbit. It's madness if you start when you start thinking about it. Hey, Issa, how you doing, brother?
Chilling, brother. How you doing? What's up, Robbie?
What's up, Issa?
Doing good, brother. Having a good day and really enjoying this book.
Dude, me too, bro. I'm enjoying. I was like literally just put my head down. I almost like your voice is like so cathartic. It should be cathartic. Catharsis. So,
Well, the definition. The definition.
I
of
love you,
right?
dude. I freaking love it, man. I actually had to I pulled it up the other day. I was like, that shit is dope. The concentration to like an unhealthy.
Concentration of. Well, it says at the end in parentheses, but it's the concentration of mental, emotional, and intellectual energy into a subject. And then at the very end, you see in parentheses, sometimes to a unhealthy degree.
I thought that was cool. I like that though.
Yeah, it's partnered up with cathartic and cathexis. These are two, kind of like different spectrums, so to speak.
Yeah,
so it's like Freudian.
Interesting. Yeah, it's funny because I started this Hipparchus story is so fascinating. How
Yeah.
that they were so far away, but it kind of made me think I always think that how.
Oh shoot!
Hey, you're breaking up a lot, brother. I think your bandwidth's a little low. If you turn off your video, it'll actually probably fix your bandwidth.
Cool.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I think that works. Good. I was thinking with that idea. Clothes come off with another suit of armor. With the idea that they've sold everyone the Copernican suggestion, but then I wonder if they reserved that alternative model for themselves.
The dual system of astronomy, is it not beyond our mathematicians?
Exactly, bro.
I know. And that's that quote from 1984. I think it's absolutely relevant. Like Orwell was telling us what the hell is going on. I firmly believe at this point, and I have the proof that I have is what I'm reading now and the things that we're putting together. I firmly believe that they have a dual system of astronomy. I really do. And the Big Bang cosmology with the heliocentric model, which is essentially a bunch of sun worshippers trying to idolize the sun and make it the center of everything.
I'm so tripped out with that Egyptian school of thought putting in horizon and set and all of it, man. It's weird. I was looking at NASA. NASA means set. The brother of, it also has the term in Hindi as meaning set.
Well, if you look at the original Hebrew of NASA, it means to beguile or deceive.
Ooh.
Well, and Satan, I can see the relationship because when you say set relating to Satan means adversary. So the adversary could be the one who beguiles, and that could be related to or not NASA or Nasa in Hebrew.
Yeah, and then actually, and let me clarify too. I was looking it up, the idea that you would look at it backward, the idea that you would read it backwards, NASA being a san, and that's what I was looking up. Forgive me, I wanted to clarify, but I was just thinking because they're so clever with the way that they interpret their it's like.
But I want to clarify. There's actually, I want to clarify. There are two different definitions for NASA because there's variations in how it's spelled. There is the one that I just mentioned, meaning to beguile or to deceive, and that's Strong's 5378. But then the other one is Strong's 5375, and it means to lift, carry, or take. So they kind of gave themselves an out. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody looked back, like, no, we just meant to lift and carry because we're, using rockets.
Well, dude, you look at the term. You look at Nissan. Nissan is like, what is it? Japanese company, and in reality, Nissan is the first month of the Jewish New Year. So it's like, how far does their, it's just so interesting when you look into like corporations and.
Oh, dude, and these corporations, look at how much sun worship is in the corporations, like, and how much globe reference and how much sun reference there are. It's extremely interesting to me. Gosh, I would think I should screen share that. Have you looked into the occult origins of the symbols that they use? That too. If you look at all the patches and the mission names and what etc.
Yeah, that's a trip.
But of corporations, logos especially. Let me see. There's a couple images that go through and show them all. Let me see if I can find a good one.
Fucking Tessarian, man, with the 88. There's like 88 constellations that they pull from.
Yeah, sounds.
They have all these. They have all these other constellations that they pull from. That are like archetypes, or the way that they look at it is like the idea, if you look up the Freudian idea or Jungian archetype ideas, like that we're like those 88 constellations are still with us. Like we still are held by, like there's all these other archetypes that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
absolutely.
The symbols.
Yeah. Well, I like the
this world is ruled by signs and symbols.
Well, if the picture is worth 1,000 words, a symbol is worth 1,000 pictures.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a quote from Confucius. It says, "Signs and symbols rule the world, not rules and law." It's Confucius. So it's there's a lot of merit to investigating these things, and you see so much Saturn symbology, solar symbology, and global symbology in some of the most massive corporations, and there's a reason for that. There is an occultic, and a lot of people want to try to avoid this, and I'm not saying anything further than
Tutmosis, Moses.
What?
This all like this so much about since Plato. It's like that idea that like Tutmosis. Moses, that idea of like all this amazing allegory just rehashed again and again and again. It's kind of pretty, but it's at our, what I mean, in certain ways.
It's everywhere. Like, people need to understand the occultic history of all of these symbols, all of these phrases, all of these words. And this is what I think the internet's allowing. It's allowing us to put this together and realize what we're dealing with here. Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. that's Tesla right there. So
that's dope, brother.
It's exciting to be here, man.
Yeah, you want to give more of the book?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump back on it here in a moment. I want to give a shout out to my good friend Tim Osmond. I appreciate you coming by, dude. I know that you got a fan in me, and I know the feeling's mutual. Anyways, yeah, let me jump back on the book. I'm gonna go ahead and read a couple more chapters. I appreciate you guys jumping on.
Dude, thanks for having me, brother. Keep it up, man. Loving it.
Thanks, man. Robbie, take care. Actually, you guys can just stay there muted if you want. Either way, it's up to you, okay?
I'll be back later, brother.
Yeah, take care, I'm jumping out too. I'll be back later.
All right, I'll keep it going.
Yeah, man. Dude, plus I love when you elaborate, bro. So just talk. You know what I mean? It sounds great, dude. Like hearing you speak.
I appreciate you, man.
Air it out, man. Air it out, bro. I like listening.
I appreciate you, man. All right, well,
man, do it.
Getting going then.
Please, yo.
Oh. All right, Chapter 4, Giants of Modern Astronomy. Before passing on to the more important part of this work, it is only just to record the fact that the first practical work in triangulation since the time of Hipparchus was performed by Jean Picard and J. and D. Cassini between Paris and Dunkirk toward the end of the 17th century, when Newton was working out his theories. At this time, the Copernican theory of astronomy was well established and was accepted by all the scientific world, though it is probable that the public in general found it difficult to reconcile the idea of an Earth careering through space at prodigious speed with common sense and reason. Even the most ardent followers of Copernicus and Galileo recognized this difficulty, and some strove to find a satisfactory explanation. Nearly 100 years ago, Kepler had suggested that some kind of unknown force must hold the Earth and heavenly bodies in their place. And now Sir Isaac Newton, the greatest mathematician of his age, took up the idea and built the law of gravitation. The name is derived from the Latin word gravis, which means heavy, having weight, while the law of gravitation is defined as that mutual action between masses of matter by virtue of which every such mass tends towards every other, with the force varying directly as the product of the mass and inversely as the square of their distances apart. Reduced to simplicity, gravitation is said to be that which attracts everything toward every other thing. That does not tell us much, and yet the little it does tell us is not true. For a thoughtful observer knows very well that everything is not attracted towards everything. The definition implies that it is a force, but it does not say, for that phrase, mutual action, is ambiguous and not at all convincing. The Encyclopedia Britannica tells us that the law of gravitation is unique among the laws of nature, not only for its wide generality, taking the whole universe into its scope, but in the fact that as so far as it is yet known, it is absolutely unmodified by any condition or cause whatever. Here again, we observe the nature of gravitation is not really defined at all. We are told that masses of matter tend towards each other, but no reason is given why they do so or should do so, while to say that it is absolutely unmodified by any condition or cause whatever is one of the most unscientific statements it is possible to make. There is not anything or force in the universe that is absolute. No thing that goes its own way and does what it will without regard to other forces of things. The thing is impossible, and it is not true. Wherefore it has fallen to me to show where the inconsistency in it lies. The name given to the mutual action means weight, and weight is one of the attributes of all matter. Merely to say that anything is matter or material implies that it has weight, while to speak of weight implies matter. Matter and weight are inseparable. They are not laws, but elemental facts. They exist. But it has been suggested that gravitation is a force. Indeed, we often hear it referred to as a force of gravitation. But force is quite a different thing than weight. It is an active energy expressed by certain conditions and combinations of matter. It acts. All experience and observation goes to prove that the material thing fall to earth because they possess the attribute of weight, and that an object remains suspended in air or space only so long as its weight overcome by force, which is contrary. And when we realize these simple facts, we see the gravitation in reality conditioned and modified by every other active force, both great and small. Again, gravitation is spoken of as a pull, an agent of attraction that robs weight of its meaning, something that brings all terrestrial things down to earth, while at the same time it keeps the heavenly bodies in their place and prevents them falling towards each other or apart. The thing is altogether too wonderful, and it is not natural, and the theory is scientifically unsound. Every man, however great his genius, must be limited by the conditions that surround him, and science in general was not sufficiently advanced 100 years ago to be able to help Newton. So that, for lack of information, which is ordinary knowledge to us living in the 20th century, he fell into the error of attributing the effects of weight and force to a common cause, which, for want of a better term, he called gravitation. But I have not the slightest doubt that if he were living now, he would have arrived at the following more reasonable conclusions: that terrestrial things fall to earth by gravis, weight, because they are matter, while the heavenly bodies, which are also matter, do not fall because they are maintained in their course by magnetic or electric force. Another figure of great prominence in the early part of the 18th century was Dr. Halley, who survived Sir Isaac Newton by some 15 years is and it is to him that we owe nearly all the methods of measuring distance which are used in astronomy at this present day. So far, no one had seriously considered the possibility of measuring the distance to the sun. That possibility of measuring the distance of the sun, planets, and stars since Hipparchus had failed, way back in the 2nd century. But now, since the science had made great strides, it occurred to Dr. Halley that it might be possible to at least find the distance from the Earth to the sun, or to the nearest planet. Remembering the time-honored dogma that the stars are infinitely distant, inspired by the magnificence of the Copernican conception of the universe, and influenced, no doubt, by the colossal suggestions of old Abraham, he tried to invent some means of making a triangulation on a gigantic scale, with a baseline of hitherto unknown dimensions. Long years ago, Kepler had worked out a theory of the distances of the planets with relation to each other, the principles of which, when expressed in simple language and in round figures, is as follows. If we know the distance to any of the planets, we could use that measurement as a basis for which to estimate the others. Thus, Venus is apparently but twice as far as the Sun as Mercury, while the Earth is about 3 times and Mars 4 times as for the smallest planet. Excuse me, 4 times as far from the Sun as Mercury. So that should be the distance of the smallest planet be, let us say, 50 million miles. Then Venus would be 100, the Earth 150, Mars 200 millions of miles. This seems to be the simplest kind of arithmetic, but the whole of the theory of relative distance goes to pieces because Kepler had not the slightest idea of the linear distance from the Earth to anything in the firmament, and based all his calculations on time and on the apparent movements of the planets in azimuth, that is, to right or left of the observer, and to the right or left of the sun. Necessity compels me to state these facts in this plain and almost brutal fashion, but it is my sincere hope that no reader will suppose that I underestimate the genius and of the worth of such men as Newton and Kepler, for it is probable that I appreciate and honor them more than do most of those who blindly worship them and with less understanding. I only regret that they were too ready to accept Copernican astronomy as though it were an axiom, and did not put it to proof, and that, as a consequence, their fine intelligence and industry should have been devoted to the glorification of a blunder. Kepler's work was of that high order which only one man in a million could do, but nevertheless his calculations of the relative distance of the planets depend entirely upon the question whether they revolve around the sun or not, and that we shall discover in due course. However, Dr. Halley had these theories in mind when he proposed to measure the distance to Mars at the time when the planet reached its nearest point to Earth in opposition of the Sun, and then to multiply that distance by 3, approximate, and in that manner estimate the distance of the Sun. He proceeded then to invent what is now known as the diurnal method of measurement by parallax, which he described in detail in the form of a lecture to contemporary astronomers, introducing it by remarking that he would probably not be living when next Mars came into the required position, but others might be at the time put into the method into practice. He began by saying, if it were possible to place two observers at points diametrically opposite to each other on the surface of the Earth, as A and B in diagram 5. Both observers, looking along their respective horizons, would see Mars at the same time, the planet being between them to the east of one observer and to the westward of the other. In these circumstances, the diameter of the Earth might be used as a baseline. The observer A and B might take simultaneous observations, and the two angles obtained on being referred to the baseline would give the distance of the planet. But this was in the reign of George II, long before the invention of steamships, cables, or telegraphs, and Dr. Halley knew that it was practically impossible to have B taking observations in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So he proposed to overcome the difficulty by the following expedient. He suggested that both the observations could be taken by a single observer using the same observatory. Thus, let evening, when Mars will be at his east, let him then wait 12 hours, during which time the rotation of the Earth will have carried him around to point B. He may then take his second observation. Mars being at this time to his west, and the two angles thus obtained on being referred to as the baseline will give the distance of the planet. This proposition is so plausible that it has apparently deceived every astronomer from that day to this, and it might even now deceive the reader himself, were it not that he knows I have some good reason for describing it here. It is marvelously specious. It does not seem to call for our examination, and yet it is all wrong, and Dr. Halley has a world of facts against him. He is at fault in his premises, for if the planet was visible to one of the observers, it must be above his horizon and therefore could not be seen at the same time by the other, since it could not be above his horizon also. Again, his premises are in conflict with Euclid because he supposes Mars to be midway between A and B, and that is between their two horizons, which are parallel lines 8,000 miles apart throughout their entire length. And so it is obvious that if the planet, much smaller than the Earth, was really in that position, it could not be seen by either of the observers. The alternative which Dr. Halley proposes is as fallacious as his premises, for he overlooks the facts that, according to Copernican astronomy, during the 12 hours through the Earth, while the Earth has been rotating on its axis, it has also traveled an immense distance in its orbit around the Sun. The results are that an observer starting from A can never arrive at B, but must arrive in 12 hours, time at a point somewhere about 750,000 miles beyond it, as shown in diagram 6. The observer loses his original baseline, which was the diameter of the Earth, and does not know the length of his new one, A and G, because the distance of the Sun and the dimensions of the orbit had never previously been measured. 3. The angle of view from G is entirely different from the one intended from B. 4. Mars itself has moved along its orbit during the 12 hours to a new position which is very uncertain. And 5, the triangulation which was intended to is utterly lost. And the combined movements of the Earth and Mars plus the two lines of sight make up a quadrilateral figure, which of course contains angles of 360 degrees, and by means of which no measurement whatever is possible. In conclusion, Dr. Halley was mistaken when he supposed that two observations made from a single station with an interval of 12 hours between them were equivalent to two observations taken simultaneously by A and B. The actual attempt to measure the distance to Mars by the use of diurnal method will be dealt with in the proper order of events. But for the present, what more need I say concerning such ingenious expedients? A curious example of theorizing to no useful purpose is the theory of aberration of light, which is regarded by some of one of the pillars of astronomy. It's aimed to show that if the velocity of the Earth were known, the velocity of light could be found, while at the same time it implies the reverse. That if the velocity of light were known, we could find it at the we could find at what speed the Earth is traveling around the sun. If Bradley intended to prove anything by this theory, it was the apparent movement by which the stars prove that the Earth is in motion, which surely is begging the question. The fact that the theory of aberration of light has no scientific value whatever is very well shown by the following quotation from its author. If the observer be stationary at B, the star will appear to be in direction B, S. If, however, he traverses the line B, A in the same time as light passes from star to his eye, the star will appear at that direction A, S. That is true, but it would be no less true if the star itself had moved to the right while the observer remained at B. But why did he say if he moves from B to A the same time it takes light to pass from the star to his eye? It is a needless qualification, for the observer moves to A while he sees the star at the same angle whether he walks there at 3 miles an hour or goes there by aeroplane at the mile a minute. It has nothing to do with the speed of light, and the velocity of light has nothing to do with the direction of the star. It is merely posing, using words with no purpose. All right, we'll move into chapter 5 in just a moment. Big shout out to the chat room. Who do we got in the house? We got about 16 watching. It's not bad. We got some funny folks in the chat. Press 1 if you're listening. So, oh, fantastic. Be here in love. Love you, dear. Thank you, Nana. You guys are great. So, with this particular, well, actually, let me ask you, is everything coming up fine? The screen share? Is everything going fine? It looks like it's stuck. Is it working right now? It says I'm presenting. Is it, are you seeing the pages move by? It does, because on my screen it looks stuck. Let me refresh it. Okay, it looks good then, okay. All right, so that chapter appears that he was just going over some other methods. I'm starting to think that he thinks the speed of light is garbage and that it's something else. But one thing that I love that he put in here is this right here about gravity, that terrestrial things fall to the earth by gravis, weight, because they are matter, while the heavenly bodies, which are also matter, do not fall because they are maintained in their courses by magnetic or electric force. This goes right back to that quote with Tesla that I always say. Earth is not a planet. Earth is a realm. And he says the sun and moon, let me get the exact quote, because Nikola Tesla actually goes into this real quick. Let me get the quote. Oh, goodness. Okay, here it is. Now, this is from Tesla. Let me see what he put. Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object. Therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine. It's a Tesla coil. The sun and moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field, the aether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation disproves gravity because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament. You can't get better than that, folks. I'm telling you. These people who were suppressed, they were suppressed for a reason. It's a damn shame, I'll tell you. But we're all waking up. We're all starting to see this. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and keep going. Oh, but seriously, his bit on gravity here is mind-blowing. He's absolutely saying that gravitation is absurdity. Masses communicating with other masses. It's absolutely absurd. And this is what I've been saying personally. It is quite possible that there is an up and down in nature. And that weight is what brings these things down. Ugh, frustrating. Okay. Chapter 5, The Distance to the Moon. Oh, hey, Robbie.
I'm just going to mute myself until your next break.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to read Chapter 5 real quick, and then I'm going to have one. So, Chapter 5, The Distance to the Moon. Let us pass on to something more important, the measurement of the distance to the moon, the first of the heavenly bodies to be measured. This was performed by Lalande and Lasalle in year 1752, using the method of direct triangulation. Lalande took one of the observations at Berlin, while Lasalle took the other at the same time at the Cape of Good Hope. A straight line or chord joining between two places, given them the baseline more than 5,000 miles in length. The moon was at a low altitude away in the west, and two observers took the angles with extreme care, and at the later date they met, compared notes, and made the necessary calculations. As a result, the moon was said to be 238,830 miles from the Earth, and to be 2,159.8 miles in diameter, the size being estimated from its distance. And these are figures accepted in astronomy the world over at this present day. I have occasion to call the reader's attention to the fact that some books, Proctor's Old and New Astronomy, for example, is describing the principle of how to measure the moon, illustrated by a diagram which differs from diagram 8, though the principle as it is explained in these books seems plausible enough. It may be impossible in practice, for the diagram they use clearly shows the motion to be near the zenith. Further, it is often said that the distance to the moon has been several times measured, but the fact is that it is of no consequence whether it has or not, for it is the result obtained by Lalande and Lasalle which is accepted by astronomy, and their observations were taken, as I have stated, and illustrated in diagram 8. Moreover, one of the greatest living authorities on astronomy tells us their work was done with such precision that the distance of the moon is positively settled and is known with greater accuracy than the length of any street in Paris. Nevertheless, we will submit it to the test. There is every reason to believe that the practical work of these two Frenchmen was most admirably done, and yet their labors were reduced to naught, and the whole object of the triangulation was defeated, because in making the final computations they made allowances in order to conform to certain of the established false theories of astronomy. One of those is the theory of atmospheric refraction, which would have us believe that when we see the sun or moon low down on the horizon at sunrise or sunset, it is not really the sun itself that we see, but only an image or mirage of the sun reflected up to the horizon by atmospheric refraction. The real sun being at the time at the extremity of a line drawn through the center of the earth 4,000 miles below our horizon. That is according to the astronomy taught in all schools. Side note, wrapping around the ball, refraction wrapping around the ball. That's what he's describing. According to this theory, there is at nearly all times some degree of refraction, which varies with the altitude of the body under observation, so that, in simple, the theory declares that the real moon was considerably lower than the moon which Lalande and Lacaille actually saw, for that was only a refracted image. They had therefore, oh, pardon me, I lost my place, one moment. They had therefore to make an allowance for atmospheric refraction. They had to find, by theory, where the real moon would be, and then they had to modify the angles they had obtained in practical triangulation by making an allowance for what is known as equatorial parallax. I will explain it. Equatorial parallax is defined as the apparent change in the direction of a body when seen from the surface of the Earth as compared with the direction it would appear to be in if it's seen from the center of the Earth. It is difficult not to laugh at theories such as these, and I can assure the reader that astronomers take them quite seriously. If we interpret this rightly, it is suggested that if Lalande and Lacaille will imagine themselves to be located in the center of the Earth, they will perceive the moon to be at a lower altitude than it appeared to them when they saw it from the outside of the Earth. And modern Copernican astronomy required that on their return to Paris they would make allowance for this. Now observe the result. It was then shown that equatorial parallax is only concerned with altitude. It is a question of higher or lower. It has to do with observations taken from the top of the Earth compared to others taken theoretically from the center. Really, it is an imaginary triangulation where the line EP is diagram 9, and diagram 9 becomes a baseline. The line EP is vertical. Therefore, it follows that the theoretical triangulation by which equatorial parallax is found is in the vertical plane. We remember, however, that the moon was away in the west when seen by Lalande and Lacaille, while their baseline was the chord, a straight line running north and south, connecting Berlin with the Cape of Good Hope. These facts prove their triangulation to have been in azimuth, that is, in the horizontal or nearly horizontal plane, indicated by the baseline B and C, diagram 9. Now, the three lines of any and every triangulation are of necessity in the same plane, and so it follows that every calculation or allowance must also be in that plane. But what we find that while Lalande and Lacaille's triangulation to the moon was in the horizontal plane of B and C, the allowance they made for atmospheric refraction and equatorial parallax was in the contrary vertical plane, E and P. Just to look at it real quick. E and P, B and C, the vertical plane. They were doing it from the center of the Earth and factoring in the refraction. By the most inconceivable blunder, real and imaginary angles came into conflict on two different planes, so the triangulation was entirely lost, and as a consequence, the distance of the moon is no more known today than it was in the time of the flood. And all other attempts to measure the distance to the moon since that time have been defeated in a similar manner. Mind you, this is 1922. Yeah. All right. Are you there, Robbie? I'm going to go ahead and take just a quick break. Jump back in and start reading here. Yeah, he's breaking it down, man.
He is. He's basically just like, these guys are idiots, and here's why.
It's amazing. Like I'm really impressed by his points. Yeah.
Do you find anything? Have you found anything so far that you have had difficulty agreeing with that he said?
Honestly, no. That's the thing. That's why I'm so excited to read this right now. Especially his explanation of gravity going into the electromagnetic. You know, that matches up with what I've been thinking that this is an electromagnetic universe, that it's not a material construct. You know, a bunch of rocks and gases banging into each other. It just seems silly to me now. Um, yeah, it's exciting. I think that's what we're dealing with here, a dual system of astronomy, just like I was discussing earlier. And I think that's what we're waking up to. That's why I personally say I'd like to know the real shape of the Earth, but it's not something so easily obtained. You know, like if you're doing it, especially from a primary knowledge base, you know, going back to zero and trying to figure out, well, it's going to be flat. It's a level plane, you know. But astronomy has a lot to do with because if the stars are close and the sun and moon are close and they move overhead, right? They have just as much to do with me than the blade of grass that I'm walking on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Before they put him infinitely distant away, what does that do for you? You know what I mean? Like you don't feel them anymore. You're not part of that system anymore. You're so far away from them. That's the way I look at it now. I think they did that on purpose. That's manufactured because I think those stars have a lot to do with us. And just to address Donna in the chat here, when I say a dual system of astronomy, that's kind of what I'm trying to expose here with this book. There's a quote in the book 1984 that I always refer back to. It's when, let me find it real quick. It's when Winston talking to O'Brien at the end, and he says that we control matter. That's what O'Brien, the representative of the government, was saying. We control matter. And Winston says, but the whole universe is outside of us. Look at the stars. Some of them are millions of light years away. They're out of our reach forever. O'Brien said, what of the stars? They're bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The Earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. Winston made a convulsive movement. This time he did not say anything. O'Brien continued as though answering a spoken objection. For certain purposes, of course, this is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the Earth goes around the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according to as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that task? Have you not forgotten? Or have you forgotten doublethink? It's powerful. Orwell died 6 months after that book was published. And so when I say a dual system of astronomy, I think that they have one that is geocentric and local and close. And they have one that is heliocentric and the math is all there. Like heliocentricity, they have solid math backing it up. So that's my whole point. Sorry to go on a rant, Robbie, but I wanted to answer Nana here.
No, that was good. I think there's absolutely, that has to be what's going on. I don't understand why you'd have all these people using primary knowledge to arrive at observations and conclusions that are contrary to what we're told. And then the only response is, well, you know, your primary observations are...
Can't trust your senses. That's all they say.
Yeah. It's like, and then, you know, I'm not an expert by any means, but it's easy
You're an
for me
expert
to
at being a human.
Think
about it. We're all experts at being human.
Yeah, I agree. But what the problem is that we're being removed from what it is to be a human. That's what the system seeks to do. And I think the purpose of the dual system of astronomy, so to speak, is to, like you said, remove you from the stars so you feel distant from them, so you know, feel like you're out of touch. It's like a disorienting philosophy. You know, it's almost as if, like, the way I see it, like way back 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, probably a lot farther back than that, the people who figured out how to manipulate other people really have
Oh
perfected
yeah,
it over time.
absolutely. That's an extraordinary point. And a lot of people, humanity doesn't want to accept that that's a possibility. And this is what we see with these people who, it's funny, they call themselves skeptics. These modern day like atheists, mainstream scientism fanboys, they call themselves skeptics and they go read Metabunk and think they're smart. These guys project this whole issue of like, oh, there's a psychological issue with conspiracy theorists. They can't handle how terrible the world is, so they make up all these stories about control to give them a better grasp on this reality. Well, that's pure projection. What the issue is these folks who say that cannot even imagine the depth of darkness that this world has gone through and that exists today. They can't handle it. They cannot handle the possibility of these cabals with, Luciferianism and Satanism and the occult being practiced at very deep levels of, high, very powerful families and systems. The Federal Reserve not being federal or reserve, like everybody having everybody's birth certificate has a is basically a stock. You're a corporation, Capitus Maximus. I mean, these things are reality, yet they cannot face them, and they call me a conspiracy theorist or you, when essentially we're just researchers. We're finding stuff out that is just so ridiculous.
It is.
But yeah, that's the way I look at it now. I think that that's what we're up against here, and I think the
it's like
internet's helping us.
You're basically observing the obvious, you know, system around you, and you're trying to find the key or whatever. You're trying to decode the, why it's so bad and what's wrong with it, and is it so bad at all? And then people say, just for posing the question, you're crazy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this system goes all the way back to Babylon. Probably goes back to the Phoenicians, but we're dealing, the ancient Babylonian mystery schools, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, Prometheus, all of these ideas exist today in some way, shape, or form. Like we were talking about just a moment ago with corporations and their logos and NASA logos. Oh my God, just look at all the patches for NASA and all the space agencies. Look at the symbology they use and the, oh my gosh, and you ever heard the sequence of names for the shuttle program? Have you ever heard? Okay, so you're familiar. You know the shuttle program
like
names.
Apollo, Columbia.
Yeah, Apollo was Apollo was the original moon missions, but you're right, like Columbia, Enterprise, all this stuff. So from start to finish, this is the names of their launches. Okay, a Columbian enterprise to endeavor to discover Atlantis, and all challengers shall be destroyed.
Jesus.
That's it. Columbian enterprise, endeavor.
So let's focus on what they're looking for. They're looking for Atlantis, which in their mind is like that perfect transhuman society. Like that movie. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like there's that like space station city above Earth.
Oh yeah, it's called Elysium.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have that, in my opinion. I think they have it, but yeah, like these guys, Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley and Werner von Braun. Werner von Braun had his own level of occult. Like it's very different. Like they had like the German occult, which was very Aryan and very much into, they called it Vril, which was basically dark chi. This is what they were like conjuring up with sex magic and things like that. That was what was going on with that particular side of the world. And then the occult on this side of the world was Jack Parsons, with Aleister Crowley. They were doing the Babylon working. They were, bringing in the age of Horus, the new Aeon, the golden age. And so when you have a man like that working with another man like that and sending up these rockets to the gods, to the old gods, you know what I mean? Like these are Mars, this is the god of war, this is Neptune, you know what I mean? Like these are the old gods, and they're sending up to reach to them. This is all a cult. These are all rituals. And a lot of people have a big problem with accepting the occult origins of NASA, but it is, or space agencies in general, but NASA especially. Jack Parsons was an out and out Satanist, a ritual magic practicer, like blood magic, sex magic, ritual magic. This man was a 33-degree Mason. No, I'm sorry, it was Order Templi Orientis, which is a Masonic, it's a Theosophist Luciferian branch of Masonry, and then Aleister Crowley was a 33rd degree Mason who created the OTO. It's, Robbie, it's madness, man. Like, this is what we're up against, is these ideologies that have been so obfuscated. But
Wow.
it's there.
That's incredible. You know, and I know, I don't know a lot, but I know one thing. I know that in their belief system, if they kind of leave a breadcrumbs for their victim, so their victim could potentially find out what their fate is, then the victim is not necessarily an innocent. It's not a crime what they're doing, so to speak.
Absolutely, because it works on a spiritual principle of if you have to tell people what you're doing to them. This is the way that they behave. So if they're telling us that they're doing all this stuff and nobody stands up and says, hey, wait, what are you doing? I oppose that. Then it's consent. Silence is consent in this world. So this is it's a spiritual principle. It's revelation of the method. Like they're putting it out to you at every. It's some people call it predictive programming, but that's the more passive way to accept it. No, they are literally manufacturing your consent, and everybody's keeping their mouth shut and cheering them on instead. It's crazy, dude. This world, this Western world that we're living in now, is the foundations are in Masonry, in Luciferianism, in Theosophy. The foundations are very much occult. And you go look at the layout and the map of Washington, D.C. You know, I'm sure you have, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a pentagram.
Yeah, the pentagrams, the phalluses, the obelisks and whatnot. These are all homages to their old gods, and they want to bring upon the age of Horus. But the thing is it synchronizes with this whole age of Aquarius. This is the golden age, the new age. We have moved into the age of Aquarius from Pisces. This is why Jesus was represented through this last age. And Jesus said in Revelation, in red writing, when you see the man bearing the pitcher of water in the doorway, walk through the door with him. The man bearing the pitcher of the water is Aquarius. So, of the age, and that's the thing, end of the world is a mistranslation of the Bible. It's end of the age, end of the aeon. So we've moved into the new age, and personally, I think the 2012 thing was the marker that we go into. So 9/11 and the things that happened before 2012, that's like the last grasp of their control system, trying to lock it down for the new age to begin. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And that's the way I see it.
So it's not necessarily set in stone yet.
You see, and here's the thing: is like this is a realm of duality. That's the way I view it. And I don't think good can defeat evil, and I don't think evil can defeat good, because you can't have one without the other. Okay, you have to rise above the duality and be able to see that it has to be this way. The only thing that needs to be corrected is the balance. We're here to balance this out. So when we come into this world and we get past the deceptions and we assert ourselves in who we are and know what this is, we then choose our side and say, well, now it's my turn to help balance it. This is why I came here. And that's why I speak on these subjects, because I feel that I'm here to fight for the right side. And I want people to wake up and say, hey, wait, it's my turn to play. But there's so many people who are asleep around us.
Interesting.
I mean, it's been a long journey for me, and I just see it on this grander level. Why are we here? I mean, nobody really stops and asks these questions. They try to say that these are lofty questions for the philosophers, and it doesn't concern the day-to-day person. You know, people wake up, watch the programming, go to work, hate their life, go home, watch the programming, eat 6 times a day, feel like shit, go to sleep, rinse and repeat every day, and then on the weekends they get obliterated and drunk because that's socially acceptable and that's how they cope. And they rinse and repeat. And that's what they want. That's the slave population. That's the control. So during this time, there are going to be a group of people who wake up and see this, and they have to fight for. And when I say fight, I mean intellectually, emotionally, with ideas, with putting this information out and trying to wake other people up to get balance, to gain balance in this world. I think that's what we're here for.
Makes sense.
Oh,
You
yeah.
want to go back to reading?
Yeah. I'll go back there.
I guess I could. I guess if I was to comment on what you just said, I would just say that makes a lot of sense. Because I guess if the good was to try and suppress the evil, wouldn't it, in a sense, become evil itself? Because it would have to adopt an aspect of coercion to its approach. So I don't know. It's an interesting question.
That's the thing. I was thinking about it yesterday. You know, this duality, it just exists in nature too, right? So let's say you have a little baby bunny rabbit and you have a snake. Well, the snake eats the bunny rabbit to live, okay? Is the snake evil? You know, this is why you have to get past the duality, right? You have to be able to step back. And unfortunately, this kind of applies to humanity in a way. And I'm not defending, evil. What I'm defending is this ability to rise up and see that the duality is as such, and there's nothing that we can do to like defeat one or the other. It's just about balance and like making right what isn't, while we're here.
Makes sense.
That's where I'm getting at. And this conversation, this topic of flat earth or concave or round or whatever it is, has opened these doors. Think about it. I would not be having this conversation if it wasn't for the idea that the earth might be flat. I wouldn't have met you. I wouldn't have met Isa. I wouldn't have been sitting here reading a book. I never thought I'd be 35 years old reading a book on YouTube live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a crazy conversation. Where are you on that? Are you leaning more towards looking more into the shape of the earth? What do you feel it is at this point? Because I know that you've been on a path.
Well, I mean, at this point, it seems pretty. It's always seemed pretty obvious to me that the story that they tell us is just BS. So it hasn't been very difficult for me to, transition into these conversations. Kind of how you alluded to that last night about conspiracy theorists. Yeah. But when it comes to the shape of the earth, I would just have to say that if I was just to consider all the massive amount of evidence I know about the suspiciousness of the model and the nefarious intentions of those people who created the system, the only rational conclusion I could come to is that the story that we're told is not true. And so I do want to continue my research. I think at this point I would probably lean more towards what Tesla was saying, that it's whatever shape it is, whether it be, I don't know, I'm not prepared to comment on what actual shape it is, but I don't think it's a spinning ball, and I don't think I think this gravity construct is an assertion that was made that has never been allowed to be challenged properly. And I know they say they measured gravity recently, But
They're measuring the distance, I mean, the speed at which things fall. You see, this is where these heliocentrists get jammed up because they think that
well, no, there's actually
9.82
no,
meters per second. Oh, you
but what
talking
I'm
about LIGO?
yeah, I'm specifically referring to the actual measuring, detecting of a gravitational wave.
They're telling you in their name, LIGO. They're telling you in their name. It's absolute garbage. They looked back 2 billion years ago to see two theoretical concepts merge together to another theoretical concept, and they measured a fraction of what they call a wave. You know what I mean? Like, it is absolute science fantasy bullshit when you really go and research it. And then you find out that it was actually trying to think of the right word, but kind of like it was a false positive. It was a fake for training purposes, I guess you could say. Like, it wasn't real. Like, they didn't measure anything. It's just so
Like,
absurd, dude. The notion of gravitation is the problem. See, there's a couple people I've seen, like Spaceman and a couple other guys, who are like, gravity's real. Your phone measures gravity. It's 9.82 meters per second. Your accelerometer measures gravity, right? 9.82 meters per second is at the rate that things fall on this Earth. Okay, that's it. That's all it is. And you have these heliocentrists who get this in their mind that that's the measure of gravity. They think that you see they can't divorce themselves from this idea. They have to step back and realize what gravitation is, like we just went over in this last chapter.
absolutely.
Yeah, where he was explaining it's masses communicating with other masses. I mean, what is that? That's pseudoscience.
Well, it seems to me that there were battles between theories back in the day, and whatever theory won was the theory we have now.
Yeah. And
You
there's
know,
so much that has been chosen for philosophical reasons. And this is evident through Hubble's admissions in his book. It is evident through even recent articles. I think we've gone over them before, where recent astronomers are like, if people realized that we were picking our models on philosophical reasons, they would have a very different opinion of this. The geocentric and the heliocentric model are mathematically sound, each of them, but we choose heliocentric for philosophical reasons. What does that mean? The philosophy of it is that the sun is primary, it's most important. The Earth is not. The philosophical reason would be the favored location is intolerable, as Hubble put it. The idea of geocentricity implies favored, it implies special. What they're trying to do is make people think that we're insignificant. That's the philosophical reason. And it works. What a perfect philosophy, what a perfect cosmology to give to your slave population.
do you think back in the day, like what I just said, there was some kind of like a struggle, where some people were like, no, you shouldn't be doing this, and other people are like, why not? They're dumb.
Absolutely, dude. And you see it through the book, that we're reading here. He's going through and kind of seeing, well, explaining the differences of opinion and the struggle. I mean, Galileo was, I don't know, that could have been a psyop for all we know, but Galileo had a lot of problems, with the church. They were like, no, we're geocentric. This is absurd. You guys are a sun cult, whatever. And, they put him on house arrest for 33 years or some shit. And then you have Copernicus. He published his book on his deathbed. That wasn't an idea that he put forth and engaged with while he was alive. He published on the Revolution of the Spheres on his deathbed. That's odd. That's strange to me, So I think that that's what we're dealing with here. We had, Galileo, Newton, Copernicus, Kepler. These guys were Freemason, Jesuit sun worshippers. What a better philosophy, what a better cosmology they could come up with to put the thing that they idolize the most in the center of it all. I think that's what
And
it is.
if they're so convinced that it's true, and they're the ones who have access to all the occulted information, wouldn't that, by Occam's razor, mean that they're most likely correct in their conclusions on reality?
I could see where you're coming from there, but if not, if there's a bias. You know what I mean? Like if they are biased to want it to be that way, and they have no problem deceiving someone, then by Occam's razor, you would say that it might be false. You know what I mean? Like occultists are, they're about keeping themselves private, and I don't know. I see it more
Because,
as
like,
a
let
deception.
me say it in a different way. So if they were making these decisions to manipulate people on a mass scale and manipulate reality on a mass scale, there and they had information that other people didn't have, they would probably know more about the afterlife than the average person. And so if that was the case, wouldn't that mean that their conclusions about where a human soul goes in the afterlife and how their decisions on this earth may not necessarily affect us in the way that we've been told? Wouldn't we be smart to defer to their judgment? Even though I completely agree with what you're saying, I'm just saying think about it from their perspective. If they had this secret information and they knew things that we didn't know, but they were behaving in a way, they were acting as if the afterlife did not exist, wouldn't that kind of sober the person up who only had access to the disseminated information, and so much as to have them cast doubt on their, entire belief system? And so it would almost be prudent to follow what they're doing, unless they are themselves blinded by a delusion, from God, as it said in Second Thessalonians, maybe
There's a
they.
great delusion, even the elect.
So I don't. It's difficult to know what the truth is.
No, I understand where you're coming from with that point, but the thing is, when it comes to Kabbalists, the Cabal, they have reasons to deceive, and there's a lot that practice dark magic, dark ritual magic, and when you look at the Luciferian ideology, which very much exists, and these Kabbalists tend to follow it. And I'm not coming from like a Christian or a religious perspective. I'm looking at it from a philosophical perspective here. The Luciferians, in their premise, they believe that Lucifer gave us knowledge and that he was the good guy and God's the tyrant. And they believe that through whatever means necessary, man shall gain the highest knowledge. Ye shall be as of God. That was the point. He said, eat from this tree and you'll be a god. Well, so their methods are to exalt themselves, to become higher, and deception is not even a second guess for them. That is the nature of their philosophical understanding. Through whatever means necessary, they shall exalt themselves to that highest form. So I think control of other people is very much a part of that. Look at all of these inversions that we see. Everywhere. Everything is flipped on its head. Everything is inverted. That's called the Luciferian inversion principle. So if they tell us the sun's in the middle, well, the inversion of that's actually we're in the middle. You see what I mean? So, I understand your perspective, and it is right to look for information in those books. I study the occult. I study what these people, and it's funny. I've made a lot of Christians mad because I think that it is worthwhile to understand Gnosticism, Hermeticism, Kabbalah, to understand dark ritual magic and Wicca and paganism and what these people study, because you have to know what this is Sun Tzu, this is Art of War. You have to know your enemy. And if we're here in this dualistic realm to pick a side, either fight for the light or fight for the darkness, whatever your soul chooses, If you're fighting for the light, you must know what the darkness is using against you.
So, from that perspective, the afterlife is an irrelevant question, and I understand that. And that's what Eastern philosophy would conclude. And that's what Western philosophy would conclude too, because it's unfalsifiable. So,
Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant to this situation. They could very well know. Perhaps they do. Look at the bloodlines. Look at how these families contain and retain their power. What if they know?
What if? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, what if they know the great secret of what's really going on? I mentioned it last night. What if it's as simple as this is a game, and they know it, and they know that death means nothing? Literally, like death means nothing. The moment you die, you come right back in a specific way, in a specific place of your choosing. What if they know that? Right? Maybe that's why they don't care about starting wars and killing people as they do. You see what I mean? Like, it's very possible that these people with this particular understanding of the world, I mean, this goes back to the Book of the Dead and the Sumerians. And so you're right. They could know what's true, but we don't. We're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, like what if the whole point of this earth is to like dominate? I mean, what? I know that's really weird, but like, what if? Just imagine, like, what if what if this was like a game, and the god that was watching this, or the architect or whatever, what his whole purpose or her purpose was to see who was the most barbarous or something.
It could be. Like, honestly, it's, the we see this in movies, like The Matrix, the movie, kind of, and Avatar, right? So you have modern people putting out this idea. I mean, this is nothing new. This is Gnosticism, Hermeticism, and Kabbalah. We're here to basically, it's a game to grow our consciousness, to get to different levels. And seriously, there's 12 levels. If you go look at Kabbalah, the Tree of Life, there are different levels of ego and spirit and ascension, not ascension and like ascended masters. It's just raising your consciousness and understanding what that means. Well, that's part of the game, so to speak. And they see it as that's what we're here for. And that's kind of what I'm explaining. I think that we're here in a similar fashion. Like, why do we have to go to sleep every night? Are we logging off the game? Like, I think of it like that sometimes. Like, it's so strange. Why do we have to go to bed every night? Like, that's evolutionarily makes no sense. Okay, I'm going to go unconscious for 8 hours in this dangerous world. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems odd. It almost seems like we're logging off the game. Like, it's like we're playing World of Warcraft. I'm an avatar talking to you that's becoming sentient of the game itself.
Makes sense to me.
I know, right? Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know.
No, it's just, I mean, if you were to talk to a philosophical naturalist, like just a strict materialist, they would basically just say, well, you have to sleep because your body needs to repair its tissue at night.
Yeah, regenerate.
And then they would say that your consciousness is just a physical. It's an illusion that's created by your physical body. It's kind of like a ego illusion to keep you comfortable or something, because all you are is really just an animal.
Yeah, modern science wants us to say that we're biological robots. Like we're all just chemical, mechanisms and such, and that's not true. Our body's a system. But that's a whole other topic. But Robbie, I really appreciate the conversation. I'm going to go ahead and jump back and do a couple more chapters, okay?
Cool. Sounds good.
All right, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Peace. All right, everybody. I appreciate you guys sticking around, and hope you're enjoying the conversation. Let's go ahead and get back into it. We're up here at chapter 6. In the last chapter, he was kind of dispelling the notions of Newton with the idea of gravitation. And now we go deeper. Chapter 6, Romantic Theories. This history of the evolution of astronomy would not be complete if we omitted to mention here the fact that though the French school of astronomers had been foremost in adopting practical triangulation, it was not until the British took up the work in 1783 that the triangulation of the Earth was seriously begun. At about this time, Immanuel Kant was laying the foundation of the nebular hypothesis, the theory that the Earth and the planets were created by the Sun. Sir William Herschel became interested and carried the thought further, but the nebular hypothesis may be said to have been still only in a nebulous state until it was taken up and developed by the brilliant French mathematician and astronomer, the Marquis de Laplace. According to this hypothesis, there was a time, ages ago, when there was neither Earth nor Moon nor planets, but only an immense mass of incandescent nebulous materia, where the Sun is now, spinning and flaming like a gigantic Catherine wheel, alone amid the stars. In other words, there was only the Sun, much larger than it is at the present time. This mass cooled and contracted, leaving a ring of tenuous blazing matter like a ring of smoke around it. In the course of time, this ring formed itself into a solid ball, cooled, and became the planet Neptune. The Sun contracted again, leaving another ring, which formed itself into a ball and became the planet Uranus. And so it went until Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and Earth itself was created in a similar way, to be followed later by Venus and Mercury. In this way, Laplace explained how the Earth and the planets came to be racing around the Sun in the manner described by Copernicus. And, strange to say, this nebular hypothesis is now taught in the schools of the 20th century with all assurance that belongs to a scientific fact. Yet the whole thing contradicts itself, for the laws of dynamics show that if the Sun contracted, it would rotate more rapidly. And if it rotated more rapidly, that would increase the heat and so cause the mass to expand. It appears then that as every attempt to cool increases the rotation and heat and so causes further expansion, the Sun must always remain as it is. It cannot get cooler or hotter, and it cannot grow bigger or less. And so it is evident that it never could leave the smoke-like rings which Laplace imagined. Therefore, we know that the Earth could never have been formed in that way, and never was part of the Sun. This nebular hypothesis is pure imagination, and it is probable that it was only allowed to survive because it made an attempt to justify the impossible solar system of modern astronomy. It ends in smoke. Just like a weed, which is always prolific, the nebular hypothesis soon produced another equally unscientific concept known as the atomic theory. The idea that everything that exists consists of or can be reduced to atoms was discussed by Anaxagoras and Democritus way back in the days of ancient Greece. But it was not until the beginning of the 19th century that we had made to account for this creation of the entire universe. Let us dissect it. An atom is the smallest conceivable particle of matter. That is, smaller than the eye can see, even with the aid of a microscope. It is the smallest thing the mind of man can imagine. And the atomic theory suggests that once upon a time, a long way further back than Laplace thought of, there was nothing to be seen anywhere. In fact, there seemed to be nothing at all, but everlasting empty space. And yet that space was full of atoms, smaller than the eye could see, and in some manner which no one has been able to explain, these invisible atoms whirled themselves into a wonderful universe and now that you see around us. But if there had ever been a time when the whole of space was filled with atoms and nothing else but atoms in a state of unity, they must have been without motion, and being without motion, so they would have remained forever. Of course, the idea that all elements could have existed in uniform atomic state is preposterous, and shows that the whole theory to be fundamentally unsound. But if, for the sake of argument, we allow for the assumptions to stand, the atomic condition goes crash against Newton's laws of motion, which show that everything persists in a state of rest until it is affected by some other thing outside itself. The tide of events now carries us along to the year 1824, when Encke made the first serious attempt to find the distance to the Sun using the means of the transit of Venus. He did not take the required observations himself, but made a careful examination of the records which had been made at the transits of 1761 and 1769, and estimated the Sun's distance from these, employing the method advocated by Dr. Halley. What is meant by the transit of Venus is the fact that the planet passing the observer and the Sun in daylight, when, by using colored or smoked glass to protect the eyes, it may be seen as a small spot moving across the face of the solar disk. The method of finding the distance to the Sun at such a time is as follows. Two observers are to be placed as far apart as possible, as B and S in diagram 10. From these positions, B will see Venus cross the face of the Sun along the dotted line 2, while S will see the planet projected nearer the top or edge of the Sun, moving along the line 1. The distance which separates the two projections of Venus against the solar disk, indicated by the short vertical line 1 to 2, will bear a certain proportionate relation to the baseline, or diameter of the Earth, which separates the observer B and S. On referring to the third law of Kepler, laid down in the 17th century, it is calculated that the ratio of the line 1 and 2 as compared with the line B and S will be as 100 is to 37. Consequently, if we know the dimensions of the triangle from B and S to Venus, it is simply a matter to find the dimensions of the triangle from Venus to the points 1 to 2 by the formula as 100 is to 37. Therefore, when we have found the number of miles that are represented by the space which separates the two dotted lines on the face of the Sun, then we can use line 1 to 2 as though it were a yardstick or rule and measure the size of the Sun from top to bottom. Such a method, which Encke used in his study of the records of the transits of Venus, which had been made 50 years prior, and it was stated as most reliable authority that the results he obtained were accepted without question. In round figures, he made the Sun to be about 97 million miles from the Earth and 880,000 miles from the top to bottom. All this seems reasonable enough, and it certainly is ingenious. And yet the observers were not, as a matter of fact, placed at the poles, nor were they diametrically opposed to each other in the diagram, but they observed the transit of Venus from two other points not so favorably placed, and so allowances had to be made in order to find the dimensions of the triangle BS. Venus would have been if the observers had been there to see the transit. And in making these allowances, our astronomers were all unconscious of the fact that if the observers really had been there, as the diagram and illustrated in all books and lectures on the subject, they could not have seen Venus at the same time, because A and B are upside down with respect to each other. Their two horizons are opposite and parallel to each other, and the planet could not be above the two horizons at the same time. But the allowances were made nevertheless, and the triangle, which as we see, was more metaphysical than real, was referred to as the third law of Kepler, which has been designed to fit a theory of a solar system which, so far, has not been supported by a single fact. The result of an entire proceeding was nil. Man, these people are clowns. Not doing their job right and just running with allowances. That's not cool. Chapter 7. A galaxy of blunders. The world of astronomy being satisfied that Encke had really found the distance of the sun, the time had come when the triangulation to the stars might be attempted, and this was done by F. W. Bessel in the year 1838. He is said to have been the first man to have a successful measurement of stellar distance when he estimated the star known as 6I Cygni to be 10.5 light years, or 63 trillion miles from the Earth, its angle of parallax being 0.31. And for this work, Bessel is regarded as virtually the creator of modern astronomy of precision. The reader who has followed me thus far will suppose that I intend to examine this measurement of 6I Cygni. That is so, but as it will be necessary to introduce astronomical terms and theories which will be unfamiliar to the layman, I must explain these at some length in order that he, as one of the jury, may be able to arrive at a just verdict. In the meantime, I respectfully call the attention of the responsible authorities of astronomy to this chapter, for it is probable that I shall here shatter some of the most cherished theories and complete the overthrow of the Copernican astronomy they represent. Light is said to travel at a speed of 186,414 miles a second. That is 671,090,400 miles in an hour, or 6 billion miles in a year. So when 6I Cygni is said to be 10.5 light years distant, it means that it is so far away that it takes its light 10.5 years to travel from the star to the eye of the observer, though it is coming at a rate of 671,090,400 miles an hour. 1 light year equals 6 trillion miles. Is that trillion? Pardon me, folks. Million, billion. That might be quadrillion. Pardon me, folks. I'll edit this out when I'm doing my I want to make sure that this is trillion or billion, or I mean, excuse me, or quadrillion. I'm a little off with my, I haven't, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay. Yeah, I was right. It's trillion, it appears. Which is still quite a lot. Okay. Yeah, thank you, What World. I just wanted to confirm. I know we do get into quadrillion miles on some of these stars. So I just wanted to make sure I had that right. So I appreciate it. All right, so 1 light year equals 6 trillion miles. An angle of parallax is the angle at the star at the apex of an astronomer's triangulation. The angle of parallax being 0.31, 31/100th of a second of arc, is so extremely small that it represents only 1/11,613th part of a degree. There is in Greenwich Observatory an instrument that has a vernier 6 feet in diameter, one of the largest in the world. A degree on this vernier measures about 3/4 of an inch, so that if we tried to measure the parallax 0.31 on that 0.31 of an arc second on that vernier, we should find that it be 15,484th part of an inch. When angles are as fine as this, we are inclined to agree with Tycho Brahe when he said that angles of parallax exist only in the minds of the observer. They are due to instrumental and personal errors. Oh, I love Tycho Brahe. The biannual or semi-annual method of stellar measurement with Bessel used for his triangulation is very interesting, and curiously enough, it is another by those singularly plausible inventions advocated by Dr. Halley. It will be remembered how Hipparchus failed to get an angle to the stars 2,000 years ago and arrived at this conclusion that they must be infinitely distant. And we have seen how that hypothesis has been handed down to us through all the centuries without question. So we can understand how Dr. Halley was led to design his method of finding stellar parallax on a corresponding infinitely distant scale. It appeared to him that no baseline on Earth, not even its diameter, would be any use for such an immense triangulation as the stars required, but he thought it might be possible to obtain a baseline long enough if he knew the distance of the sun. And his reasoning ran as follows. As we have learned from Copernicus that the Earth travels completely around the Sun once a year, it must be on opposite sides of the orbit every 6 months. Therefore, if we make an observation to a star, let us say tonight, and another observation at the same star when we were on the other side of the orbit, then we can see the entire diameter of the orbit as a baseline. Wrong. Sun is wrong. And he just said, somebody scribbled in the book and said, this is wrong if the distance to the sun is wrong. I like that whoever owned this book did that. Of course, this suggestion could not be put onto practice until the distance to the sun was found. But now that Encke had done that and found it to be about 97 million miles, Bessel had only to multiply that by 2 and find the diameter of the orbit so that the length of the baseline would be roughly 194 million miles. It seemed a simple matter then to make the 2 observations to find the angle of the star, 6i Cygni, and to multiply it into the length of the baseline just as a surveyor might do. A critical reader might observe that there is, in reality, only one Earth, and not 2, as it appears in diagram 2. The baseline is a very intangible thing to refer any angles to, and he might think it impossible to know what the angles of the lines of sight really do subtend to this imaginary baseline. But these questions do not necessarily concern the astronomer, because the theory of perpendicularity assures him that the star is at all times perpendicular to the center of the Earth, while the theory of parallax enables him to ignore the direction of his baseline altogether and to find his angle not at the base, but at the apex of the triangle at the star. These theories, however, deserve our attention. Parallax is the apparent change in the direction of a body when viewed from 2 different points. For example, an observer at A in diagram 12 would see the tree to the left of the house, but if he crosses over to B, the tree will appear to have moved to the right of his house. Now, in modern astronomy, the stars are supposed to be fixed, just as we know the tree and the house to be fixed, and the astronomer's angle to parallax is apparent change in the direction of a star as compared with another star when both are viewed from 2 such different points, such as the opposite sides of the orbit. The theory of parallax is stated in astronomy is that the nearer the star, the greater the parallax. Hence, the greater the apparent displacement, the nearer the star must be. In other words, it is supposed that because the tree in the diagram is nearer to the observer than the house, it will appear to have move further from the house than the house will appear to move away from the tree. If the observer views them alternately from A and B, that is the principle which Bessel relied upon to find the parallax of 6i Cygni. I will leave the reader to make his own comments upon it. The theory of perpendicularity tells us that all stars are perpendicular to the center of the Earth, no matter what direction they may appear to be in as we see them from different points on the surface, and proves it by geocentric parallax. Sorry about that, folks. Thought I got sniped from my own call. I don't know what happened. My phone just died. Anyway, so I'm going to get back into this. We're almost finished this chapter. This is very important. Just a little side note before I go further. This is one of my biggest issues is concerning parallax, and he's explaining this issue beautifully. So I just wanted to express that. So the theory of perpendicularity tells us that all stars are perpendicular to the center of the Earth, no matter what direction they may appear to be in, as we see them from different points on the surface, and proves it by geocentric parallax. If that is so, then every two observations to a star must be parallel to one another. The two angles at the base must inevitably equal 180 degrees, and consequently there can be no angle whatever at the star. But the word perpendicular is a relative term. It has no meaning unless it is referred to a line at right angles. Moreover, no thing can be said to be perpendicular to a point, and the center of the Earth is a point as defined by Euclid, without length, breadth, or width, or thickness. Yet this theory supposes a myriad stars all be perpendicular to the same point. The thing is false. The fact is that the stars diverge in all directions from the center of the Earth and from every point of observation on the surface. It should be as reasonable to say that all the spokes of a wheel are perpendicular to the hub. So much for the theories, but Bessel believed in them because they are among the tenets of astronomical faith. And he discovered that 6I Cygni appeared to move by an 11,613th part of a degree, as compared with another star adjacent to it. So he deduced the parallax of 0.31 of an arc second as the angle of 616, probably 616 Cygni, forgive me, folks. The other star and the star of reference being presumed to be so much further away as to have no angle whatever. It appears that, in spite of the fact that the theory of perpendicularity makes it impossible to obtain any angle to a star, Bessel is supposed to have found an angle by means of parallax. For although the two lines of sight are as nearly parallel as possible, the parallax 0.31 indicates that they are really believed to converge by the hair's breadth. Unfortunately for this idea, however, the theory of perpendicularity is supported by another theory, that of geocentric parallax, which makes every line of sight taken at the surface of the Earth absolutely parallel to a line from the center of the Earth to the star. Wherefore, astronomy has the choice of two alternatives. If these two theories are right, neither Bessel nor anyone else could ever get an angle to the star. While on the other hand, if he did obtain an angle, then the two theories are wrong. Still, we have not done with this matter, for the triangulation was made still further impossible by the use of sidereal time. Hipparchus had observed that whereas the sun crossed the meridian every 24 hours, the stars came round in turn and crossed in a little less, so that, for example, Orion would cross the meridian every 23 hours 56 minutes. 4.09 seconds. This is called a stellar or sidereal day. It is divided into 24 equal parts or hours, each a few seconds less than the ordinary hour of 60 minutes, which is taken by the sun. And it is this sidereal time which is used by all modern astronomers, their clocks being regulated to go faster than the ordinary clocks to keep pace with the stars as they pass. A sidereal time is designed to bring every star back exactly on the meridian every 24 hours by the sidereal clock. It follows of necessity that the stars reappear on the meridian with perfect regularity. If they do not, the clock is altered slightly to make them do so. The agreement between the star and the sidereal clock becomes a truism and a law invincible. It is certain, therefore, that if 61 Cygni did not appear to be exactly in the point placed by the astronomer's time, the clock was wrong. We have now two theories that the sidereal clock to prove that every line of sight to 61 Cygni is a parallel to every other, that they cannot possibly converge, and that consequently that no triangulation was obtained. Let us illustrate it in diagram 14. An observer at A sees the star Cygni and also R, the stars of reference, both on his meridian. The Earth is supposed to be moving around the Sun in the direction of the arrow until in 182 or 183 sidereal days, the observer is at B and sees both the star of his meridian exactly as he saw them before. The two meridians and lines of sight are parallel so that if the meridian and lines of sight are parallel so that if continued forever, they can never meet at a point, and the two angles at the base equal 180 degrees. Yet the stars are on both lines. I'm going to take a quick break. Thank you, Nana, for coming. Appreciate you out there in the chat. I'm probably going to do a couple more chapters, and then I'm going to get into maybe a conversation, but I'll be doing this later this week. Because I'm also doing the World Beyond the Poles book, and I'm going to try to go back and forth. I might just finish this up in the next couple days because it is an amazing read. I know he's getting a little bit more technical right now, but there is a clarity that comes with this book. I don't know why more people don't know about it. But thanks so much for showing. I'm going to finish up this chapter and take a decent break. And let's see. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Nana. All right, I'm going to jump back in here. It is obvious, therefore, that the stars have moved to the left, east, precisely as much as the Earth has moved to the left in its orbit. If the Earth has moved, so have the stars. That is clear. We have proved that Bessel did not get triangulation to 6-1 Cygni, because it is impossible to do so by the semi-annual method, and that the apparent displacement, or parallax, of 0.31 arcsecond was due to error. No such displacement could be discovered unless the clock was wrong, or unless Cygni itself had moved in reality more or less than the star of reference. Wherefore, as every astronomer since 1838 has used the same method, it follows that no triangulation of a star has ever been successfully made, and that every stellar distance given in modern textbooks of astronomy is hopelessly wrong. Though my case is now really won, and students of astronomy will see the justice of my conclusions, this chapter may not be quite complete without the following comments with reference to diagram 14. Reasoning entirely from the standpoint of the Copernican theories, we have seen that if the Earth had moved from one side to the other of the Sun to the other, so also have the stars. But astronomers know as well as I do that the stars do not move eastward, neither do they, in nature, even appear to do so. Their movement, real or apparent, being beyond all doubt to the westward. So it is established that the stars have not moved eastward from A to B, and this, added to the fact that they really would be in the same position with respect to the meridian, as shown in the diagram, proves that the Earth has not moved eastward either. And as the Earth has not moved from A to B, as Dr. Hawley and Bessel believed, the baseline disappears. The orbit no longer exists. And with the orbit falls the whole solar system of Nicholas Copernicus. Deal with it. So, his little note at the end of the chapter here. If the Earth remained rotating on its axis once in every sidereal day, the stars would appear always as shown at A, on the meridian, at the end of every revolution. But then we could not account for the fact that the sun is on that meridian at the end of the solar day, which is nearly 4 minutes longer than the stellar day. On the other hand, if we assume the Earth to be rotating on its axis once in every 24 solar hours, we could not then account for the stars being on the meridian every 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4.09 seconds, as we have proven them to be. And so we arrive at the only possible explanation, which is that the Earth remains always at A and does not rotate at all. But the sun passes completely round it once in 24 hours, unless the stars pass round it from east to west once in every sidereal day. Thus, they reappear on the meridian at every revolution, including the 183rd. And so, as we find that the star number 61 in the Swan Cygni was observed twice from the surface of the Earth, which was never moved since the creation. Thus, we know that the stars are not fixed, as Copernicus believed. And the edifice of modern astronomy, which Sir Robert Ball described as the most perfect of the sciences, might be more truly described as the most amazing of all blunders. I'll tell you what, I love this guy. I absolutely love this guy. Anybody out there want to give their opinion on that? That's a pretty big statement there. He actually just pulled that whole argument of you're on one side of the sun and you move to the other side of the sun and the stars are still the same in the sky. He didn't get into the daytime nighttime issue where you'd be flipped, so to speak, but it's still quite apparent. The 183 days, you're still gonna you should have a parallax of those stars, and it doesn't exist in any way, shape, or form. So that right there tells me a lot. We are not rotating. I mean, I already have a lot of evidence that says we don't. We sense none. There's no motion, no evidence, there is no optical experiment on this Earth that can verify that the Earth is moving. Einstein. That's why he came up with relativity. This is a big deal, you know? Like when you realize that you're not moving, possibly, you feel more grounded in this world. It's hard to explain, but it's definitely something that people need to kind of get their head around. Hey, brother, I see you out there in chat. Shout out to Robert. How you doing tonight, man? Yeah, this really is amazing information. This guy just wrecks them, just completely destroys them. I can't get over it. Um, but yeah, I appreciate that Robert. Yeah, I'm reading World Beyond the Poles as well. I did another session last night, and what I'm doing is kind of like a conversation piece. Like after a couple chapters, I bring somebody on, take like a little quick break or whatever, and we talk about stuff and get back into it. Later, I'm gonna recut them up and make like a proper audiobook out of it. But I've gotten about 4,000 views on the first one I did just about 2 weeks ago, so I'm pretty excited about that. But yeah, you know what? I won't take a break. We'll go one more chapter on this one, and then I'll go ahead and take a quick break. Hopefully, I'll get somebody in here. So, chapter 8, Mars. Ideas that have been familiar to us from our very earliest childhood, which we have heard echoed on every hand and seen reflected in 1,000 ways, are tremendously hard to shake. We seem to love them as part of ourselves and cling to them as a face of the most overwhelming evidence to the contrary. So it often happens that men and women whose common sense and reason tells them that many of the statements of astronomy are as incredible as the story of Jack and the Beanstalk are still locked apart with their lifelong beliefs and suggest that after all, the modern theory must be true because astronomers are all able to predict eclipses. But those Chaldeans used to predict the eclipses 3,000 years ago with a degree of accuracy that is only surpassed by seconds in these days because we have wonderful clocks, which they did not. Yet they had an entirely different theory of the universe than we have. The fact is that eclipses occur with a certain exact regularity, just as Christmas and birthdays do, every so many years, days, and minutes, so that anyone who has the records of the eclipses and thousands of years can predict them as well as the best astronomers, without any knowledge of their cause. The shadow on the moon at the lunar eclipse is said to be the shadow of the Earth. But this theory received a rude shock in February 27, 1877, for it is recorded in M. Camille Flammarion's Popular Astronomy that an eclipse of the moon was observed at Paris on that date in these circumstances. The moon rose at 5:29, sun set at 5:39, and the total eclipse of the moon began before the sun had set. The reader will perceive that the sun and moon were both visible above the horizon at the same time for 10 minutes before sunset. The shadow on the moon could not be cast by the earth. See diagram 31. He says, this is an appearance merely due to refraction. The sun, already below the horizon, is raised by refraction and remains visible to us. It is the same with the moon, which has not yet really risen, but when it seems to have already done so. Here is a case where modern astronomy expects us to discredit the evidence of our own senses, but to believe instead their impossible theories. This atmospheric refraction is supposed to work both ways and defy all laws. It is supposed to throw up an image of the sun in the west where the atmosphere is warm and at the same time throw up an image of the moon in the east where it's cool. It's absurd. When speaking of the measurement of the distance to Mars by Sir David Gill in the same year of 1877, Sir Norman Lockyer described it as one of the noblest achievements in astronomy, upon which depend the distance of the dimension of everything in the firmament except the moon. Evidently a very big thing, worthy of our best attention. The method Sir David Gill used was the diurnal method of measurement by parallax, which we've dealt with in an early chapter. He adopted the suggestion made by Dr. Halley and took the two observations to Mars himself at Ascension Island in the Gulf of Guinea. The prime object of the expedition was really to find the distance to the sun, though he remembered that he had been done by Encke 50 years before by the transit of Venus, which was to be done by first measuring the distance to Mars and having found that by multiplying the result by 2.6571, roughly 3, as suggested by Kepler's theories of relative distances of the Sun, Earth, and planets. In this manner, distance to Mars, 35 million times 2.6571 equals 93 million miles. The Encyclopedia Britannica tells us that the sun's distance is the indispensable link which connects terrestrial measures with all celestial ones, those of the moon alone excepted, hence the exceptional pains taken to determine it, and assures us later that the first really adequate determinations of solar parallax were those of Sir David Gill, results of 8.8, and that this measures have never been superseded. He found the angle of parallax of Mars to be about 23 degree arcseconds, I believe. which made its distance to be 35 million miles. And this multiplied by 2.6571 showed that the sun to be 93 million miles in the opposite direction. We realize that although the sun's distance is said to be an indispensable link, it depends upon the measurement to Mars, so that this is more indispensable still. It is the key to all the marvelous figures of astronomy, and for that reason we will give it special treatment. The figure 35 million miles depends upon the angle at the planet, which is an angle of parallax. That is the apparent change in direction of Mars to the right or left of the star X, star of reference, when both are viewed from the opposite ends of the baseline, which in this case is the diameter of the Earth. See diagram 15. Theory. If Mars is much nearer than X, and both are at the line of the perpendicular to the center of the Earth, an observer at A will see the planet to the left or east of the star, while B will see it to the right or west of the star. East and west are local terms and change with the position of the observer. The star of reference is presumed to be billions of miles away, so far away, indeed, that it is supposed to have no angle at all, so that the lines A and B are really parallel to each other and at right angles to the baseline, as shown on diagram 16. Even Mars is at a tremendous distance, so that the angle of parallax is the very small fraction of a degree by which the planet is less perpendicular than the star. Nevertheless, however slight the apparent displacement of Mars may be if it is between the two perpendiculars, A and B, the lines of sight, AM and BM, would meet somewhere at that point. So far, we have supposed A and B to be making observations at the same time, but Sir David Gill believed with Dr. Halley that he might take the two observations himself, the first being from A in the evening and the second from B the next morning, allowing the rotation of the Earth to carry him around from A to B during the night, and that these two observations would give him the same result as two observations taken by A and B at the same Greenwich time. Accordingly, he took two observations at Ascension Island, one to his east and the other to his west, and relying upon all the theories of his predecessors, failed to perceive that his second line of sight to the planet was on the wrong side of the perpendicular and diverged from the first. The fundamental principle of the parallactic angles is unsound, while it is at the same time in conflict with quite a host of other astronomical theories, because the theories of atmospheric refraction, perpendicularity, geocentric parallax, and aberration of light, combined with the use of sidereal time, all go to prove that every observation taken from the surface of the Earth to a star is exactly parallel with the line from the center of the Earth to the same star, and that B's line to X is parallel to that of A. Consequently, if Mars were on the line OX in diagram 15, as Dr. Haley presumed. Let me go back to that real quick. I was back to 12, pardon me. Let's see. I'll just continue. Consequently, if Mars were on the line of OX in diagram 15, Dr. Haley presumed when he invented this method that it would be perpendicular to both A and B, therefore neither one observer or the other would see it at any angle at all, as shown in diagram 17. It is not possible for any observer on Earth to see Mars to the right or left of a star, and that is perpendicular, unless the planet is in reality to the right or left of that perpendicular. No apparent displacement could occur, but the displacement must be physical, and so the theory of parallactic changes is exploded. I'll be done with this chapter in just a moment. I'd like to chat with everybody. Of course, there will be some ready to contend that Sir David Gill really did measure an angle. That is true, but it will prove to be an actual physical deviation of the planet between the perpendicular, which is a very different thing from an angle of parallax. But it was believed to be a parallactic angle, and that is to say, it was supposed to be only an optical or apparent displacement due to the change of the position of the observer from A to B. Hence, a world of romance is built upon that little angle in this fashion. Angle of Mars, 23 arc seconds equals 35 million miles. 35 million miles times 2.6571 equals 93 million solar parallax of 8.8 arc second. Distance of the sun. The sun's diameter is 875,000 miles. Weight XYZ pounds. Age 17 million years, and will probably be burnt out in another 17 million. 93 million times 2 equals 186 million miles diameter of Earth's orbit. The distance to the stars must be billions of miles or even more. They must be a terrific size, and the Earth is only a little speck of dust in the Brobdingnagian universe, etc., etc., etc. I love this guy. I love this author. But we have not yet done with that angle. Regarded as an angle of parallax and considered to be equivalent to just such an angle as a surveyor would use in measuring a plot of land, it was of course presumed that the two lines of sight converge so as to meet at a point 35 million miles away. See diagram 18. This, however, is a mistake, for the two lines of observation, when placed in their proper relations to each other and in the order that they were taken, should be as in diagram 19, which shows that they were diverged. We will prove this in diagram 20, a study of our earlier diagram 6, which gives a suggestion of a small section mapped out with the dotted lines to indicate latitude and longitude in universal space, reveals the fact that the 12-hour rotation of the Earth does not transfer the observer from A to B in space, because according to Copernican astronomy, the Earth is not only rotating on its axis during these 12 hours, but also rushing through space in a gigantic orbit around the sun at a rate of 66,000 miles an hour or thereabouts. And so when the observer takes the second observation, he is something like 750,000 miles away from where he started. He is at a latitude G in diagram 6. Now, let us study diagram 20, which has been made as simply as possible in order to illustrate the principles involved more clearly. The letter C is used in this diagram to take the place of G in the earlier diagram 6 because of the simpler to describe the movements of the observer by A, B, C, and then by A, B, G, easily to convey my meaning. Yeah, I see what he's saying. The stars are just still there with all this movement. All the principles and theories of modern astronomy have been carefully observed, and the parallelisms of the lines in strictly in accordance with the theories of Greenwich. As I anticipate, that in the course of time is a battle royale with waged around the question of the measurement to Mars. I wish to make it quite clear that diagram 20 is designed only to illustrate the principles. It is to clarify the whole proceeding so that the layman can follow the argument. If the Royal Astronomical Society have any objection to make, I will be happy to discuss these questions with them in a manner worthy of the subject. The discussion may then perhaps be more refined indeed. I foresee a very pretty debate, therefore. Wherefore I advise them that I know that Sir David did not really take his observations with a 12-hour interval as proposed by Dr. Halley, because it's impossible. But that he actually waited only 7.5 hours, hence my use of C in the place of G in diagram 20. But that only elevates the discussion to a higher plane. While the principle and the net result remain the same, in the appointed time and place, I will discuss the actual practice if desired. But here I am, dealing with the principle and dealing with the layman and the judge. Now, let us get on with diagram 20. The first observation is taken at A, the second at C. It was evening when the observer was at A, but it was morning when he arrives at C, so that his east and west are reversed, the sun remaining fixed far below the bottom of this page. The sun is at the observer's west in the evening and his east in the morning, while Mars is in the opposite direction of the sun. In this example, I have placed the planets exactly at the perpendicular from A to the star of reference, thus A, Mars, X. That is a starting point of the first observation, taken in the evening to the observer's eastward. 12 hours later, the observer is at sea and sees the same of the planet both at the west. But Mars is at the same time not exactly on the perpendicular, but very little to the left of the star. The planet is not quite as much west as the star, that is to say, being to the left, it is to the eastward in the universal geography and to the eastward of the perpendicular line CX. Now, if we're not particularly careful, we had not this diagram to guide us, it would be quite natural to think that the first observation to the east should be on the left hand and the other to the west on the right, so as to face each other so that any angle that might appear, such as an angle of parallax, would be between the two perpendiculars to the star. They would seem to be shown in diagram 18, but this is wrong. Referring again to diagram 20, where the observations are illustrated in the proper order as they were actually taken in all the accordance with the theories of Copernican astronomy, we find that the angles of Mars is to the eastward, outward of the two perpendiculars. This is more simply shown in diagram 19, A being the first observation in the right and C the second observation to the left. That is correct. Starting, as we did, with Mars on the perpendicular at A, we know that whenever we shall see it again, it must be at the eastward of the star, which marks that perpendicular, because while the stars remain fixed in space and the planet is moving every hour along its orbit to the eastward round of the sun, and so when we see it from C in the next morning, it is as we have shown in diagram 19 and 20. It has moved from the line AX to a position a little further east in the universal space with the line CX. Whatever displacement there is outside the two perpendiculars, so that the second line of sight to Mars diverges from the first. Consequently, no triangulation occurs, and nothing of any material value is accomplished. The so-called angle of parallax was a displacement due to a real movement of the planet during the night. In conclusion, as AX and CX are one of the same, perpendicular and no angle, either real or apparent, occurs between them in the first observation, AX, with a baseline of entirely without value and may be discarded as useless. This leaves us with only one perpendicular CX and the second observation, which proves to be a narrow inverted triangle, CX Mars, with a displacement of the planet XM, hitherto known as parallax of Mars, indicates how much the planet has moved to the left and the star during the night, while the observer at C at the apex, just that and no more. He's getting into very particular things right there, and he's just trying to dispute one guy's parallax measurement of Mars, and I think he went a little too crazy with that. Anyways, that's chapter 8. I'm going to take a quick break. Does anybody want to jump in, have a conversation? I'll drop the link, have a quick conversation about this. I don't know how much people heard about it. Well, I hope I don't have a bunch of dead air because let's see, who do we got in here? We might have some dead air. I don't know what I can go on a rant about. Robbie, you around? You, Issa? Well, guys, I'm gonna kind of take a quick break and I get a drink and whatnot. I hate to have dead air, but you guys seem entertained by the chat room, so. Oh, Issa, what's up, brother? You guys came back. Nice.
What up, brother?
Not much, man.
Yeah. So many miles.
So, were you listening to these past couple chapters?
Yeah. There we go.
So the last couple chapters, he kind of proved that the Earth is not moving.
Yeah, that thing's awesome, brother.
Yeah, this last one was just the last chapter was a bit more tedious because he's trying to disprove one particular guy's parallax measurement of Mars. So he got like real hard into the. It was a bit hard to read, to be honest with you. Bunch of
Well, you're starting to talk about
gobbledygook.
diagrams.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
just like
that changes
without the actual without showing it on map, and proving.
Yeah, the diagrams weren't even that good, so it was like kind of hard. Like I knew what he was saying the entire time. He was just kind of over explaining it. Like it's just one guy's parallax measurement was just incorrect,
Yeah, it's fucking dude. Honestly though, man, it's so nice to you talk. It's fucking great, bro. Like literally, I'm like it sounds so nice. I wish you would just expound on it. I don't even know if you need anyone else in here. I saw Planet de Veritas, Mr. Bassano. How you doing, sir? It'd be cool to get him in here.
Yeah, I kind of offered.
Yeah, man. Freaking, but it's so nice to listen to, man.
I appreciate it, man. It's
Yeah.
This is I don't know. This is I feel like it's a good contribution. I don't sit there and like make videos about certain things or whatever. But these books, they really need to get out there, and I don't mind reading. And it's like motivating. Like I would I would have put all this stuff off. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't have read these books unless I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna read it to everybody else. That way I can read it and help the community.
No. Or what is it? Is it Fahrenheit 451?
Oh, you broke up. What'd you say?
51? Or is it the right it?
You broke up a lot. What'd you say?
Oh, forgive me. Fahrenheit 451. Have you read that book
Yeah.
where they have to
I know
memorize
of it.
the books.
Yeah, I know of it. I never read it though.
So it's like one of those things. Like if the books are gone, like hopefully we could always tune into this. You know what I mean? And like you have the book. It's cool.
Mhm. Oh yeah. Yeah, you ever seen that movie Book of Eli with
Yeah.
where he memorizes, he's blind, he memorizes the
Yeah.
Bible.
And he gives him. Yeah, he ends up giving it up at the end. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
dope. That's what makes me think of like the Quran, dude. Like the real scholars, they have to memorize it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They memorize the whole Quran. Crazy.
That's crazy. I gotta
This book is dope. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is, man.
So,
So I put the link out there. Hopefully the troll don't get it. I gotta delete that shit real quick.
that's why I was kind of cracking up because this one song. I mean, actually, I love Tim. I do like. I fucking love Tim Osmond.
Yeah, I
But
got
it's
no
like,
problems with the dude.
But it's so real, like so pertinent, or like apropos. It's like they took my moon, the stars away. Like, hey, what up, brother? How are you, sir?
Mr.
Good, good. How you guys
Fasano.
doing, man? How you guys doing, man?
Feeling good, man.
So I heard about this book, man. I've been waiting for somebody to send it to me, and now you got Google Drive link, so I'm gonna download it and read it now.
Yes, sir. It's only 100 pages, but man, he crushes it. I'm serious. Every chapter is gold. Like he's just crushing the whole Copernican system.
Yeah,
Thanks for sharing.
I did a video of on perspective. Somebody put out a software program, and I was gonna let it run, and I was gonna talk. I was just gonna let it play, because what it did was it took you from the sun, and it took you out, you know, distance-wise of each planet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had asked a question in chat, you know, what you were reading about Mars, that 35 million miles, where was that measurement taken from? Was it taken from the Earth, or because the distance they had for that program that I showed, they had it at 48 million miles. But it was interesting because the guy puts inside the window, as you know, the screen is moving along through time and light years, so to speak. And it says if you were to lay this out end to end, you know, you would need somewhere around 2,400 screens or something like that, you know, just to get a broader perspective of how far Mars was from the Earth.
Yeah, and it's all nonsense. It's based off of a false premise from Hipparchus. He traces it back to Greek times.
Yeah, and the whole video I did, the content was just basically showing people, look, when we look at what they want us to believe with regard to perspective and distance and what light is doing, and you've got to look at things at a specific angle, at a specific time of day or year. I said to people, I mean, let's be honest with each other. If you're going to look at the moon with a pair of $20 binoculars from Walmart, do you honestly fucking think you can see fucking Mars 48 million miles away? I don't give a shit how big the telescope is. But you really think that we have it? That video was about we don't have the technological capability to see anything a million miles.
That's the thing. It's like if you were to take, let's say you could see the moon 238,000 miles away. They claim, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you were pretend you're on a flat plane with atmosphere, right, instead of this globe, right, which probably are. But let's say you're on that and you have the same telescope and you point it down the lane. You think that telescope's going to be able to see 238,000 miles?
No, and it's not. And
it's just madness.
Everyone's talking about it has to do with the angle, it has to be where you're located, the refraction, reflection, you know, all these type of things. I mean, but when you look at technical specifications, specifically regarding when I talked about Hubble and Sophia, and I did a comparison, you tell me how it is a 747 with the same technical specifications can give me better pictures than something that's supposed to be in no atmosphere at 330 miles in the sky. And people were back and forth arguing about this whole thing. Oh, you're an idiot. You don't know anything about optics. And I responded to somebody privately saying, well, neither do you. You're just calling me an idiot because I can't explain it because no one else can explain it. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. How could something at 330 miles above us give us terrible pictures, but something 45,000 feet flying at 500 miles an hour can give us the best pictures we've ever seen? You know?
Yeah.
And for me, when you were reading this about Mars, and the distance of what these guys are talking about, it all comes down to what their perspective was back in 1922, because they sure as hell didn't have the technological capability to even know that potentially was Mars. I mean, you look at Edwin Hubble. This guy looked into a telescope at an observatory, maybe 1/3 the size of today's telescopes, and he calculated the universe is speeding away from us in the opposite direction at 90 million miles a second.
Yeah,
so that means, Kath, when you go take a drink, however much time it took you to come back, we're gone. We're long gone, dude.
Yeah, and he made this point just in this last chapter. He said, if we're moving all these distances, 186 days later, we're a ridiculous distance away from the point where so you can't use that as a baseline for triangulation.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
that's what these guys are doing.
Exactly.
They're waiting for another date to come by, using that point as some baseline for triangulation, and it's all just based off of false premises.
You know, for me, as I continue to go down this journey, looking for more and more information, start fusing things together. When well, when we can all agree that the constellations are fixed and they have been for since as long as we can remember, then you have to also potentially assume that these planets are also in fixed positions and they're at another layer, meaning they're not millions of miles away. They're thousands of miles away, maybe hundreds of thousands of feet away, but
Serious.
they're not millions of miles away. They're probably in another layer, and somehow they hide behind other objects where they can't be seen for maybe months, weeks, years, you know, and people who says, yeah, I saw Mars. Really, you did? Show me. I haven't seen
Right.
anybody to this date. To this date, not a single observatory on Earth you can go to their website and actually see a crystal clear picture of any one of the planets. And Mars is supposed to be the closest one to us, and then you got Venus. You know, someone was showing the other day, you know, on some live feed for NASA. They said that this was a live feed of what the sun was doing. Well, it wasn't a live feed; it was a recording. But when you look at the recording, you think to yourself, wait, the angle that whatever this object was that was actually monitoring the sun. Let me go look in NASA's database to see what could be at that angle looking at the sun. And guess what? There's nothing at that angle looking at the sun to give that picture at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
There's nothing that they don't even have the optical capability to zoom in that close without damaging the lens. And from what I was told, the telescopes, the optical devices they actually have on SOHO and Discover, you won't believe this. They're almost the size of a large beer can, dude. That's how round. That's the diameter. They don't have. I mean, they said that they have to keep it covered up to keep it from
And,
getting damaged.
and where is Soho exactly? Is that the
So
one they said
Soho's
they
supposed
have
to be.
like at a Lagrange point
Yeah, they got it at the
facing the
Lagrange
sun?
one. Yeah, they say they have it at Lagrange one,
So
facing the
wait, let
sun.
me. Do Lagrange points move with us too? It's like this.
I'm still trying to understand that. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm really trying to. From what the interview I had with the guy Joseph Berman, who was pretty cool, called him up a second time, and he first thing he said was, "Yeah, how you doing? I'm not in the mood to get trolled again." I said, "I didn't troll you the first time."
Wait, was this the guy who you talked to for Sophia?
No, this is the guy I talked to with Soho.
Okay,
Soho Center.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's funny.
And you know, I was trying to get an understanding of how the Lagrange ranges work, and apparently there's a specific outer layer of our electromagnetic field or gravitational field, whereby the sun's gravitational field and ours creates some sort of buffer where there's nothing happening. They kind of
Yeah.
it's like bringing two magnets together that are opposing each other, and you've got this dead space in between where nothing can get in between. Nothing moves there. Nothing happens.
Yeah.
So it gets to this point, it just boom. Okay, can somebody hit the brakes, please? Can we stop? So when I started looking into what they talk about the Lagrange range, I'm like, wait a minute here. You just slingshot this damn half a ton device off this planet and slingshot it around the Earth at over 17,000 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden, hold on,
Right?
stop, stop. We hit the 1 million mile mark. That's what they're
It
saying.
it's so strange. It really
I mean,
is.
come on.
But are
If we
these?
go with the
I want
laws
to
of
know
physics,
are the points moving with us though? You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's
I see. I
so
don't.
odd.
John and I talked about that. You know, Robert Short and I talked. We don't believe any of that shit because here's the deal. If you go with the laws of physics, which we all, if you took it in high school, an object in motion stays in motion until something slows it the fuck down or stops it and changes its direction, right?
Yeah.
So here you go, you've got this vehicle that was slingshot around the earth, took who knows how many years or months to travel 1,000,000 miles, and it just stopped in this area they claim where nothing's happening. It doesn't go any closer, it doesn't come back, it doesn't drop out of the sky. They can't explain it. I've read the papers. They cannot explain it. So if you can't explain it, then I'm gonna call bullshit. You don't know what this is. I'm gonna tell you that that thing's not out there.
Yeah. It's not that they don't necessarily know what it is. I don't think it's even there. I don't even think it exists.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but when you
I mean,
tell
the point.
me, when you tell me I've got to take these physics courses to understand the basic laws of physics when it comes to motion and velocity and acceleration, right, and gravity, and you tell me, okay, here goes the Newtonian mechanics, here goes orbital mechanics. How the hell are you going from 17,000 miles an hour to zero? In free and supposedly microgravity in free space. You can't do that. You know? I mean, we all seen those road running coyote cartoons. What happens when he runs off the fucking cliff? He stops and falls straight down. I mean, it's just I don't know, man. I mean, I'm still looking through documentation. I really am, because I'm looking for that holy grail like you're reading right now, where you just catch someone who actually has been writing papers for decades, and they've been going off of this 1922 book that you're reading, and you figure out, holy shit, the science that they've been using all along is bullshit. There was no way they could have known this. So how are they doing what they're doing today? And when you can't find the papers of how they're doing what they're doing today, that automatically tells you they're not doing it. Because they didn't do it back then. So how the hell did they come up with this? I tell you how they came up with it. Just like the rest of us. We all have a fantastic imagination. I can think of this shit too.
That's the thing, is when we're dealing with these space agencies, we know a damn good amount of this is deception. There's no other way around it.
But see, while we're all doing this, Kat, is this. It's all deception. Everybody knows it. But here's the problem. Why?
To maintain this monolith, to maintain this construct,
but
the status quo.
Yeah, but why lie to me and tell me
that's what gets me. That's what gets me talking about that birth certificate shit. Because why are they doing it? They need a brain dead population in order to keep the funds running the way they've got it set up.
Slave population. My thing, I go deep and philosophical on it. Like a Big Bang cosmology, this materialist construct, it eventually leads you to atheism and nihilism. This whole idea that we're insignificant, that we're nothing. That's a perfect philosophical construct to give to your slave population. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When you enslave a people, there's a purpose why you enslave them. And what is it all historically, what has it been for when you enslave someone? You enslave a large. Well, it's not just about control of those people. There's something you want from those people. It's not just their labor. It's something you need them to do so that you can do what you need to do.
Well, how about this, brother? There's no involuntary servitude, which implies that there is voluntary servitude. See, like me and Kentucky, there's like this, like they got to tell you, and then you got to go along with it, kind of thing. Where the part of their game is like, like they have to tell you, and then you have to go along with it anyway.
Well, let's look at it historically. Let's look at it historically this way. If we go back as far as the Egyptians, right? The Egyptians enslaved a shitload of people, but for what purpose? It was to mine, it was to excavate, it was to build. They built all that shit. When they were done building that shit, what did they do with those slaves? They dispensed with them. They let them go. They let them go. So when we talk about 21st century mind fucks, where we're being told, hey, it's important to have a job. It's important to work for someone else, to be part of the system, to contribute, to be a productive member of society, of humanity. For what purpose? It's not for your purpose. Yeah, You get to live, eat, sleep, drink, piss,
Just
shit,
so you can go
shower,
to
and
work.
shave, just so you can get back up and go right back to work today. But what's the purpose? I don't care what kind of job you're doing, but what's the end all objective?
You know
Because
why? I think, yo, brother, you know why? To keep them busy. That's
but
it.
they keep them busy from what? There's something other secret that they're doing behind this
No, I know what you mean.
the
This
Wizard of
is
Oz
getting,
curtain. You understand what I'm saying?
this goes spiritual.
So
You know what I mean? Like
that's,
it gets
yeah,
into
yeah,
those
yeah.
levels where we're talking about some cosmic, like spiritual, godly Satan. Something's going on at that higher level that I think
And
they
that's
know about.
and that's the thing. I think that this is just one. Because I'm heavily into machine learning and artificial intelligence now. And let me tell you you guys know that I put out, the second video I put out was simulated universe. Nothing is real, right? That was the second video I put on my channel. Now get this. Every paper I've been collecting so far for the past 7 weeks for my graduate courses, dude, when I first started, there was like very little papers talking about simulated universe, right? Within the past 7 weeks, dude, you won't believe how many more physicists come out, theoretical physicists saying that what they thought was there is not there. What they believed existed doesn't exist. What they've been testing for, hoping to find, they didn't find. And they're saying, and they're collectively agreeing that nothing could be real. This is probably all a simulation. I was, someone sent me the article, and I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Well,
Yeah, but with that,
maybe the whole thing is the control system is just to keep that lie going. Maybe
Yeah,
the
but
people
here's
at
the
the top
thing.
know that that's the issue.
What if we're just an organic biotechnical construct, which basically has a shelf life, man?
well, what about if
Whereby, go
we
ahead.
emit energy? What about if we emit energy, and the more they can keep us in a lower, like if they can control, let's say like, when you're
Fear, like I get what you're saying. You're breaking up though, Issa.
amped up, then they're going to be like generating more heat, more energy.
Well, think
If
about
they're
this.
upset,
If you believe in the Matrix
Yeah,
construct, on how
yeah.
when he woke up, he saw himself inside that little pod, and there were all these babies in there, and they were like
Batteries,
double
yeah.
D batteries and shit. He goes, hey, this is what they're going after. You're just
Yeah.
nothing but you're a fucking 9-volt battery, D battery.
Biological energy source, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just basically it. And what was the whole goal in the Matrix? Was to break free of the program. Was
Yeah.
to break free of it. They were trying to get out of it. And that's what this elevated transcendence and consciousness is about. No,
Yes, sir.
I'm not saying people don't want to be here and they just want to kill themselves. No. When you look at someone who commits suicide, something happens to them. Either, they didn't fucked up somebody else's life, they're in a shitload of trouble and they don't have to deal with it. Or something happened to them where they realize, you know what, I don't belong here. So the only way to get out of here is let me just end it and go. And I've read papers on, psychological papers where people actually talk to psychiatrists and talked about what they go through when they thought about suicide and wanted to commit suicide. They said that they just woke up one morning and they realized, what am I doing? I don't belong here. I don't want to be here.
Yeah, this
At all.
place, I always kind of relate it to, like, more modernly with the movies, like, kind of a combination of The Matrix and Avatar. I almost feel like that we're logging into this place. And I've said earlier tonight, that's why we go to sleep every night. We're logging off. It's like an MMO. We, we're jacked in from some other place, coming into this physical realm, experiencing this 100-year time dilation and going through this physical process for whatever reason. Is unclear, but I think we're here to wake up to it, realize, pick a side, and go for it.
I mean, it's to me. I mean, what I'm reading, what you've been reading, I just I can't. I don't even like using the word believe anymore. What I've been reading, it just doesn't make any sense anymore, and I'm kind of disappointed. It took me over 40 years to realize that I always had that feeling that something's just not right. Something's just
Yeah.
not right. But it wasn't that I was afraid to come out and say, you know what? I just asked a lot of questions, and those questions led to being dispensed with. Why do you have to ask questions about everything? Well, isn't that
Right.
what the aim of education is? To ask questions about how did you come about all this information? Do you believe this? Well, what else should we believe? And when I kept hearing those responses, what else should we believe? I looked at them like, how the hell do I know? If you don't believe it, what the hell should I believe it for?
Yeah.
And it's just all of this tech and all this talk and how they word a lot of these papers that I'm reading. They're hiding it. They're hiding it in plain sight, but they're putting it in these textual constructs whereby you're not going to go on Google and be able to type in a simple keyword or Boolean search, lunar laser range finding, how far is the moon? You know, it's not going to be that easy. We found a document. We found several documents. And the data was actually hidden within halfway in between 624 pages. Talked about the
How
moon.
far away was it?
Bro, there's some stuff we're going to talk about on Tuesday that's going to blow your mind, bro.
That's what I just read a chapter about how far the moon was.
Dude, we know exactly. Put it this way. I'm not going to say we know exactly where it is because there is no fixed position. But I will tell you this. What they did and what they talked about, they're saying, they said in this document, I can give you a little excerpt. This is what they're saying. They're saying if you walked outside right now and you saw the moon, right?
Yeah. Looking
With
at it right now.
with your own eyes,
I am right now.
you see the light, right? But
Yeah.
get this. If you took a camera right now to try to take a picture of it, however fast that flash is, you can take that picture. They're saying that picture is 2.5 seconds old, and the moon actually moved 948 kilometers from the time you took that picture.
It does move pretty fast.
Dude, no, you won't believe how fast it moves.
No, I mean I've seen, especially when it's on the horizon, you can
All right,
really notice. I know what you're talking about.
I'm going to give you 3 guesses on how fast you think the moon moves. And when I tell you what the real number is, you ain't going to believe it.
Well, because the sun moves at 1,014, that's where we get that spin rate.
Are you sure the sun is moving at 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, no. What I'm saying is the way I understand it is the way we get our 24,000 mile circumference and the 24-hour days is we do the math, break it down. The sun's moving 1,000 miles. Well, we're rotating, they say, but the moon being on its own little orbit has a variation in speed. So, what is it that you've found out about the speed of the moon?
I'm gonna give you 3 guesses. And the reason why I want to give you those 3 guesses, not because I want to prove you wrong. It's just that I want to make you laugh. I want to make you laugh. I'll give you take first guess. How fast?
Well, you just said in 2 seconds it's 900 some odd kilometers.
Yeah, it moved 948 kilometers.
So that's a ridiculous speed if you break it down to an hour.
Yeah. Because if you convert that 948 kilometers into miles per hour.
Wait a second, are you talking ISS speed? 17.5 or some shit?
No. They claim that they say specifically the moon is moving 827,000 miles an hour.
What the fuck?
That's what I said when we read the document. That's what I said. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? And at first, and let me take that. No sense. It's a university document.
Well, what did they say the distance was? If it was
here's the thing. They never give you the exact thing. They said that it's like it moved. It's within 948 kilometers of Leo. And I'm like, I asked everybody, who we were discussing this with. I'm like, do any of you guys know where the fuck Leo is? Everybody said no. I don't know where Leo is. I'm like, can anybody tell me where Leo is? They're like, no. I'm like, why the hell don't they just say how far it traveled from the Earth? Why do you gotta say 948 kilometers from Leo? So when we calculated it out, we were like, wait a minute. In 2.5 seconds, you're telling me this fucker is moving 827,000 miles an hour? I'm like, Whoa, 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 whoa. And I just had a talk with a flat earther today who lives here in Medellin. We went to lunch together, my family and his family. Real smart guy, highly intelligent. And we started discussing this. And here's what we came up with. The moon ain't moving that fast. Now, we can all agree, if Cat's looking at the moon and I'm looking at the moon and I'm in Colombia, we both can take pictures of the same exact surface features of the moon. But we shouldn't be seeing the same surface features. I should be seeing one section of it. He sees a different section of it. Yeah. Right? But get this. We have hypothesized that the numbers that they put in that document correlate to the possibility that the moon is literally fucking hyperspeed spinning ball or disc, and that the reason why everyone always sees the same surface features is because it's spinning so fast. You don't see it spinning that fast. You see the same image. And if you think I'm bullshitting about that, go look at some videos where they talk about velocity and acceleration, and look at an object that accelerates and it just moves at a terminal velocity where you can't even tell if the object is still moving because it looks like it's stationary. Now, then the guy I talked to told me that there was a possibility that what Crow has been doing, and when he sees the lunar wave, he's seen this lunar wave. Remember, you guys, when you heard the Hubble conversation I had, when I talked to this guy about the possibility of superfluid helium existing up there? And he says, that's interesting. What kind of densities are we talking about? The only way you would possibly see a lunar wave is if when the moon went through its oscillating up and down motion, moving through the sky, spinning at 827,000 miles an hour, but you don't even see it rotating or anything like that because it's moving, it's spinning so fast, but it is moving up and down in the sky. That time you see that wave means that it dropped out of that fluid medium to allow you to see the wave. And it could be some sort of like a sonic sound wave or like a regular electromagnetic wave.
Hell, I've even thought
that was a high energy pulse.
I even think it might be fluid because, we're talking about different densities and it's in a particular layer, so to speak.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But
our atmosphere is you could argue our atmosphere behaves like a fluid.
Yeah.
And they do speak of that like that.
But it ain't 258,000 miles, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We also fused together the information I put out about European Southern Observatory. They shot a laser up into the sky, and it hit a layer of sodium atoms at 90 kilometers.
Oh, I heard you talk about this, yeah.
Yeah, so someone tried to punk me and said, you're stupid, you don't know anything about adaptive optics. And here it is, I talked to someone who works for this facility, and that person didn't want to hear it. They were like, I don't care who you talk to. You don't understand adaptive optics. I said, well, you probably don't either, because I talked to 5 different people. And they're saying, if you shoot a laser up into the sky, you should just keep going. It shouldn't be hitting anything. And they say it right on their website. On their website, European Southern Observatory. They hit a layer of sodium atoms and excite them to the point to where they heat them up and they glow to create artificial stars. Artificial stars.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, I focused on that before about artificial stars, but in this particular case, I was more interested in why a 22-watt laser fired from an observatory can just stop at 90 kilometers. So if you're measuring things in the atmosphere between 90 and 110 kilometers, where could everything else be? It's got to be within that range or at a lower altitude, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means that everything that is up in the sky we see in the nighttime is probably somewhere around 200,000 feet, 200 to 300,000 feet, man.
Huh? That's what I was thinking. Honestly.
Now get this. Those objects are probably fucking really, really, really small, with the exception of the moon and the sun. Like Venus, Mars, all that shit. That is probably the size of a fucking lint ball on your nutsack. I'm dead serious, bro. And that's why I put out that perspective video that there's no way we're seeing anything millions of miles away. That shit's hundreds, maybe thousands of feet away.
Yeah.
It's not millions of miles. Nothing.
No, not at all.
There
That's what the
ain't
whole
no
book
way.
is about. Honestly, this book in the beginning, the preface. Here, let me just read it quickly to you. What he says, the opening of the preface. He says, in the year 1907, the author made a remarkable discovery which convinced him that the sun was very much nearer to the Earth than was generally supposed. The fact that he had discovered was demonstrated beyond all doubt, so that he was compelled to believe that, however improbable it might seem, astronomers had made a mistake when they estimated the distance of the sun to be 93 million miles. So that's how this starts. He goes and traces everything back historically and realizes that all of astronomy sits on the mistake of one man named Hipparchus. And it's just mistake after mistake after mistake since then.
Let me tell you something. I think the whole distance of the sun is just a fucking one big geometry trick.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I've said before, I don't know if the earthly physics can apply to the celestial realm, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like you've got Kepler and Newton trying to apply what happens here on Earth to the motions of the stars. I don't think you can apply those physics up there.
All right, get this. You in high school, you remember, putting something on a microscopic slide and then looking at it in a microscope?
Yeah.
Now, look how what you were looking at in a microscope was just teeming with like thousands and millions of fucking weird shit that you'd never seen before, right?
Sure.
So now look at the Earth with 4 layers of atmosphere, different pressures, different gases, right? At varying altitudes, throw in some heat, throw in some cryo temperatures, throw in some stable temperatures, and now match that up with the most advanced telescope you think you can buy, which actually, some of these other advanced telescopes are like $20,000. You gotta keep them cool. Now, what if the Earth was just some sort of single monocular, multi-layered, concave, convex lens type of system to allow you to look out into the universe, giving you the impression, like you see in your rearview mirror, where it says objects in your mirror may appear closer than what they appear.
Yeah. That's interesting. You put it that way, because the last book that I'm reading, The World Beyond the Poles, he has a whole chapter about the lensing effect that the gaseous sky causes. And so he's saying
you need to talk to Flat Earth Math about that, because when we told him that, he said that was preposterous. He says there's no way, there's no app. And I actually showed him a virtual physics experiment online. We showed him. I actually created the little, simulate lenses, put the protractor there, used a virtual laser, let the waves fire through, and guess what it created? It created upper atmospheric scattering. You saw all kinds of refraction and reflection, and if you pointed it down to what you believe to be the Earth, the way it shined down on the Earth is exactly how the sun functioned. And when you put it down on the Earth and fired up into the sky, was exactly how you would see all that light cover up the entire sky with regard to atmospheric scattering and lensing. Flat Earth Map didn't want to accept any of that at all. He says, no, I don't believe this is how it works. There's no concave, convex lensing. I'm like, dude, you believe the fucking Earth is round. Why the fuck can't you believe that, the atmospheres are shaped to make the Earth look like it's a ball? Because it's not.
Yeah, I talk about atmospheric lensing to heliocentrists, and they just deny that it's a possibility. I'm like, what do you think refraction comes from? It's so frustrating.
Yeah, they think the Earth is just some large spinning water ball.
Yeah, that's what makes me that's what starts for me to get the idea that you're like, yo, would you want to herd all these people? Like, would you want the responsibility of government?
Yeah, for me, man, I'm gonna be straight with you. I'm really working towards why. It's all there. All the
Because
data's
you're
there.
dealing.
Cat's
Right,
reading
but look at
it.
it like this though.
I've been reading it. All this is it's interesting reading, but it literally philosophical nonsense because this defies common logic. It goes against everything
What does?
they
Hold
want
on.
you to.
What
Well,
does?
when they talk about these distances, when they talk
Oh yeah.
about how they were able to. I mean, come on, you're looking at this one document here where it says not content with the work already done. All the world of astronomy set out to try to measure the distance to the sun again in the years 1874 and 1882 by observations of the transit of Venus. How the hell did they know that what they were looking at was Venus?
That's the thing. It's like this is how we get the distance to the sun. It's the this particular type of triangulation method with Venus, and then they tried it with Mars. But the one with Venus is the one that where we get the 93 million miles. It's not an actual distance. It's so crazy when you dig into how they do it. It's not a good answer. Like, I don't understand
It's
how.
not a good answer because look, when you look in your rearview mirror, right, and it says objects may appear closer than what they appear, right?
Hmm.
Let's just say if you were to judge the distance of a car that was behind you, you thought was really close, you could probably come up with a pretty accurate number to say that the car is maybe twice the distance it may look in your rearview mirror,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So now switch that to the Earth possibly being some sort of just giant four-layered lens we're looking through, right? And what they're telling you is Venus or Mars or whatever planet or anything like that. It looks really far, but it could be the opposite. It could be really close.
Yeah.
Okay? And see, and that's the problem, is that every time they launch something, they put it out there, for some reason, they can ask for 19 billion fucking dollars, NASA, to build this shit. But somebody always forgets to put a fucking 4K, 6K, or 8K fucking HD camera on this damn thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, we don't want to use up the battery power. We want to wait till we get there so we can shoot the camera. Okay, yeah, you want to wait till you get out of sight and then lie to me and tell me you can't take one single shot. You got to take 100 shots, and then I got to wait 6 months for the shit to come back to some processing station on Earth so that you can now get some geeky ass CGI guy to fuck with the image to tell me this is the first view you got of Jupiter. I mean,
Yeah.
really? Or Saturn or Mars? I mean, come on, man. We got cameras, man. I mean, I got a Galaxy Note. You know what kind of view I can get from one side of the city of Medellin to the other, dude? I can get literally half the damn city in my camera.
Yeah.
It's like NASA gets their cameras from Foot Locker, like GoPro or some shit.
You
Like,
know,
why can't they go to Hollywood and get the real
yeah.
shit? You know?
I mean, they really think that we're really that damn dumb and stupid to think, wait, you just spent $1 billion of my tax dollars, my tax money, and you can't put the same damn camera that I got on my phone on this piece of shit you just launched?
Yeah. I agree. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
But well, look at it like this though. What are these people, these citizens, these enemies of the states? You know what I mean? They're like if we designate ourselves as what is their property, we designated and relegated ourselves to their belief system.
yeah, but here's the
Partly
thing.
which
You're
is
saying designate. I mean, that sounds like something that's willing. I don't. Look, there's a term in law
no, we don't
called.
have to. I don't need brother. We're not. This is what I talk
There's
about.
a term in law called parens patria. Okay, it's the parent of the state. That's the parent.
That's why.
If you've got a driver's license, state ID, all right, state ID, you fall under parens patria, meaning that the state could file a complaint for you or against you, and it's the people of the state versus you, or the
Right.
people of the state versus somebody else on your behalf. But if
Right.
they win the case, you don't get nothing.
I was a grand juror actually. I was in this. Did believe me? I saw it. It's interesting how they actually build up their case with indictments.
I mean,
Like
that's
if
what it's
we
called. You don't.
if
There's
we
no
keep
law saying you
no
don't
no
have ID.
Right, no, but brother, what I'm saying is that it's almost like this is a philosophical idea that I look at it like you can't, like you couldn't have an ID. They recognize that. If we understood, it's like, let's say in their definitions, they title it as a priority interest holder, like what you're talking about, the parent of the state, of all the resources that we have these rights that I'm like, that's what I've been screaming about since I've been getting out here, is just like the idea that, like, the reason they're doing it, we have to see the why, and the why is because those people, like United States citizens, for example, are enemies of the states. So NASA's lying to a population of enemies of the states, and that they've designated themselves as collateral on a debt. And
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. This all
they don't
goes
have the
back.
First Amendment.
You
They
go
don't have the
back
first 8
to
amendments.
the times of the Egyptians. They put these people under these same conditions to build things, man. We see this. And when they were done, finished with the building, these get out of here. You're not unless you're gonna work in my house, go. So what I mean, if you look at the United States, I mean, really, you got people who are out of work. They ain't trying to create nothing at all.
Mm.
They ain't trying to. They're not telling you to go. Actually, they are telling you to go because they're trying to make it. They're trying to make the conditions so bad for you, the way you just say, "Fuck it, I'm leaving." Yeah, I'm dead serious. That's
I
what they're
agree.
trying to do.
Yeah.
So you're either going to endure it and stay where you are and stay in that condition of servitude, or you leave. Either way, they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why this is happening, and that's the whole point. All these lies lead to something. There's an end all objective, and that's what we're all trying to find out.
I agree.
Why you're lying to me? Why you keep taking money? Why are you threatening me with debtor's prison if I can't pay my taxes?
Yeah.
You're telling me they're telling you if you don't pay your taxes, you're going to jail. Well, wait a minute. I can't pay my taxes because you just keep fucking taxing me. What's this? Is this ever going to end? They'll say no, it's never going to end. You're living here in this country, you're gonna keep paying tax. Okay, fuck it, I'm leaving. Well, guess what? You can't leave until you pay us $65,000. Do you know that that's how much it costs?
Right.
Do you know that that's how much it? I think it costs like $6,000 or $65,000. That's exactly how much it costs for you to renounce your U.S. citizenship. But you can't do it in the U.S. You got to be in another country to do it.
You gotta
Hey,
pay
bro,
for it still?
how about this though? What is a
You broke up.
Oh, dude, he's breaking up bad.
dollar?
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
Fuck, man. Where does it? Why? I was gonna say, where does a dollar?
Oh, he's breaking up bad, dude.
Man, I'm sorry. So yeah, you keep dropping out.
That's Issa, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. He keep breaking up.
Damn. Better now? Anything?
I hear you.
I ain't hear nothing else.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what's up, man. I was just gonna say, like, we.
I think Google's muting you, man.
Oh, dude. He about to say something crazy. They don't want him to say it, dude.
Google keeps muting you, dog.
Yeah, I did. So, if we can figure out what money is, man.
Dude, there is no
Yeah.
money.
Okay, I
There's
see.
no money. It's a promissory note. That's it. To
Debt
say,
system.
I don't have nothing to give you, but I'm going to give you this. And you know what? I used to always listen to my aunts and uncles, right? Whenever they would take money out of my piggy bank, they say, I'm just borrowing this for a while. I said, well, okay. When you going to give it back? He says, listen here, boy. As long as I owe you, you'll never go broke. And it hit me when I got older what that actually means when you talk about the micro and macroeconomic system of the United States. The money is a note to pay public and private debt. Okay? It is not currency. It is basically saying, I'm giving you my word, I will pay this. But when you have to present that paper to, say, buy something to eat or, a phone or pay for anything, when you have to give that to somebody, you walk into a store tonight, you can't just walk in and says, hey, I'm going to grab some milk, maybe some cans of tuna or whatever, and a loaf of bread. I'll see you next week there, Joe. Okay, see you next week. Now, Joe knows you, okay? He don't know how much money you have or anything. But you walked out of there, and it's not considered theft. But if somebody else walked in and did the same thing as you, he says, hey, you got to pay for that. That person's got to present that paper, which basically is only says a promissory note, because that person has not established a good faith credit with Joe.
Right, but
Joe don't know him. Joe don't know him. So when you see people exchanging this paper all over the place, because you don't know each other. See, if you and I know each other, Issa, and I'm like, yo, let's go to this place, don't worry about it, you don't need to bring no money with you or not. Really, you don't? Because if we go to this place, everyone knows me. So they know that my word is my bond, it's good faith credit. That's how the United States is doing what they're doing. But here's the thing. When you look at this paper being exchanged from hands, and you talk about people having millions of dollars in their bank account, and they've got said, look at all this money I got in my pocket. Money. Dude, that's a shitload of debt. That means that people don't fucking trust you. You got to have that to give to people. Now, that sounds stupid to say that. Because I'm not saying that people who got a lot of money in their pocket, that they're actually somebody who can't be trusted. It just means that they do business with a lot of people where they don't have that, word of mouth. Hey, my word is my bond, and I will satisfy this debt to you. But we don't need this paper. We don't need this promise to pay.
Well, no, but but the definition. Check it out. A lot of people in Brian talks about how most people they think a piece of paper with the signature stuff is a.
Man, Lisa, you keep breaking up, dude.
Contract. Wow, that sucks.
Yeah. You're right. You could. I've seen guys when I was a teenager and I was working as a broker trainee down on Wall Street, right? I was at lunch one time, and I saw a hedge fund manager. He was having lunch with a guy across from us. I remember this to this day. And the guy was saying, well, listen, I got a client who wants to invest so and so and so forth, and how can we get this deal facilitated, right? Mm-hmm. And the guy says, well, I know how to get it facilitated. Here's my card. Tell him, and he wrote on the back of it a dollar figure. He says, tell him to take this card down to this bank, and they'll open an account for him and put this amount of money in his account. Dude took out his business card, dude, and wrote the dollar figure on the back of it, and put his initials. Took it down to the bank. The bank opened the account and put the money in there. Of course, later on in the afternoon, this hedge fund manager had to make sure those funds were available with that bank and wire transfer the funds. Dude, it's all ones and zeros. It's all digital. It's all electronic. There ain't no fucking money. Period. It's basically, I give you my word. Okay? People know me. They know I'm good for it. You don't even have to have shit. If they know you well enough, like for example with Donald Trump, I guarantee you Donald Trump will be like, hey, why don't you give me this apartment building right now? Sign it over to me. Okay, good to go. Don't worry. 2 weeks, I'll get you taken care of. Your money will be in your account. Don't have to sign no papers or nothing. You just sign the shit over. Now, how many people are going to think Donald Trump's going to fuck them over? Well, most people who don't like Donald Trump will think he will fuck them over. But literally, I've seen real estate deals go down like this, dude. Because the person is so well known, their word is good enough. And you ready for this? They are asset rich and cash motherfucking broke. Cash broke. They ain't got, dude. If you've ever seen that movie with Will Smith, what was it called? Where he was training to be a stockbroker, he used to take his son around. What's the name of that movie?
Oh, it was something to happiness, like the root of happiness or something.
Yeah. And remember the head of the stockbroker firm says, "Hey, Chris, you got $5 I can borrow there with a taxi?" And he gave him his last $5, dude. This dude's the head of a brokerage firm. He's trying to get a job with this guy, and this dude ain't even got $5 on him.
Yeah.
That's how it really is, dude. These people you see who got all this money, people just taking their word for it. They're just taking their word for it, dude. If enough people, I'll give you an example. I found out when I first got my passport over 10 years ago, I found out there was another way to get a passport without showing any fucking documentation.
What?
You won't believe this, dude. If you can get 7 people to witness at a notary that you are, say, whatever you want your name to be, and they sign off on it, you take that paper to the State Department, and you get an apostille, they give you a passport in that name.
No shit.
You don't need no birth certificate, no nothing. You just need 7 people who know you and can vouch, yes, that's his name.
Huh.
They don't have to say where you were born, your mother or father, nothing. They will give you a fucking passport.
That doesn't seem too secure.
No, it doesn't seem. But see, that process was implemented from people who come from war-torn countries or refugees or whatever have you, and they got no documentation. They can't prove where they came from or who they are. They have to have people with them who say, give us the name of anybody who knows you. That's how you get a passport, dude. If you look at what's going on with the immigration right now, the way you get that is that you got to provide references of people who actually know you. You don't need no fucking documentation, dude. None. That's I don't know if that's the law for every other country around the world, but I know that when I looked into it, I'm like, shit, I can get a passport on fucking Mickey Mouse. You know?
Yep.
Will they take this shit serious? No, because they don't have to give it to you. But there's no money, dude. There's no money at all.
That's why I say this is that you can be like, show cause why you're not giving it to me.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. You know how are you familiar with how Moody's works? The Moody ratings?
No, explain.
Okay. Well, Moody's they rate each country based on their good faith and credit, right? And debt. When they lower a country's rating from A to say B or C or whatever, they downgrade their value. It's because there's been a shitload of quasi-financial activity where they haven't honored their debts. So they can't be trusted anymore. So they downgrade. The U.S. has been downgraded as well before. The U.S. has been downgraded too. There are several companies and banks get downgraded. Look at your credit report, dude. Your credit report is proof on how the financial system works.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all messed up, man.
I mean, it's all based on if I can get 100 people to say, hey, Cathis, this dude's worth $100 million. So send him these computers, send him a new car, get him a new house. And I get all the real estate and all these people together to give him all this shit. They're basing that shit off of 100 people saying this guy's good for it. Cat don't need to sign for shit. But when the time comes where they got to collect on that, if he don't pay, okay, they either come take that shit back, or they downgrade him and say, and every time he has to go to one of these places to do the same business, he got to show promissory notes, paper. He got to show paper now, meaning that he got to have some numbers in his account.
Yeah, he's got to be able to secure.
He's got to have it. I mean, and literally, I've met a lot of people who just they complain about, I'm got all these assets. I don't have the cash right now. Dude, did you not talk to me the other day about having millions of dollars? What the hell? Well, those are all assets. Well, where's your cash? I mean, who invests all their money in these assets but you're not staying cash? You don't understand the system. Well, I don't understand the system. How the fuck are you eating? Well, let me teach you about fair credit and faith. I'm like, oh, dude, you gotta be kidding me.
And it's different at every level of, financials, lower class, middle class, upper class. There's different problems at different levels concerning this monetary system, too.
Let me tell you, the whole monetary system is based on the labor numbers. All of it. Labor numbers. Slaves are worth money. Slave labor is worth money.
Well, Robert, check it out. Have you ever thought about why are there triple life sentences? because they.
It's worth a triple life. I can tell you here right now. I got that video up too. It's called a court reporting information system. Okay, J.P. Morgan actually funds it with the Federal Reserve. Now, triple life is worth 150 million. A murder case is worth 50 million. Actually, yeah, a murder case is worth 50 million. So if you get charged with murder, that's 50 million goes into a bank with your name on it.
What?
And wouldn't it go into the?
Look, I know people gonna think this is far fetched, but if you, I'll share the video with Kat, and I'll send you this video.
No, I agree.
I believe anything at this point.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I have access to the patient court system, and you give me any case number, I'll find it in the court reporting information system and tell you how much it's worth.
Yo, but check this out though. If they putting a lien on the whoever the criminal is, so they get that money.
No. Listen, the money is shared with the courts who litigate the case, the DA's office, and the banks. That's it, and the Fed. Every court case, I don't care if it was civil, criminal, probate, family court, whatever it may be, minimum 50 million gets put into a trust at the Fed at one of the branches around the country. And through the process of that case, J.P. Morgan, they make money from it. The courts make money from it. That's why it's called a court reporting information system.
Right, the county court, whatever
every
county.
Court, I don't give a shit where it's at. Every court in the United States, period.
I can see that.
J.P. Morgan is the bank behind it.
Right.
I showed it in the video. I showed the proof. I showed the document in of itself. I showed the hierarchy chart on exactly how the process works when a case actually gets lodged in with the clerk of the court in any court. They have the symbols, the ledgers of what the values are. And when somebody gets triple life, that's $150 million.
Jeez.
150 million.
They're getting
they might want this
then.
And when a jail, and when a prison or a jail says, well, we can't house all these prisoners, it's overcrowded, yada 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 yada. The taxpayers are paying $22,000 a year to house this fucking murderer or whatever. Bullshit. You know how much 150 million makes every fucking week in interest? The same amount of motherfucking money that you need to pay every year to house that dirtbag who just killed 14 people.
Yeah.
The taxpayers ain't paying shit. That's a lie, dude. It's a flat out fucking lie. I'm sorry to use that language, but it's the fucking truth, dude. Ain't no taxpayer paying for none of that shit. Taxpayers ain't paying to keep fucking prisoners in prison, bro. A prison is a fucking money machine, dude.
Yep.
They want more fucking prisons because that's more money.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That prison industrial complex is up and right. It's private now. That company and Halliburton owns most of it.
They're gonna outlaw private prisons probably because the state wants in.
Dude,
when
they're like, fuck that.
Look it up. The more people in jail,
they need to.
Okay, the more people in jail, the richer the country.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. The way they have it set up, it's stacked against everyone.
I mean, think about this. If you murder somebody in the UK, you're going to do maybe 8 years.
Yeah.
You murder somebody in the United States, your ass getting life.
Yeah.
I've heard people murdering somebody in the UK. They get maybe 8, 10 years. I haven't heard about any life sentences or 20-year sentences or the death penalty and none of that shit.
Yeah, they're a little bit better about rehabilitation over there.
Well, I mean, it's not about rehabilitation. I mean, it's just weird how the disparity between the sentences is just crazy.
America is a soft police state right now. Like
Soft?
Well, I try to give it that. I know we're in a police state with a soft martial law. How about that?
No, wait. Did you say you want to go get a drink? Have you started drinking already? I don't get it, dude. It's a soft police state? Is that what you just said?
No, it's a police state with a soft martial law. That's the best way I hear it.
Soft martial law.
Yeah, just the
Bro,
militarization of the
okay,
local
check this
police
out.
forces.
Check
I
this
can
out.
still go out right now and, you know what
Okay,
I mean, and not get
here's
harassed.
here's what I want everyone to do. If you live in the United States, go online and look at your state's penal code.
Yeah.
Penal code. Meaning your ass
Okay.
get penalized for something. Either you pay or you go to jail. Okay? Now,
Okay.
you don't need to read the whole thing. You just need to tell me. I need to know the cases start 100 to say maybe 6, 7, 9, 900 or penal code 1012 or some shit like that. Now, what I want you to do is you go through the index, the table of contents, and count to yourself how many of the laws, the penal codes, apply to legal voting, tax-paying citizens. Meaning, the law, if you were to violate it, your ass would literally be charged with a felony or a misdemeanor, right? Or a misdemeanor. And then I want you to tell me out of say your state has 700 penal codes, right? Or 900 penal codes. I want you to tell me how many of those penal codes actually apply to the average citizen. And see, I know what the answer is going to be. Regardless of what the state is, and I'm going to take a median number of average. You're talking about 50 states. They all have penal codes. Say the average number of penal codes where you could be charged with a misdemeanor or felony, there's about 800 penal codes. You want to know what the percentage of those 800 penal codes apply to the average citizen?
What's that?
80%.
All right.
80% of the laws you live under were designed against you.
No, I understand that
Designed
for
to
sure.
penalize you financially, criminally, and potentially increase your value to that ultimate number where JP Morgan puts $50 million in the bank because the state or county fucking raped you blind with taxes where you went postal and you shot up the fucking post office that day and now you on trial for murder. They're like, we finally got Cat. After 30 years, we got that motherfucker. He is now going to earn his weight in gold.
Shit.
You understand how it works now,
Systems,
right?
yeah, man. I
You
understand.
Okay.
No, I understand.
All that shit is in the video I described, dude. When I first found out about it, they call it CRIS. CRIS, Court Reporting Information System.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, when I saw the whole chart on how the process works, I'm like, motherfucker. Dude, I went to traffic court a few times. I found my case numbers. I'm like, damn. I'm like, this shit is no joke. Ready for this? I know where you can go right now. You ain't gonna believe this shit. You guys all need to go to Treasury Direct.
Okay.
Just go to Treasury Direct. You can
Alright.
open an account. Okay? Treasury Direct. This is if you live in the United States now. Okay? Treasury Direct.
.gov?
Yeah, .gov.
Okay.
Anybody in the United States can open an account.
Open an account for what?
No, because you don't have to open an account, but learn how to navigate through this. Because here's the thing: you're an individual, right? You can go to you can go to click on Research Center. Okay. Now, what you want to look for, okay, is bonds, Treasury notes.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Get this. When anybody has the time, this is what you need to do. You need to take the numbers of every credit card you have on the front of the credit card. Mm-hmm. Get the numbers of every bank account you've ever had, every debit card you ever had, right? Every bank account you ever know. If you had a student ID number, get that student ID number.
Okay.
Get all that. Your social security number, all that.
All right.
Let me tell you what's probably going to make you
do
go
what?
postal. Let me tell you what's going to probably make you go postal. You're going to find those numbers in the Treasury Direct database. Because every time you open up a new bank account, boom, bond, Treasury note. Credit card, boom, bond, Treasury note. Everything.
That's what I'm trying to talk about.
Do you hear what I'm saying? Dude, I found bank accounts that I set up in other countries, dude.
Because they're all based off of that one bond. That's what I'm trying to talk about.
I punched in bank account numbers for accounts I had in other places, accounts I had in the United States like 10, 20 years ago. And I'm like, what the fuck? Dude,
That's
this
what
I said to myself, somebody was like, oh, it's just a coincidence. Bullshit, dude. I'm like, the date, because when you punch in the information, it shows the date that that actual note or bond was created. And every fucking time I punched in a different number, the exact date I opened the account was there, the month and fucking year, bro.
So wait, when you set up an account, they're creating a bond for you for that account?
Dude, you open up that account, you put $100 in it, it's now fucking worth 1,000 times that.
To who, though?
What do you think about system?
Treasury Direct, dude. Treasury Direct.
Okay. Sorry, go on.
Hey, Robert, what do you think? What do you know of Sesta KV trusts?
I've never heard of those. I've heard of non-mortgage widely held fixed investment trust. And you ready for this? When I call, I've never heard of what you're talking about just now.
Okay, no, but well, go on though. I'd like to hear what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, are they selling these? Like, we don't have access to any of these. Why are they making bonds off of each one of our accounts?
No, you actually do have access to them.
Hmm.
There's a document you can fill out that you can print off Treasury Direct. You fill out the document and you tell them, say, listen, this was issued. I don't have the originals of these, and they'll ask you, well, did you lose it? Was it stolen? Was it misplaced or destroyed? You could say, hey, listen, I lost it. You don't have to have it. You just put in the information. You know it belongs to you, and they do the research, locate it, and if it's matured, they wire transfer the money to you. I found three. I found three.
No.
I found three that matured fucking 10 years ago, dude. I filled out the document. Guess what? They wired the money to me.
How much money did you get?
It was 3 bonds totaling $157,000.
What?
Yep. And you ready for these? These bonds were actually purchased the year of my birth, and the other 2 happened to be bank accounts I had 10 years ago. It just so happens that these were 10-year notes and they had matured and earned their interest. They were $10,000 fucking notes that made, about $50,000.
How are we able to collect on these if they're?
You don't have the originals. Here's the thing: you don't have the originals. Somebody else did, but they'll never tell you who it was. But they don't expect you to know about this. But if you go ahead and claim it, and you put on the document how you found that account number, okay, and you have the documentation to prove, yeah, I opened an account on such and such date. This information matches with what you have in Treasury Direct. Give me. See, what happened to me is that when they researched the information, they found out nobody cashed it in. And the first thing she said to me was, well, it kind of makes sense that you lost these, because who would hold on to $157,000 in bonds and not cash them in? And I said, well, can you read the news? She goes, no, these are mature. We just fill out the form and put your bank account information. We'll wire. It takes about 8 to 12 weeks. We'll wire transfer the funds to you.
What?
Yeah.
So where do I search on here?
Dude, you got for one, you got to set up an account. If you live in the U.S., it's easy to do, dude. You just put in all your information. That's it. And you get access to the database. You start searching it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
I found all of that shit. All of it.
That's interesting.
I mean, I only found 3, but here's the thing. I had EIN numbers, federal tax ID numbers, for my company and stuff that I had. All of that shit they were all bonds for that stuff. It hasn't matured yet, but you damn sure that when it does mature, I'm cashing that shit in too. Because, see, no one's going to step forward and says this doesn't belong to him. You see what I'm saying? No one's going to step forward because they know if they come forward, fuck, oh, man, what are we going to do now?
Because there's this whole money game going on top of our names and socials.
Well, there you go. Reverse course is saying it. It's a lot of shit has to do with UCC1, UCC3.
What's
It's all
that?
UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, dude. You better learn that
Oh yeah.
shit.
No. Okay, I've heard that.
If you know the Bible, you better learn the UCC too.
Yeah.
Yep,
I'm dead
yep, yep.
serious.
And that's
You
what's
know,
up. That's why
dude.
I'm curious. You haven't heard of the that's SDKV stuff.
No, I haven't. To be honest with you, I haven't heard of that.
That's legit. I mean, yeah, we need to have these conversations for sure.
Yeah, dude. Treasury Direct. If you're a U.S. citizen, you better set up a Treasury Direct account. Straight up.
How-
You ain't gotta buy shit. You just take what's yours.
That's
Of course,
crazy.
if it hasn't matured, you can't touch it. But if it's matured and it made money, oh yeah. They got a document on their website, you download it, boom, you fill out all the information, you send it in with your proof, and that's it. You're done.
Hmm.
Just wait for the money to be wired. Yep.
Ain't that some shit?
I mean, come on. There were 10 years that went by. One of mine matured in 1999, and the other two matured in 2004. I found out about it in 2006. I kept doing the research, and I didn't know how to really go about doing it. I talked to a few people, and they were like, so I started reading the information on their website on how to make the claim, and I recovered the funds about 2 years later.
It sounds too good to be true, you know. I gotta say.
No, it's not too good to be true. It's information that's out there. You see it for yourself. If you think I'm joking, call up Treasury Direct and say, hey, I have this information I just found. I believe this belongs to me. I don't have the original. I think someone actually did it for me. And how do I go about claiming this? And they will tell you exactly what I just said. They'll tell you exactly what I just said. Every bank account, every credit card, I guarantee you put in credit card numbers, all that shit, you're going to find those exact numbers you punched in come up that
But
are
I've never had a
associated
credit
with.
card.
Well, then you should have luck then.
But
You
any
told me I
bank
should have got a
account,
credit card.
Any bank account. You put in the bank account number. Come on, dude. How many numbers are in a bank account number? Think about that.
2, you get your checking and a savings.
Think
Yeah.
how many numbers in a bank account number? Like 9 or 10, right?
9 in a routing, but usually like 12 to 15 for checking account. Well, 8 to 15 depending on the bank.
8 to 15.
Numbers in a checking account.
Oh, okay. Put
Why?
those numbers in, dude.
Oh, I see.
Put those
Okay.
numbers in. I just, if you've
Well,
had
I'm gonna
tax ID numbers.
Yeah, I guess you
Yes.
could do that.
You've had tax ID number. Put in tax ID numbers too. Dude, it was something that I stumbled across that I couldn't. I'm with Hank. I'm like, this is too good to be true. I need to make a phone call.
That is crazy, dude.
And I called up.
I've heard similar things like this before.
I called up, and when she told me, yeah, she looked up the numbers. She looked up the bond number, and she says, yeah, these haven't been cashed in,
Well, is there a way to
since
search
1990.
for just your name rather than like I can't
No, they would never make it that
scour
easy.
everything?
No, they would never make it that easy. No, you got to
Mm.
put in the actual account numbers or the tax ID numbers. That's what you got to do. You got to know those numbers.
You can't just put your social in?
Nope. Well, you could, and see what comes up.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I did, and that's how I found one of them. But then when I started saying, okay, wait a minute, this is a 9-digit number, let me put in some other 9-digit numbers that I know that are common to this. And I found 2 others, and I found a whole bunch of other ones that haven't matured. In total, it was about $675,000.
Jeez.
Yeah, in total. I didn't even think about trying to dig for how it all happened because I wasn't gonna slap a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah. Well, that's legit, man.
Yeah.
Look into it. I got the website.
Treasury Direct, dude. Treasury Direct. See that you've probably seen videos out there where people say, "Oh, go to Fidelity, investments website and type in this, and you'll find this," and that's bullshit, dude. No. You're a citizen. Treasury Direct, bro. Treasury Direct.
Yeah, I found my. What you do is you take your your birth certificate, and the red number at the top right of your birth certificate is a bond number, and you can type that into Fidelity's website, and it'll bring
that
up.
doesn't work for it. That doesn't work for everyone.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work for everybody, but it does. There's people on YouTube who have done it and
Well,
videotaped
yeah,
it,
I've done it
and
as
it
well
brings
too.
up
I
the
found
phone.
mine, but I ended up having to call Fidelity, and I found the CUSIP number.
Yeah,
It's
but
actually wrong.
what can you get from that? Your fucking bond
Well,
based off of your
forget
you
that.
can't cash that shit,
I
huh?
got the CUSIP number, and I found out who the fund manager is for that fund. When I called Fidelity Asset Management, 40%, gave them the guy's name. They said they didn't have that guy in his database.
So
I said,
how
wait a
in the
minute. I said,
hell?
he works for you guys. And I went on Standard & Poor's and I registered to
Yeah,
see, and I typed in the ticker number, the ticker
yeah,
symbol, right? FFNTX, right? I found
yeah.
out that the damn fund is worth $496 million.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so there is an upper echelon of bankers, I guess, and traders, and who
Yeah.
understand completely that they're dealing with people, right? Like this has to exist. That these people
The-
know that these numbers are basically people being traded,
Well,
corporate
And
names.
that's why you can discharge a criminal charge.
no, but listen to this. I got a lawyer to try to get this information from Fidelity. When I told my lawyer what it is that I had and what I wanted to do, the
You can't do it.
lead counsel for the firm, which was a reputable firm, sent me a letter saying, "Sorry, but we got to sever our relationship with you. We're sending you back your retainer. We have a
Uh,
conflict of interest."
Yeah, yeah,
why?
you can't do it. They can't do it because they're public officials.
I
They're
still have the
licensed not.
fucking, I still have the letter from the fucking law firm, dude. They sent me back my money.
Yeah, Ice told me that last
They
week.
had been my attorneys for quite a long time, and they said, "Sorry, we can't represent you.
Hmm.
Good luck." And you ready for this? When I
Very
tried to open
infringed.
up the Fidelity account, guess what they did? 1 week later, when I had to fill in the document to say where, they wanted me to enter in the ticker symbol for the fund I wanted to reinvest my money in, because it was only
Hmm.
$2,500 to invest in that fund. I put in that ticker symbol, submitted the application. A week later, I got a call from the account manager. Sorry, something came up. We're gonna have to close your account. I'm like, well, what happened? I'm not at liberty to say, but we can choose who we want to do business with. And I'm like, well, what's the
It's
problem? She
because you're
says,
black, Robert. It's because
no,
you're black,
no,
dog.
it wasn't. No.
Just, come
They
on,
they
dude.
said they said they said never call again.
That's fucked up.
Yeah,
So
and
because you got too,
I'm almost
because
sure.
you what? You got close to the bond, like you
No,
knew
no.
about it, and they didn't
I
like that.
put in the bond fucking fund number,
Yeah.
and it matched with my name when they put it in the system.
So why they say they don't want to do business with you?
Because, dude, they're not gonna just immediately. When I had to put in there the choice how I was gonna fund my account, I put in that symbol. You think they were gonna take $496 million and put it in my fucking account, dude? Come on,
Yeah.
man. Hell no, they
Right.
weren't gonna do that
Okay,
shit,
I
dude.
feel
They
you now. I
fucking
see
just
it.
said no. They closed the fucking account, dude. I hadn't even had a chance. I said, dude, listen, I want to go in and talk to you guys. Sorry, if you go here, sir, we're gonna have to call the police. That's what they said to me.
What? Yeah, this whole system's crazy, man.
Yeah,
It's
dude,
just a public and a private side.
it's weird, dude. It's weird. It
Yeah.
is strange, but that's when I started studying non-mortgage widely held fixed investment trust. Get this, bro. I I applied for federal funds for graduate school, right? I had to change
Yeah.
the password on my fucking account. Do you know that when I had to add my bank account information so I could start paying back my student loan, the girl told me, well, go over to your right-hand side and click where it says mortgage. I'm like, whoa, what's that doing there? She goes, no, just click it. I clicked on mortgage, dude, to enter in my information for banking. When I started to read the disclaimer and all the fine print, you ain't gonna believe this, bro. Every fucking student loan in the United States is tied to the non-mortgage widely held fixed investment trust.
Uh huh.
It's tied to mortgages, dude. You
Oh,
know
so
when the
let me talk
financial,
about.
do you know that when the financial system collapsed, remember in 2007, 2008, and
Yeah.
the whole market crashed? Where do you think they shifted that debt to?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, do you know what? Check it out though. Do you know what the definition of mortgage is?
What is it?
No.
It's actually
Man, I said they always cutting you out, dude. Every time you want to say
Google
something.
muting you, dude.
the dead hand.
Dead hand. Yeah, mort means dead. Yeah.
Yeah, more. Yeah. Yep.
That's why I'm saying like, yo, we have the right to discharge.
No, but here's the thing. The only way you can discharge according to the U.S. Department of Education's rules and regulation is if you agree to offer your services to the public, meaning you're a teacher or you do some sort of public service.
No. Or you
that's
offer
what
a
they
bond.
say. No, that's what
Right,
they say.
but that's the education thing.
Yeah.
Check it though. You're dealing with you're right, but you're dealing with a financial instrument under the UCC 3603. You can make them an offer, and because you're dealing with not like 1933 HJR 192 is repealed.
When was it repealed?
Codified in Title 31,
When
5118.
when was House Joint Resolution 92 repealed?
I mean, I agree with you. It's still in effect. It just got codified. I don't know the exact date of when it was repealed, but
What's the code of federal regulation you just cited?
It's Title 31, 5118. And respect go to What's World for that one.
Title 31 what?
Man, this shit keeps dropping out.
Man, dude, they don't want him to give this information.
50.
Isa, come on, man.
Damn, 5118.
Title 31, Section 5118, you said?
I'm going to try to come back in. I'm going to drop out, come back in.
All right, man.
I'm going to tell you something that came up interesting as soon as I typed in Title 31, which I actually did an undergraduate paper on. As soon as I typed in Title 31, you guys want to know what else popped up?
What?
The Bank Secrecy Act. The Bank Secret. I've read that entire fucking document. That I might do a whole show just reading that document alone. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, kind of an ominous name, ain't it?
Yeah, because when I almost got in trouble for downloading that document.
What?
Yeah, I downloaded the document, right, and ended up getting a call from the FBI. Why are you downloading this document? What are you reading it for?
What?
Like it's fucking on the fucking. It's fucking on the website. Download for free. I didn't hack into nothing. He says, well, are you a student working on an economics degree? I said, no. I just found it really interesting. It said Bank Secrecy Act. That's literally what they said.
Huh.
Yeah, I got a call from the FBI, bro. See, what he just cited, Title 31, Section 5118, it talks about gold clauses and consent to sue. It says, in this section, gold clause means a provision in or related to an obligation alleging to give the obligee a right to require payment in gold, a particular United States coin or currency, or United States money measured in gold, or particular United States coin or currency. Public debt obligation mean holy shit, dude. Dude, the United States ain't gonna pay nobody in gold.
Right.
Well, you gotta see this, bro. I'm gonna give this to you. I'm gonna put it up in the group chat so you can see it. Show it to everybody, dude. Read it. This is funny. Well, it's not really funny, but it's interesting. It says that you can go to a bank and says, "Don't give me no check, don't give me no cash. Have fucking Brinks deliver the gold."
Gold clause. I see.
Look at it. Pull it up so everybody can see it, dude.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me.
Do the share screen so everybody can. Dude, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
I am. Hold on.
I told somebody about this before too, and someone said to me, "Yeah, Robert, you go ahead, go try it. If you're successful with it, I'll go too." Because if you go to a bank and you tell them, "Yeah, I'd like to withdraw $500," She say, okay, how would you like, what denomination? You're like, denomination? No, I want it in gold coins. Excuse
Yeah,
me?
it's right
They'll look
here.
at you and be like,
The
excuse
gold
me?
clause,
Yeah, oh, you know what? Give me one bullion bar. Just give me one
right?
bullion. That's about $500, right? And they'll look at you and be like, they'll go get the manager. And then the manager will look at you and say, sir, is there a reason why you're asking to be paid in gold? Yeah.
Yo, but look at the second.
Title 31, Section 5118 says that I can request the demand to be paid in gold or gold currency.
Well, actually, hold on. Look at B right there. It says the United States government may not pay out any gold coin. A person lawfully holding United States coins and currency may present the coins and currency, but the government cannot with this clause.
Then who pays? The bank.
Yeah. I don't know. Shit gets deep, man.
Look at C, where it says the government withdraws its consent given to anyone to assert against the government, its agencies or its officers, employees, or agents a claim on a gold clause public debt obligation or interest on the obligation for United States coins or currencies. Dude, this is interesting.
Huh.
I'm telling you here right now, we all know U.S. currency is not backed up by gold.
Oh, no. Yeah.
So what does that tell you what the value of your paper is? It ain't worth the toilet paper you wipe your ass with is worth more than the paper you're using to buy that toilet paper with.
Yeah, man. It's
Dude, anything you're using paper currency to buy ain't worth the paper it's being printed on. How about that? It's all based on supply and demand, brother. Supply and demand. If you need it, we got it. What you willing to do for it?
yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yo, you looked up that code?
Yeah, dude, it's a gold clause.
Yup. And that's what, like, yo, I look at it like this, like, what we got to understand is they have a banking emergency. Their banking emergency allows us to discharge debt dollar for dollar. That's why, like with these guys that I've, like, learned from, it's like, the idea is you could essentially take your 1040, sign the back of it, send it to the treasury, and have them use it to monetize it. So you're giving them back all the number of notes that you earned. So instead of just giving them 34%, you're saying, here, take all of it, but you get to keep your Federal Reserve notes to spend. You're just paying it with the 1040 even, and saying, here, use this as the bond. Like I told a story. I went in for a credit card, brother. I just put my name, my Social Security account. I signed the front and I signed the back, and I gave it to him. Now, do you usually get a phone call when you don't freaking get a line of credit? No, they never call you. This lady called me from the bank. Now, what happened was I freaking didn't think to be on my guard, and it was probably some lawyer was on the back end of it, because she was like, how do you intend to pay it? And I was kind of straight with her. What I should have said was, I said, are you talking about the instrument that's in your possession that you're supposed to give me a line of credit with? The one that you've accepted for set up, for the line of credit? The one that's in your possession that's your responsibility to execute? Because the difference is, if we don't sign the back of these instruments, then the CFO of these banks are signing the back of the instrument, which makes them liable on it. So they've got to be able to have a claim on the citizen. But if we take that ability away from them, we've signed the back of the instrument, we've licensed them to get our funds for us for whatever amount of money we want to get.
Yeah, for me, bro.
And there's a thing called the shitar too, which is interesting with mortgages. Like if you go in and get a mortgage, it's like old banking law. Because when the crown handed off the responsibility of banking to the Jewish law, because they couldn't do usury. So the Jews couldn't do usury, I believe it was. So they had this other, they could do usury for others. It was it was like this weird agreement, but it's called the shitar, and you're allowed to pay, if any bond can be paid by paying another bond.
Yeah, someone told me that if you start to understand what revenue and income is, then there is no legal requirement.
Well, there's that too, but here's the problem: is that people go into Title 26, but we've got to look all the way to the idea that we are the issuers of the line of credit. Instead of thinking of ourselves as the collateral, the U.S. citizen, you know what I mean, the enemy of the state, we've got to see ourselves as the one who issued the line of credit for them to even manufacture the U.S. citizen that you can do banking with. But the point is that crazy loan that we're all worried about, that China's going to buy and this, that, the other thing, it's actually owed to the people. But the people have gone AWOL. So there's like, and that's why I think what's cool, and this is what I've been trying to talk about these last couple of days, is that I think that the government, in recognizing it's dealing with a majority of knuckleheads, it has this system where if we can see through it, then they will respect us for it if we come in peace. And they've got this biblical aspect to them where they recognize this like idea that you're a spirit, like it's a philosophical, almost psychedelic notion that you're a spirit in the body, and that you have this like innate ability to create. We're the only things that can take a thought and manifest it. That's like wealth.
I know a few people who share the things that you share, Ice. I'm gonna be honest with you, man.
Yeah, brother. And
I got a family, bro. I understand how this system works. For me, man, he who has the goose that lays the golden egg is king.
True.
Wait, what did you just say?
He who has the goose.
Eagle. Okay, I thought you said something.
No. He who has the golden goose who lays the golden egg is king.
I see. Gotcha.
And for me, the people who have all this money, who have all this control out there, supposedly, dude, when you start to fuck with their money, if you get to the point where you're knocking on the door where all this shit's at, people go away, man. They disappear.
Well, no, I don't think we could. I don't think we're gonna threaten them. That's the thing.
See, here, the thing for me is this: wealth is being amassed not because they can have it; it's something they're gonna do with it. And it sure as hell they ain't getting on a rocket, on a fucking missile, a bomb, to fly off this planet. It's not. Okay? It's not. They're amassing this wealth for something.
What do you think?
Bro, it could be things of what Gerrard and these guys are talking about that, talk about the global warming and there's these pathways opened up, in the ice where there could be more land. The Earth is definitely bigger than what they say it is. If there's another whole world out there, they're taking all this shit with them to rebuild all of this shit somewhere else. That's why this is being done. Now, I'm not going to say that that's exactly what's happening, but everyone thinks that Albert Bird went down to Antarctica to find out, if the Earth was flat or whatever. That whole conspiracy thing. But get this, the Germans were down there before he was. So every time
they were down there for a good 8 years before we got down there.
Exactly. Every time some country goes somewhere where the U.S. is like, shit, we've never gone down there before. We don't put some. What did they find out that we don't know? They said, look, the entire German Navy went down there. Okay?
Yeah.
So the U.S. doesn't think, fuck, something's going on down there, so let's send the entire fucking U.S. Navy down there.
Literally. It was one of the largest deployments ever.
Exactly.
In history.
So they followed the Germans down there. They want to know where are these guys, and when they couldn't find them.
See, that's why I started.
They're thinking, Bert probably gets down there and he's flying around. He's not flying around trying to map Antarctica. They're flying around trying to find the Germans.
That's what it alludes to, a world beyond the poles, man.
So the Germans disappeared and went somewhere. And then they came back, and all of a sudden you had this technological just epiphany, this boom in Germany. I mean, you had the V2, you had all of these, you had the fighter planes, and you got BMW, come on, dude.
Technology is just
I mean,
increased.
somehow the Germans came back and, dude, they started creating all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
know, and there had to have been some sort of agreement to whereby they were like, please share this with us. And the U.S. started kidnapping some of their fucking scientists.
Hmm.
Where'd you get this from? How'd you get this? Teach us how to do this. But I think
Yeah,
the
yeah.
protection that's going on down there right now, outside in Antarctica, has to do with they know that there's a land beyond, and they're like, we can't let these motherfuckers just wander down here and go out there.
Look
We
what
can't let
happened
them.
over the past year. You had the Pope, some Russian
There you
priest or
go.
cleric. You had Obama. You
Yeah.
had so many people go down to this one specific point off the coast of Argentina, like this
Yep.
entry point and into Antarctica. Like, why? Why would these people go there? It was so obscure, and it was at the same fucking spot. Obama was there for 3 days.
Dude, you know how many people I've talked to in Europe who say that they're getting ready to buy the land in South America? But
Really?
why are they all trying to amass where I'm located right now? I'm dead serious, bro. The
How long you
guy I
been in
met
Colombia, dog?
for
How long you been there?
4 years.
Just curious. I want to fucking move down to Uruguay so bad, man.
Uruguay, what the hell dude, they got a horrible fucking football team.
Oh, I don't give a shit about that.
They
It's
smoke a shit
beautiful.
they smoke a shitload of weed.
Why do you think I want to move there, dog?
Oh, dude, that's why. You know
No,
what
it ain't the
they
only
made?
reason.
No,
It's
they made
beautiful.
weed legal down there. No, it is beautiful down there, but it's
Well,
cold
no,
over there
it's
too.
also about the type of government that they have. It's very
Yeah, it is
like
very
it's
open.
the only country that's ever legalized it. All drugs are decriminalized. The government cares more about the prosperity of their people. You know what I mean? Like I just care about that kind of atmosphere. It's
You
like
want
a
to move to
30-hour work week
Europe?
out there. Hmm?
You want to move to Uruguay? Damn, dude.
It's beautiful
I
down
have
there,
never
man.
heard anybody say, "Oh, I want to move to Europe." What the fuck? You
Man, I get
said-
killed in Colombia. What are you talking about?
No, see,
I'm a
that's a
dirty
myth,
white boy.
dude. That's a myth.
I know,
That's a
I
myth.
know. I'm sure there's some areas.
I've been a lot of places in this world, and I have never been more safe in Colombia
No, I believe that, but I
than I
did.
have anywhere else.
I had a one of my old bosses from like 10 years back. He was in the Colombian military. He was from Colombia, and he was in the Colombian military, and he
Mm.
was running narcos teams and shit. And he was telling me about all the shady shit that the military would do. You know, like they were
Oh yeah, but
working
see, a
kind of
lot of that
hand in
shit.
hand.
Yeah, see, a lot of that shit
But
is
this
up
was
in the
back in
north.
like in the 90s, though. This
Yeah,
wasn't
but
like.
that's the all that shit is in the north. I live in Medellin.
Oh, okay.
I live in Medellin, Colombia. It's totally cleaned up. This is like the tourist hotspot
No,
for
I
women in
imagine
there.
it's perfectly fine. You know,
I
like I.
mean, some of the police don't even carry guns around here, bro.
Yeah, but I'm
How about
sure
this?
if I walk off to the wrong jungle in the north,
Dude,
it
you're
wouldn't be a
right.
good
If
idea.
you go up in the north, yeah,
Well, how?
you'll probably get robbed, shot, and killed.
What about
But
Chicago, South Side or some shit? You know?
Oh no, I agree. I'm right there with you, Hank.
see, the things that people are being told about Colombia as a whole is just not true. There are fucked up areas that I wouldn't even go into. But I can walk outside of my house here in Colombia, in Medellin, in the city at 11 o'clock at night and just take a walk, and nobody fucking with me.
Yeah,
They're
you got
actually
them.
saying they're actually saying hello to you. They're like, "¿Cómo estás?" Bien.
Yeah, you got them crickets out there. I
Oh
remember them.
yeah, you don't hear them no more, do you? I gotta, dude. If you see the computer I got now, dude, you be like, bro, you be jealous. I got a 17.3-inch Asus with an
Nice.
Intel i7 6700 fucking processor with dual GPUs.
That's legit. I got something similar myself. I got an Asus too.
And you'll be mad at me. This same system costs almost $4,000 on Amazon. I got it for half price.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
got a $2,000 computer also. Only one GPU though.
Yeah. I love this thing too,
That's what I
man.
mean. Yeah, man. I went out and I spared no expense on my last computer. It's an Asus i7. It's 5600, and then it's got what is it? NVIDIA 840 and SSD, a 512 SSD inside. So I got no moving parts in the thing.
Cool.
Yeah, and 12 gigs of RAM. The thing's sexy.
Yeah, I like this. This was
I can
cool.
get mine up to 5 gigahertz, but I run it at 4.6, so that everything's nice and cool.
Nice.
Liquid
Yeah,
cool.
technology is amazing right now, you know?
Yeah, but you know they spoon feeding us, man, because they don't want to give
I
us
know.
what they know they could really give us. I don't know.
No, I know. And
I
then
was only
then
supposed to
think what
talk
the
on.
military has right now.
The military ain't got shit. I
Man,
was,
come on. They are at least 10 years, at least 10 on some things,
bro.
20 on others.
I've been in the military.
I know you were in the Navy. My pops was in the
I'm
Navy
gonna
for
tell you.
20
I'm
years.
right now. You won't believe how many
Man, I
outdated.
grew up on Navy bases, Robert. My dad was in the Navy 22 years.
You wouldn't
And
believe the outdated systems the military has.
no, you're right, they do. But my pops was on an Aegis cruiser before Aegis was even known by the public for 4 years. He was on the Vicksburg, and there's dated systems. You know what I mean? I think they were still using like a version of LORAN and shit. But at the same time, like at high levels, like Raytheon and fucking Lockheed Martin. I don't mean like what military has access to. I'm talking about the military-industrial complex. They're 20 years ahead. Us using YouTube right now, this is DARPANet. Like they had this shit 20 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when they gave us the Yahoo voice chat, this is what they moved up to.
Yeah, right? But that's what I'm saying. Like seriously, like I can't even imagine. Like the notion of a quantum computer doesn't even fucking make sense to me. But they probably have something like that.
Yeah, I'll agree with you because you know the Navy created the Tor network. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's DoD.
And you know that they were using using Tor in the 1980s.
But what's so funny about that? Did you notice 5 years ago they promoted it all over the local news and CNN
of course
and shit?
Because they already knew how to.
They have a back door.
They know how to exploit it.
Because they have a back door in Tor, so they wanted to get it out there so the fucking pedophiles and drug dealers get caught.
And
it was brilliant.
I read a paper on how the Navy actually leaked it in the deep web on IRC chats.
It makes sense. Anybody, honestly,
they leaked it and they didn't.
I called it the first time I heard that shit. When I heard it on mainstream, I said nobody used that shit. That's a fucking plant. Everybody.
And that's funny that you say that because when I first heard about it, right? And someone said to me, you know, the Navy created that. I'm like, no fucking way. I'm hearing like all these people talking about that this is safe to use. You can code it the way you want to. You know, you can put all kinds of security. I'm like, wait a minute, the Navy created this? I'm like, dude, I ain't fucking with Tor.
No, man. It was 100% backdoor. They knew exactly what they're doing.
Like, look how many people. You see how many anonymous and low-sec guys they caught?
Oh, yeah, man.
Using fucking Tor. You see how Glenn Greenwald and what's it called? The Freedom Project, they're actually using Tor with Firefox and Mozilla.
See, this is the thing is like
this is really safe. Dude,
nothing's safe.
If you want to be a whistleblower and they're telling you to use Tor, man, those fucking media guys are gonna get your ass put in jail, man.
Shit, worse than that, even.
You know,
they'll hang you for treason, so they don't give a fuck.
Dude, the media, man, come on, the media is protected in the Second Amendment. Okay, freedom of the press, right? But when you blow the whistle, let me tell you something. That fucking reporter, if it's a choice between his ass going to jail protecting the source and outing you, oh yeah, your ass gonna get outed.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the whole system right now is stacked. Like, I even think Snowden is a complete controlled op situation. Like, I don't think he's legit in any way, shape, or form. Same thing with that other guy. What's the other guy with the fucking white hair? WikiLeaks? Yeah, I think he's 100% controlled from the get-go. I don't think he's real.
I've been hearing that a lot, man. It's just, I know a guy who works for BA.
Why would these guys be alive? I mean, be honest, dog. Why would they be alive?
Yeah,
seriously, it's a game.
I don't know, man. I just don't know. Because here's the thing. Snowden sounds real fucking smart, dude.
Yo, you know how much Snowden made last year for public appearances?
How much?
$250,000
You're kidding, bro.
for public opinion, all done through Skype or
He's a wanted fucking
yeah.
fugitive.
Check it
Making
out. Google it.
250.
I saw it the other
I have
day.
a different theory on Snowden. Would you guys like to hear it?
Sure, Hank. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think that they released that Snowden thing as a psyop so that people will self-censor. They do not want people talking, and instead of trying to, make everybody shut up, the best way to do it is make everybody think that they're listening to. Now, I'm not saying that they're not listening, but I think that they put it on the headline news and, reported the shit out of it so that people would self-censor.
Oh,
That's right. I agree with that. But the thing is like it's algorithms that are listening. It's just keywords, triggers. It's like Jason Bourne, Blackbriar. Like these programs like Prism and shit like that. They're just algorithms running. You don't want to say like a series of incorrect words with the wrong tonation and shit.
Also, there's a company actually, Bassano. I'd be curious if you looked into it. Okay, so I was doing jury duty, grand jury duty, and they're watching, listening to calls. And so it's a company out of Virginia, this thing called SciTech, and they're like almost like it reminded me of like RoboCop, like it was like because literally like even this like their calls were already recording when the phone was ringing, so I even made a point. I was like, when does this thing start recording? And they all they all like kind of like they were like
playing dumb.
Did not want to answer that question, but they had to answer the question. It was interesting. They just try to play around it, but it was like they were clearly like they have like it's just wild.
Here's something that's scary. Sorry to cut you off, Issa, but your Google dashboard, right? Like you can go to your Google dashboard and you can see everywhere you've gone. Like you can look at like the map and the calendar and the time, right? You can look everywhere you've gone. Well, there's also another part that you could go look at for your voice searches, right? So when you press the voice search on Google, it makes that dinging noise, and then you begin speaking, right? Well, when you go back and re-listen to your shit on your dashboard, you hear the ding noise and your words. So what that means is the microphone's already open and recording before it makes the ding, which we know it is. Like, trust me, these microphones are open. These video cameras are, the front-facing ones, they're open. They're using this information for a variety of reasons, and it's all built into the terms of service. It's just nobody's reading it.
Well, I think like this too. This is where I think the understanding of the idea that we're not this stuff. Like like in a certain like element of like a certain capacity, we have to really make that final leap into the idea that, well, it's like, okay, if it's there, like, because I say, or it's the idea, like, if someone says, do you own something? It's like, well, doesn't it all belong to God?
Yeah.
So, like, the idea is that if they're going to go and try to, put all these encumbrances on all this stuff, then it's like, well, where's your charging instrument? And where's the bill? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and, like, I think if we could grasp that idea of this, like, okay, they're going to try to do this, they're going to observe that, they're going to do this. Well, the point is, it's like, first off, by what authority? And I think even, like, if we were to stand up and say, by what authority are you going to look into my privacy and show cause why you don't owe me this much money for denying it? I think the people could shut down the TSA and the NSA if they were to come at them on the grounds that you owe me this much money because you denied me equal protection, due process of law, and the protections afforded God's people is protected by the Constitution, which you're supposed to uphold. Like, if we really understood our power, we could bark back this whole evil system. And it's like they would just have to be like, oh, okay. It's like a paper tiger.
Yeah, well, I say it every time to you. It's a paradigm shift. It requires so much research. I don't even know how to approach the masses with it.
Right, but they're all this big, bad, evil threat. But in reality, the inverse opposition to what they offer is that you're the most powerful thing.
Can I give you an analogy, Asis? I'm sorry, so
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I kind of feel like what you're saying makes sense, but what people are hearing is you're saying the AIDS virus is good for you. Like, that's what they're hearing. And I hate to say it like that, but the court system and everybody's view of it is so, I don't know, one-sided, lopsided, that's what they're hearing. Like, they're hearing that...
Right, but like it's like when people like when I talk to people about because they're like, oh, I can't win in court and I did this, and I say, oh, did you go in as the accommodation party having a priority security interest in the collateral, asking for a genuine accusatory charging instrument, appearing
Oh my
expressly not
God! If I went in the court with you, dude, we would go to jail. I gotta go.
no, but brother, no. What I'm saying is like this, brother. What happened to me was I did, and I got my charging instruments, and I signed the back of those instruments, and I handed them to the bailiff for set-off settlement and closure pursuant to the UCC of the state, or have them show cause why they're not denying me equal protection due process of law.
You know what? I love Isaac. You know why? Because I just had a vision in my mind. Me and him standing in court, right? And he says what he just said, and I look over and says, "Hey, dude, shit, I gotta take this call real quick. Shit, let me go out of the courtroom. I'll be right back." And I never fucking come back.
You know, it's funny though, and Hank kind of brought up a good point. I hate to say it, but you know, this is why you got a bunch of haters.
No.
Is that people don't understand the paradigm.
Oh no, I get you. I get you.
No, I do understand them, but I swear to God, I've heard a guy say that in court. I was sitting in court one time. I was in traffic court, and I heard a dude stand up and say that, right? And immediately the fucking bailiff came over to him, dude, and says, "You know, why don't you go sit in the back? You're gonna be the last one we're gonna hear today." They didn't want nobody else hearing it. Ice is right. They don't want nobody else hearing this shit. I actually did what Isaac just said, but I did it differently. When I went to traffic court, they call everybody in alphabetical order. So of course, Bassano. I'm standing there and the judge asked me, he says, well, you got this ticket, for speeding, the cop was there, and I said, well, here's the situation, Your Honor. I'm not going to take any plea at this moment, but where's the victim? And the judge looked at me and he says, young man, have a seat. I'll deal with you. That's what he said. Young man, have a seat. I'll deal with you. I was the last one he heard. He says, look, it's pretty clear that you know something about the law. So I'll make a deal with you. You just sign this release right now and get out of my courtroom. I looked at it. I said, Your Honor, what is this? Well, you're never to come into this county again.
What?
Yeah. Meaning that if I drove into the county and got caught for speeding or whatever, something like that, because it was a speeding ticket, and he would make sure, dude, it would just be a default situation. Because there were fucking 100 people in that courtroom that day, all for traffic court stuff. And I stood up and says, where's the victim? Because, when they have to read off, because you've got a DA there kind of, pushing this process through. You call it speeding. Well, if it's the people of the state versus you, where's the victim?
Yeah.
Who did I injure? What injury did I cause? And the first thing, people were saying was, yeah, you violated the law. Violated the law? Dude, I was traveling down a fucking public road. But I took it a different route. I said, where's the victim?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The new, the most sophisticated way I've seen it yet done, brother, is that, if we can settle this charging instrument, they have no jurisdiction. So we're not looking for the victim. We're like, yeah, where's the bill? And if they've held you for more than 10 minutes without providing the bill, then they've denied equal protection due process of law. If they get you the bill, if they've given you the bill, you have the right to discharge it. And the point is, brother, that at the bench, the bank, you can sign the back of those instruments, and they can write it off either as a loss or they can monetize it. I don't know what they're doing, and I don't give a fuck. The point is that
you need to email. I want to have a private conversation with you.
I'd love to. Yeah.
He said, listen, I'm even giving you my damn. Let me see here. Yeah. Email me. I can call you from my other number tomorrow. We need to talk.
Yeah, I'd love to, because you got. I mean, I hear it's like, you have the bravado. and the shit that's necessary to get it done. Because, like, you know, but also too, and I will be. It's like I want nothing more than, like, I look at this as this is a total peaceful approach, though. That's why, like, it's like the weirdest thing is that it's like once we can understand that this currency is almost to do with forgiveness, then it's really a fucking trip, bro. Because you're like, it's like, you know, like for instance, like if like when the cops come up and they're like gonna do something, you could just say, "Are you threatening me?" And they're like, "No, no, 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 no." They back right up because it's like it's like, but do you know enough to ask? And that's what I
Yeah.
think. Like, if we know enough to ask, like, we can. Like the judge, you're so right, bro. I said my accommodation party bit, and she was like, "Get him out of here." I got thrown back in the cell, and then I got brought back when nobody was around, and she goes, "Now, how are you gonna plead?" And I was like, "Is there any threat of contempt?" And she was like, "No, no, 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 no." And I was like, "Well, then am I not the accommodation party? I'm in priority security." You know what I mean? Like, and she was just like, "Oh, it appears you'd like to see the charging instruments." They do what you want, but it's like, I think of it like some kind of military thing where it's like, you know, people go to be Marines and then they sit there and tell you how much you don't belong to be a Marine and you should go home.
You know,
And, you know, your
it was
girlfriend's
funny.
out there. You know what I mean? Like, they try
It's
to get you to
interesting you
quit.
say that. It's interesting you say that because I like read Black's Law Dictionary for fun.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Get this, dude.
The
I
leads.
actually was in what did I do? I was in the pre-law class and we did like a mock trial, right? And you know, you go through the whole same process you got to go through, right? So I wanted to do something interesting that I thought that I discovered, you know, in some of the terms that are used. And propria persona doesn't mean that you're your own lawyer. Propria persona means attorney in fact. That's what it means. It doesn't mean you're representing yourself. It means that you are an attorney. If a judge says, "Are you an attorney?" Your response is supposed to be, "In fact, I am, Your Honor. In fact, I am."
Well, here's the thing, though. But check this out. This is what's wild about the term attorn. That's why I use the term priority security interest holder, because it's like you're coming in another way. We'll talk about it. But like, fuck, where was I just with the terms?
Attorney.
Oh yeah, yes, attorn is to hand over. So because an attorney under the corpus juris secundum, he is an agent of the court. His oath is to the court, not the client.
No,
So
but
therefore,
when you say, "In fact, I am," what you're
right,
doing is that you're not representing yourself. You're representing the entity they created.
Mm.
You
right,
don't
but
have
that's
to admit or deny to anything. And here, where I was going to go with this in that mock trial we did, is that instead of acting in propria persona, I took another term that they call in Latin. It's called propria querente, which means for the plaintiff. You're
right.
not claiming to be a lawyer. You're not claiming to be a legal advisor or representative.
Nice.
You're just basically standing there on behalf of the plaintiff.
Yep, the aggrieved party.
I did that in a mock trial,
Dope.
and dude, ready for this? It was over in 5 minutes.
Yep,
It was over.
because that's the same
Because
thing as
guess
the
what?
priority interest holder.
When you talk about appearance in court, and you stand there, and the judge asks you, "Who do you represent in the court? You know, is your client here? Is your client present?" "Your Honor, I stand before the court pro querente, for the plaintiff."
Well,
They
see,
can't fucking arrest you. They can't do shit because guess what? It falls on the habeas corpus. There is no body.
right, but in that court
There is no
proceeding,
physical body.
were you the defendant or were you an attorney?
I was neither.
Well, no. But what I mean, like, were you there
No, we did
learning
the
how to
mock.
be in?
Yeah, when we did the mock, I was standing there as prosecuting.
Right. So check it out. As a private party, it's against the law for you to practice law without having a license.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
That's why you can't go in as a if you're not a licensed attorney, you can't represent anyone. That's why. But you can go in as someone with a financial interest, which is what takes out the law of escheat, which the United States uses when a United States citizen stands before it with nobody else claiming it, because the person is saying that they're the property. So nobody's
what's fascinating?
nobody's claimed the property, but they will through the law of escheat. What's up?
You know what became fascinating to me when I was taking pre-law and I was considering, maybe going to law school, is that I was really heavily focused on maritime law. I kept using maritime law for everything that I was writing about in the law courses I was taking. And man, I don't know how they converted maritime law to the law of the land, but you learn maritime law, dude, you can walk on anybody's property and do whatever the fuck you want, dude, under maritime rules.
And that's what I'm talking about with this charging instrument stuff.
Under maritime rules, dude. I mean,
pirates.
When the police come onto your house, dude, they're literally an organized militia fucking acting like pirates, taking your shit.
Yeah.
Well,
you. You're being
don't they call it? Don't they also call it admiralty law, or is that something?
Yeah, admiralty law. Yeah, admiralty law. But they don't use that. They're not using that.
Who are the pirates? Who are the pirates?
The educated people. That's why the pirates, the children. Yeah, check it out. The pirates are the children of the fire.
Huh.
Pirates.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So it's the educated ones.
We got to talk about this.
It's the men's whose minds are on fire.
We definitely need to talk about this offline. He said, you got to email me, dude.
Sure, bro.
Are you still a U.S. citizen, bro?
Me?
Yeah. Or were you ever? Like, what's your... I mean, you don't need to tell me. I'm just curious.
I'll plead the fifth.
Fair enough, brother. No, I'm just curious. I didn't know how long you were in the States, because you said you were in the military at some point. So I figured...
Dude, that was like back in... It was from late
90s?
90s, dude, yeah.
Gotcha.
Late 90s. After that, I was doing contracting work.
Gotcha.
Defense intelligence security work.
Yeah, my pops was a fire controlman on Aegis cruisers and shit. He was living for 20 years. He ended up becoming a chief like 2 years before he retired, thankfully. But I almost went to the Air Force, and then 9/11 happened.
You insulted your dad, man.
No, yeah, he was like a little.
Pissed you off.
Well, I scored a 90-2 on the ASVABs, and they were like.
Dude, just because you scored a 92 on the ASVABs, you don't go into the fucking Air Force, dude.
Well, I preferred the Air Force. I didn't want to get out there.
Why do you prefer the Air Force? You like the blue uniforms?
I'm more of a behind-the-scenes type of guy. I'm not wanting to go out and fucking war. But anyways, 9/11 happened 4 days later. I was at MEPS on the Friday before. They found a red light ticket on me, and they said, you got to fix this before you swear in. I was like, all right, fine. So I went out, and that Tuesday, I was waking up early to go get my ticket fixed, and fucking 9/11 happened. Like, right there in front of my face.
You were probably like, oh, there goes that ticket.
Well, I still got to take care of my ticket?
No, I called up my recruiter at noon after everything fucking fell, and I was like, look, man, I got to figure this shit out before I go off fighting Bush's war. I said, I know how this shit works. And he was like, no, I respect that. We'll have plenty of people signing up anyways.
Yeah, that's what they wanted to.
Yeah.
And then let's get this. All those people that signed up, about 25% of them were fucking killed within the first fucking 5 years.
Another 20% committed suicide.
Yeah.
It's fucking dark, man.
It's,
same people. How about Pat Tillman, dude? That whole fucking thing.
Shit.
Who gives up a multi-million-dollar fucking NFL contract, and then one of his own guys shoots him in the back of the fucking head.
Oh, it was an operation on him because he had a voice. He saw the bullshit that was going on out there.
Fucking head, dude.
Execution style. He was on his fucking knees when he got taken out.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
That's the thing. It wasn't just one guy. It was they were ordered to fucking do that because Tillman had a voice.
That motherfucker, man.
If he came back home and was talking against the war and talking about the things that he saw, he would have rallied enough support against it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm pretty sure they took his ass out. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they had to. They had to.
Shit's crazy, man. That dude was a rock star.
Yeah, he was a damn good ball player too, man.
Yeah, but you
Dude,
know the whole thing.
I was only counting to coming on 8 o'clock for an hour, dude. You drugged me into fucking a 3 hour conversation, bro. God damn, man.
Yeah, it's good shit.
Hey man, when you get with the right people, it's a good time.
Yeah,
But
let's
yeah, I'll be finishing the rest of the book here throughout the week. It's only 100 pages. I'm halfway through it, so.
Yeah, shoot me an email, dude. Let's have some online talks. I got some other information I'd share with you that some people just don't want to talk about it. I don't
Yeah,
know if you have access
yeah,
to
I've got you.
my cloud, but I got a whole bunch of other documents that you might want to, I'm not going to put them on my show, but it's information for whoever else wants to talk about it.
Well, right now I'm just doing these two obscure books, Kings of the Throne and World Beyond the Poles. And if I could find other things that are relevant,
Yeah,
I prefer nonfiction, but you know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, I mean,
That's what you got.
it's gonna be up to you to decide what. I mean, everything I've located is close to nonfiction as it could be, but as I've been reading through the documents and learning what I've been learning along the way, I'm like, oh my God, I should have read this before I downloaded it. A lot of the information.
Well, I imagine you got a lot of technical stuff, too.
Yeah, it's technical papers, it's science papers, it's briefs, letters. Like I'm working on a really in-depth show about James Van Allen because I got his papers
I don't know.
from the University of Iowa. I got two friends who live in Iowa and they went to the university for me to actually go in the basement and get 3 boxes. And I'm going to prove that he lied on all his research regarding the Van Allen radiation belts.
I've heard that before. I've heard that it might be a hoax.
Yeah, I got the proof. I got the proof.
Hmm.
This dude said that he launched a 3 foot fucking rocket on a balloon to 2,400 kilometers in 1954. You ready for this? You ready for this? The Naval Research Laboratory and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers JPL couldn't get anything to 73 miles.
Oh man,
without it fucking exploding. So you tell me how this guy got a 3 foot fucking.
Wait. 73 miles. That's the Kármán line. Yeah, that's 100 kilometers the Kármán line. So that's about 68, 73 miles.
Yeah, so that's what they said, but he's saying that he got way beyond that. He's saying he went 2,400 times higher than the Kármán line with a fucking 3 foot rocket in a balloon.
So, you know that first satellite project called Echo, the big balloon that was shot up by a rocket and then expanded once it got to a certain point?
Yeah, it stayed up there for like 8 years.
Listen, man, they said they got that thing up to 1,000 fucking miles. If you go back and watch their documentary, it's online. If you just type in Project Echo or whatever, they claim that balloon, this fucking balloon, was moving around the Earth at the speed necessary for the orbit at 1,000 miles up. How fucking that's impossible. That's impossible.
And they were somehow able to expand the balloon almost the size of a football field. That's what deployed from it. I saw it.
It's impossible. All of it is utter garbage. I think they're beaming the frequencies off the ionosphere. It's just that simple.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do a real big show on Van Allen. Got documents on his naval career. He was a Navy lieutenant commander. He was on the ships doing the nuclear, upper atmospheric nuclear testing.
Oh, he was there.
Yeah, before they did the nuclear test ban treaty. He was on at least a half a dozen ships in every single area where they did the upper atmospheric hydrogen bomb testing.
The video of that looks like it's hitting something.
Yeah,
every bit of it.
He created the firing fuse for all those bombs. He created it.
Shit.
All those tests were to test his firing fuse. His firing fuse led to the Manhattan Project.
Huh.
Yeah, he's part of all of it. And then he says that he located these radiation belts, at 2,400 and 10,000 kilometers. Let me tell you something, man. Ain't no fucking balloon, 3 foot rocket on a balloon getting to fucking 2,400 kilometers.
Yeah.
No way. No way, dude. And you
Yeah,
ready for this?
I don't
He
think
claimed.
they can get higher than 500 miles.
Well, get this. 19. You got to talk about the 1950s. He says he was launching these rockets from the fucking football field from the University of Iowa. The football field. He went onto the university football field in the middle of the night or the day and launched these rockets from the football field.
What the fuck?
Dude, he says it himself. It's his own letter.
With the probes on it? You're talking about the Van Allen probes?
Yeah. He was launching it from the university football field.
That's weird.
Yeah, he falsified his research. And I know he did, but he gonna roll over in his grave when I put out this video.
Good. Yeah, just what I'm saying is like all of NASA's, especially the early stuff, it's just completely bonked, and they're trying to push this idea of orbits, and they're trying to push this idea of the heliocentric model, which I think they went up and realized it's false, and they were like, shit, we're gonna have to give them the status quo. We have to tell them it's like all the sci-fi they read for the past 50 years.
They don't want, they're never gonna, all these little private space programs you're talking about, when you talk about Blue Origin, you're talking about Virgin Galactic, who else? SpaceX, dude, they're never gonna take anybody, ain't no civilian going up there.
No, man. They can't get, well, look at what, they've been blown up at 100 kilometers. What was
Look,
it? Virgin
the only
and
way you're ever going to get up as high as Picard did, remember? A Hennessy commercial? Is that you launch that fucking balloon from some island somewhere, and you get all the way up there.
Well,
you just keep going, keep going, and that fucking thing's got to land in the water so you don't get cited or charged with some criminal act because you can't do it on land.
For the record, Robert, Picard only got 10 miles up with his balloon. The Hennessy commercial showed him going way further, but in all actuality, he only got 10 miles up.
Oh, dude, I never even researched it. I feel like a fool now.
No. I'm just saying. I'm clarifying. But I know what you're talking about, man, because you can't get higher than engines stop working at 100 kilometers. And it takes like a certain rocket engine to even get further than that. But with that Go Fast rocket didn't it get past 100 kilometers? Like a little bit past it? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it might have. Man.
But it looks like it hit something because there's a video running around of a yo-yo D-spin, and they're trying to say that the Go Fast rocket was using that yo-yo D-spin mechanism to cause it to stop. But the video of the yo-yo D-spin on this other rocket, it doesn't look like that. It doesn't behave like this Go Fast rocket. When you look at the Go Fast rocket, it looks like it's hitting a different density of material up there. And that's what I think. I think it might have like superfluids up there, like liquid oxygen, liquid helium, and like these different.
There wouldn't be liquid O2. It has to be liquid helium 4.
Fine. I mean, you've got the temperatures for it.
At close to 0 degrees Kelvin.
Yeah, you've got the temperatures up there, and whatever I don't think the thermosphere probably even exists. To be honest with you, if you've got the shuttle missions running between 250 and 450 miles up, and then if they're real, but they might have gotten up there, who knows? But then you've got the ISS, which I don't fucking think people are in it, but there's definitely something moving around.
Well, you saw the video that put out about the robots, right? Radiation Fred, Phantom Fred, right?
No, what's that?
You see when GM created all these robots to put up on the ISS to measure the amount of radiation an astronaut they'd be exposed to, and they said that no astronaut has ever been diagnosed with radiation sickness while being on the ISS. So the question was, why the fuck would you send up these robots to measure it? And you're claiming that there's this shitload of radiation up there, but nobody's had. Come on, you're trying to tell me that Scott Kelly, one fucking year, didn't get sick one time, he hadn't been diagnosed? Yeah, I'll tell you why he hasn't been diagnosed, because he's never fucking been up there. That's why.
The thing is like, if you look at the shuttle missions, there is reports that they couldn't go higher than 430 miles, and because they were getting very bad visual effects of radiation, like
but here's the thing, even 430 miles is still not achievable.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think they can get that high personally, but apparently 500 miles is the highest they've sent a human.
I think that 500,000 feet is the limit.
No, I agree with you, but what I'm saying is on the record. If you take the moon mission off the fucking table, the shuttle missions, the highest they went is 450. But the shuttle missions could be a complete crock too. So I don't fucking know.
Well, NASA has the software on their website where you can fake telemetry data.
Mm-hmm. I
So
remember you going over that.
if you see in the screen, you're seeing all this stuff. How do you know that what you see this rocket on TV and you match it up with what people are seeing on the screen?
Yeah. You know how they use that word nominal all the time, right? You know the definition of nominal.
Yeah,
right. It means existing in name only. There's and you see that's called lesser magic. That's called, like hiding in plain sight. They're fucking using the words correctly to get away with everything they're doing.
Yeah, the worst is that the landing thing that they did where they had the panel.
Oh my God. You mean SpaceX?
Dude, I don't know it was like a panel, and they were like, "Yeah, we did it," and the guy was just like, "Where's Tim?" And he's looking for somebody in the audience every 5 minutes.
Oh, you're talking about the after the Mars mission?
Yeah, it was like, yeah. That's just hilarious.
The guy with that stupid haircut, acting like a rock star and shit. Yeah, but no, did you see? Basano, did you see the SpaceX rocket landing last week?
Oh, there was another one?
Yeah, so check this out. It was on the barge this time, and so they have these, hipster kids doing the announcing like they've been doing, and right before it happened, they're like, "Oh, and by the way, we've been having a little bit of problem with the satellite uplink, so hopefully we get to see everything right." Well, okay, so all of a sudden you see this little flame tip coming out of the, into the frame, and she's like, "Oh, there it is, it's coming down," and then all of a sudden it glitched out. And it went black, and she's like, "Oh no, it looks like we lost the feed." It was like 30 seconds after she mentioned that, and then all of a sudden it comes back on, and the fucking rocket is right there, and she's like, "Yeah, it landed." It was like a kindergarten magic trick, dude, and everybody was going ape shit. You gotta look at it, dude. It's so embarrassing.
Oh my God! Now you got me. I gotta see this.
Yeah, they're literally like the worst.
Literally a kindergarten
like a bad high school play.
I'm going to tell you here right now, I think there's going to be something really major to be released before the end of the year regarding NASA, and I don't know.
Did you hear that they just put the ISS up for sale?
Are you fucking kidding?
2 days ago I saw this, that they're putting it up to bid on. They're trying to sell it.
To who?
Probably one of these private space. They're just privatizing it right now to these controlled companies, SpaceX and fucking.
So the SpaceX thing, is it on their website?
What the
That video?
Oh, if you just go on YouTube and SpaceX, rocket landing or whatever, they all look fucking. They're all fake. They're all like complete garbage. But
I wonder if I might be able to do a call with them.
Gerrard did a video on it. His last video, I think he did on it. But it's so ridiculous, man.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna call them. Happen. I'm gonna call them, dude. I got their number.
Dude, I would love for you to call those assholes and like pin them down on something. Like find something real specific you can get them on.
Oh, this would be fucking.
Hey, remember I gave you that idea to call that professor who used to be on the Challenger, who's still alive?
Oh yeah, I can't get in touch with her, dude.
I gave you the phone number. Remember, but she's out of.
She ain't answering the phone.
Well, no. She's out because she's a professor. She's going to be back, I believe, next month. We need to fucking track these people down, the people who are still alive from the Challenger.
Dude, what am I supposed to ask her?
But
what do you want me to do?
Did you die?
Say, hey, Professor, how you doing? How's it? Yeah. Hey, do you want me to do an interview? Yeah. What do you want to interview me about? Could you tell me about your time? When you were doing your space shuttle, your NASA shuttle training? And she's either gonna fucking hang up on me, or she's gonna slip over and be like, "How'd you get my number?"
No, she got called the CIA on you, Basano. Remember when Bart Sabrell was going around asking the astronauts gone wild? Remember that one he asked when his son was president? The guy kicked him out of his house, and his son was like, "Do you want me to call the CIA and get him fucking whacked?" That was like
Oh,
off camera. He said that
yeah,
shit.
yeah. That was
Dude, I
hilarious.
found a document dump yesterday. I'll actually link it to you when I get back to my computer. But a document dump from NASA declassified documents concerning their relationship with the CIA and the DoD.
Oh, I got
It's
the
lit.
book, dude.
Well, it's oh, you got that book?
I
Okay, you
got
know
the
what I'm talking
book.
about. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
dude,
Okay.
I got the book. Dude, I ain't got the document. You guess where I got it from? I got it
What?
from National Security Archives, man. George Washington
Well,
University.
that's what it is. That's what it is. Okay,
I
you know
got that.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I found that
dude.
yesterday, dude.
Dude, have you read it? Did you
I
read the
read through some
information?
of them. Yeah, I read through
Oh,
some of them. But
okay.
see, the thing is, people don't realize the CIA has
You gotta
very
keep reading
much to
that
do
shit. You
with
gotta keep
NASA.
reading that shit. It
Listen, man,
goes,
the CIA has a lot to do with NASA,
you
especially in
know,
the beginning.
let me tell you
Especially in
something.
the beginning.
The relationship between the agency and NASA is about information.
Well,
They
yeah.
need NASA to put out the narrative.
Yes.
See, everybody thinks NASA is really all about space and aeronautics. No,
It's propaganda.
it's about putting out the science.
It's
They need for
propaganda.
people to believe certain things.
See, that's the thing. I look at NASA as the propaganda wing of the military-industrial complex. I think that
I,
they were put out front for two reasons. One, to garner public support for their ICBM testing, and two, to like push this heliocentric model to its fullest edge.
okay, and I'm gonna tell you how powerful NASA is. If you're the director of NASA, I'm gonna tell you how powerful they are. Name one government agency that doesn't need one service that NASA offers. Name one government agency.
That
Every
doesn't
government
need
agency needs
something from that.
geospatial, geographic, weather, all that type of data
I
from
got you. I
NASA.
see. Yeah.
Every single agency. Now get this. We got the President of the United States supposed to be the most powerful leader in the world, right?
Hmm.
President. But get this. Ask yourself why the fucking vice president is in charge of fucking NASA.
Huh. I didn't know that was the chain.
Yeah, the vice president of the United States, Charlie Bolden, answers to fucking Joe Biden.
Hmm. I didn't know that.
Joe
Compartmentalization,
Biden.
maybe.
Now, ask yourself this. The president of the United States is the commander-in-chief of the military.
Hmm.
So if NASA sends up the Global Hawk and they see some weird fucking activity going on the ground, NASA reports that information to Joe Biden. Joe Biden says, hey, Barack, we got some troop movement on us, and NASA was doing some aerial reconnaissance and upper atmospheric testing. They just happened to catch video of this. What does Obama do as commander-in-chief? He calls up DOD and his Joint Chiefs of Staff. Hey, why don't you go send a special operations team over to this area?
Yeah.
Got this information from NASA.
So you're
Fuck the
saying that's
CIA,
sort of like
dude.
a Star Wars double Padme
Dude.
type thing?
Fuck the
Right.
CIA.
Hey,
Fuck the NSA, dude. The
so
NSA is the signal intelligence arm of fucking NASA. The CIA is the one who tells NASA, this is the information we need you to create. Go do it.
let me ask you something. How many? I've heard a figure before, but how many drones do you think are aerial currently right
Well, I
now
can tell you this
at
right
any
now.
given moment?
I can tell you this here right now. There, what I can only speak of is this. I know how many U-2 planes there are. 33.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Of course there is.
I know how many you need to cover the entire Earth for 24 hours. 10.
How, that's it? Man.
Yeah.
Well, I've
Get
heard a
this. I know
number.
how many are unmanned. 15.
I've heard that there are at least 30,000 drones in the air internationally at any given moment. Now,
I've never
at
heard that number. That could be a possibility.
you
But
see,
if you go search NASA's Global Hawk, okay, and you see the range, capability, and altitude of that fucking thing, all right,
hmm yeah, the
bro,
global.
you put those up, okay. That's an entire fucking telecommunication platform for half the United States. Yeah.
Jeez.
Flying at 60 to 70,000 fucking feet. Nobody will see it. Nobody will hear it. You'll
Yeah.
never see it. You'll never hear it. Ever.
Right, but we could look at it like they're either out to get us or they're protecting us. And like
Okay.
if we're giving them the line of credit to do everything, we've got authority over this thing.
Yeah. Let me know when you want to walk onto a base and commandeer a fucking Global Hawk.
Well, no, if I'm not licensed to do it, I wouldn't be able to use their property. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's their property
Dude,
to like.
I just want to go be. I want someone to give me a view of what the Earth really looks like. That's all I want.
I don't know. I look at it like this, man. You know, this is my thing. I don't know if you've heard this, but I was thinking, let's say you studied astrophysics, you know, and you go there and you could write a letter over to NASA and say, hey, look, excuse me. Actually, Basano, I would fucking love for you to do this.
Think about this.
Hold on, no, Basano, please. This would be so great. You write a letter saying, hey, excuse me, I spent all my life learning all this shit. I was expecting to learn all this stuff about space. It appears you may have lied to me from age fucking whatever to this age, and it appeared that you've been deceiving me for however long, and I got an education that was based on a system that's not true. And unless you can prove that you didn't do that to me, you owe me this much amount of money. And if you don't either give me the money in 10 days or explain to me that I'm wrong under notary seal penalty of perjury, then it's agreed, then you owe me that money amount. And I can take you to court for it.
And then you'll be put on a fucking watch list.
No, I think what they would do is they would try to settle with you privately.
No, they won't, dude. There are people who have done this, Ace. You'll get put on a watch list, bro. You get put on the watch list. They'll label you as mentally unstable. And then, if they think you can get a weapon, they'll make sure that you never get a weapon.
You're not looking for weapons. You're looking for the charging instrument. You know what I mean? If they come and visit. That's what, that's what I'm trying to say. Is I think that we have to recognize that there might be a paper tiger.
You know how many people you'd have to get to join in on something like that?
No, I think we could do it almost individually. You do it privately.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. There are people who individually, privately done this, and I've never heard from them. I never hear from them again.
Well, right, because you wouldn't. If let's say I sued and asked for $10 million, and they're like, okay, but you can never talk about it again. I'd be like, okay. You know what I mean? Maybe. Because I'd take that money and fucking go live somewhere nice with all the money that they gave me. There's that approach. That's all.
Chap will tell you this, okay? There ain't no way the government gonna let you walk away for any dollar amount, hoping you never open your mouth to anybody.
No, it's just contracting. It's just non-disclosure.
No, listen. Ain't no way the government is gonna trust you signing any document hoping that you will honor it.
Right,
It is cheaper for them. It is cheaper for them to get rid of you than to pay you.
I can agree with your reasoning. However,
you should agree with my reasoning because understand this: wherever you live, they'll just pay some crackhead or some desperate ass street thug. Hey, here's 25 grand, there, homie. When you see this dude show up, handle your business.
Right, but at the same time, they could do that. I don't doubt that happens. I'm just trying to say that if you're man enough to show them that you're actually responsible, they might be willing to trust you. Is what I'm trying to say.
I think that this is all going to come down on its own. That's what I think this is going to come down because there's too many people who are just if anybody has briefly watched what's going on, geopolitical and social. Economics, there are people who are just getting tired of this. They're getting tired of the same things that we're tired of, but they don't, they're not completely there with it. And there's going to be one thing to come out where people are going to be like, man, holy shit, fuck this shit. They're going to storm the courthouses, they're going to storm the banks.
I don't buy it.
They're gonna take everything. I mean, listen. It's the same way Rome fell. It's the same way every empire fell. They didn't just gradually disappear, over 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Literally, people just one morning woke up and says, "Oh hell no," and they took it, and it came down. That's how it's gonna happen.
I feel like that's I think of it like it's like this fatalistic globe thinking. That's my only problem. That's my. No, brother. I believe, as someone who has, check it out, brother. As someone who got gold and silver and got extra food and did that shit, I hear you, brother. And I'm all about guns, right?
Well, see, here's the thing. I'm not saying take things by force. No, it's not going to be a forceful situation. It's always happened like that in history. Now, yeah, there's been conflicts or whatever have you, but there'll be a small conflict. Attention will be brought to it, and then people will just stand up and say, no more. It won't be violent at all. It'll just be a non-compliant, a massive collective non-compliant situation where people, they won't, all of their authority will be taken away from them through silence.
Right, but silence is dangerous because it's agreement.
No. The type of silence is that when your constituent members go to lobby for this law or that regulation or to get cooperation with this, and no one is actually responding to them, when you show the disdain, it's like if you go in a court of law and the judge is asking you something and you don't respond to them, you don't acknowledge the jurisdiction of the court, you know how much that pisses the fucking judge off that you don't fucking respond?
Right, but that'll get you in trouble. That'll get you contempt charge too.
Yeah, but contempt of what? You're not acknowledging.
Right, or they'll try to give you an attorney.
Well, they can try to do that too, but it's called informed consent. You're not giving your consent. It's what you talked about.
Right, no. But there's so many people in jail that did that routine, and they're in jail because they don't know why. Like they were silent. They got a court-appointed attorney. What I'm trying to say is that our going silent is what's killing us also, because it's like they taught us to take the fifth, and that's just to go silent and take whatever they're going to give us. If we could learn the idea, I don't know if we talked about, or there's 4 doors, but the conditional acceptance, there's 4 doors to any commercial offer.
I've heard.
Yeah. So that conditional acceptance, we got to accept what they're saying, but have a counter offer, and have them show cause whether or not denying equal protection, due process of law, and show cause why they shouldn't dismiss the case.
You know, there's a Latin saying, man. Ignorante excusa jurisat. Ignorance of the law excuses no one.
No excuse. Amen. I'm all for it. That's what I'm saying. The UCC holds true. And that's what I'm saying. When I saw the judges be beautiful, I had a new freaking revelation. I was like, holy shit, man. They gave me what I wanted. I was like, whoa, they were honorable. They were honorable, bro. It's like the referee. I look at it like you're playing basketball. If you steal the ball, you can't go to the ref and say, yo, you're not allowed to steal. That's bad. The ref's going to say, yo, dog, you're playing basketball. You know what I'm saying, brother? It's like they're going to look at it that way.
Nana's out in chat. Kat, she's asking you, how much would it cost to go to Mars?
Yo, dog, I think we should just sell the real estate on Mars.
There's a company that does that shit. I'm serious. There's a company that sells real estate on the moon and on Mars. You get a deed, a certificate.
Dude,
I'm
come
serious,
on, you gotta
dude.
show this shit, man. You gotta show
man,
this.
look at this.
You gotta
show this shit, dude.
I was saying, yo, get in before it's fucking too late. You know what I mean? I was saying,
I'm gonna pull this up. I'm serious.
Buy real estate on a gas ball.
You could add $10
I'll show you. It's called lunarland.com. You can buy it on Mars too. They have moonestate.com and lunar registry.
Okay, so you want to buy real estate on a gas ball.
We should buy the
no, that's not that was what I was talking about.
No, I know. She's talking about something different. She's talking about
okay.
Yeah, she's talking about how much would the mission cost. Well, if you look at this new company, hold on, let me pull this up.
What the world you gave him?
Look at this. Look at this bullshit.
What the world says, he says he has 12 parsecs in the Orion Nebula for an interested party project.
Look at this bullshit. You see this shit right here? Look at this. Moon land available. You get a deed, a map,
it's like
and
a joke
everything.
website. It's like a spoof website.
No, man, it's for real. Like, people pay for this shit. I'm telling you.
Dude, I don't think you're sharing your screen with everybody. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, I did. Here, let me see. Buy Mars
Dude,
land.
that's a real fucking website?
Dude, I don't know how they get away. Look, buymars.com. I don't know how they get away with it, but, like, it's real. Look at this shit. As seen on TV, the perfect, unique gift. You get, like, a deed and, like, a Martian deed, a map.
$29.95. Click where it says learn more. Do the deluxe package.
Yeah, dude, they got one for like $250. That's what I'm saying. Where you get 20 acres.
I was saying,
20
you got to
acres.
get in on the moon, though. Fuck Mars. You know everyone wants to go to the moon.
Look at this. Look. A framed Martian deed, Martian codes, map, Mars rock. You get automatic registration. Dude, look at this. $250 fucking dollars.
Wait.
People are paying.
How the fuck do you get the meteorite Mars rock?
I don't
They
know.
ain't
Dude,
never collected anything for that. How the fuck nothing left that
They
fucking...
just send you a rock from fucking where's that? Devon
Utah?
Island?
Utah,
Yeah.
Arizona, or some shit?
They're trying to say these people right here have bought land from them, right? And then they have all
Dude,
of
this
this
is a
like
joke.
as it's for real, dude. And it doesn't say for entertainment purposes only anywhere.
Go to About Us. Go to About Us. Click About Us.
Let's see.
Dude, this must be a joke, man. They're
It's
making
not,
fun of
man.
NASA. No,
Here's the
this must be a website to make fun of NASA.
No. They're making fun of people who fucking look. How do I know this is not fraud?
Hold on. No.
Look, FAQ.
We think
Look at
skepticism is a good and healthy thing, but when you're selling a groundbreaking product, currently with the best intentions, skepticism. We do receive from time to time a few understandable questions. This is a joke or not? We know that.
Tell them if there's any development going on yet.
Oh, dude, you know what? This is going to be my next
Look,
fucking phone call, bro. No.
They're a member of the BBB. Look, they're a member of the BBB.
Listen to me, bro. This is going to be, I'm going to do this phone call tomorrow. Fuck that.
Yo, Doug,
I'm going to do this phone call
you're
tomorrow.
going to ask them if they do more.
Look at this. Look at this right here. They're member of the BBB. Even.
No, Cat, you and me going to do this phone call tomorrow. You need to fucking email me, dude.
Oh my God, dude.
We're going to do this phone call live. Yep. I'm going to do this phone call live, dude. Oh, yeah.
Look at this.
Wait, what did they say about NASA? Can I charge NASA if they land on my property? No, you can't. No celestial bodies owned by NASA, and they have never claimed them.
For the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, yeah.
The planet Mars, Moon, and other celestial bodies are the heritage of all mankind for the purpose of it. So NASA can do what they like and go where they like as long as they are exploring. But if someone wants to build a house or drill minerals or water, that's quite different. Lunar land has never and will sell a past or planned NASA landing site on any system. Oh no, dude. We're going to do this phone call. We're going to do this phone call.
Yeah, let's see what the contact is. Let's see. Hold on.
Yeah, see if they got a phone number, dude.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
They're in Florida with me. Where's the phone?
Shit. They ain't got a phone number, dude.
No, we can find the number.
No. Go to who is.
What?
Go type in who is.
Who is?
No, yeah.
Oh, you talking about the website? Who is?
Who is?
All right. Is it .net or .com?
It was .com. Now go to who is. No. Go to click on who is.
Oh, okay.
Now type in bymars.com. Scroll down.
Mm-hmm. There's the phone number. Oh, that's a
No. They protect the registry.
Here we go. Registry phone number.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go to ICANN.
Where's the 480 area code?
No, that's Arizona. That's
is it?
That's not where they are. Yeah, it's not. But listen, I'm gonna try to find the phone number. We're gonna make that call, dude.
This is it right here, isn't it? Right
No. That's to the domain privacy. No, that's domain privacy. They're not gonna give you information.
Check phone.
There's another site I can go to where I can find the information.
Yeah, that should be hilarious. But
no,
and they got the one for the moon too. Like I was just on it.
Oh, dude, they say it's not a joke.
No, they act like it's real. And then here's the moon one. We got Moon Estates, and then you got Moon something else. But look at this shit.
That is fucking funny, dude. That is funny as hell.
Look, Venus. Here's Venus.
Wait, you can buy real estate on Venus as well?
Yeah.
Bro, are you serious, man?
Dude, for lovers.
Right? And they're making so much money off of this. You know how many of these... Look at this. And this is the British one, essentially. Because, look, they're charging pounds.
19 fucking pounds, dude.
Dude, we gotta get in on this. I mean...
I know.
Oh, hell yeah, we do, dude.
We just gotta get in on this.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe we should all just start some business.
Look, you get your Venusian deed. Look, your Venusian deed.
Dude, I think we get in touch with them, and then we just do markups, we do sales, and get fucking like we'll
So
just be like, yo, are you,
if we get enough money put together, we can own our own fucking planet. We call it the
Dude,
fucking
we
planet
can
Flat Earth.
self-convert.
Planet
Dude.
Flat Earth.
I think we get the ISS
Right?
and we call it Flat Earth. Like call it the
Yes,
Flat
by
Earth.
the
machine.
ISS.
The
So
Flat
let me
Earth
see if I can see
machine.
the ISS for sale. I think it was like talked about the other day. Look at this.
Yeah.
NASA wants to sell ISS to private enterprise. Look at this.
Look at what the world's saying. He says, sell some deeds to Uranus.
Sell some D's to Uranus.
Dude, that is a T-shirt. That is a fucking T-shirt.
Oh, shit.
And we could buy a Dick Earth planet.
No, fuck, man.
No, that's the fucking the mysterious planet.
All right, I'm calling
That's how the
copyright.
fucking,
Hey,
Sure.
Newsflower says, hey, we need to specify that we want beachfront
Oh.
property.
Look, let me show you this. This is Issa's film from tonight, right? He was
yeah.
in. Check this out. I
Or
want
the
you
other
to
night,
look.
yeah,
Look.
like about 2 or 3 nights
All right,
ago.
so he's in New York. I want you to check this out. He's fully zoomed in on the moon right now. Okay, I noticed this. I don't know if he did this on purpose, but check this out. So he's fully. Look at the detail. Look at everything. He's fully zoomed in. Right now, watch what he does. He backs all the way out.
I had to go back.
And-
I tried to get in again.
Hold on. It's fine. I want people to see the
Why
more
was the
important
moon
shot.
flickering? Why was the color flickering?
It's the auto adjust. But watch. Okay, he's going to go back out now and point to a building down the street.
Yeah, this is
Now
what
watch.
tripped me out, bro.
Now look, I'm serious. He's fully zoomed in right now, and you saw the detail. Now watch. He's going to go do it to this building. It's the same fucking level of detail. Man.
Right, man.
So how close is that fucking thing?
What the fuck?
Look at this. Watch. He puts it onto the window at full zoom, and look at the detail. You see what I'm saying? Like, how can you get that good of a moon shot?
Lisa, was that 7th Avenue?
Yeah. No. That's Broadway. Broadway to 4th. You know,
Yeah, he's
4th
in the center of it all out there.
Shit, dude, I know exactly where the fuck you shot that from.
Yeah,
dude.
brother, right on the corner.
Holy fuck, I know exactly what that's at.
But you see my point?
I used to bank at that Citibank, dude. Right on the corner.
Yeah, Whole Foods right there, shit. Fucking Best Buy there now.
But you see my point, right? Like,
Yeah,
how do we get such a
wait,
good,
wait.
clear shot of the moon like that?
What
And,
kind of camera did he use for that?
I got the fucking Flat Earth machine.
yeah. He's got
The
the
V900.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, I thought that was so cool, man. I was like, you know what? I just was like, yo, found.
Hey, so listen, Nora says that we should specify that we want beachfront property on Venus.
Word.
Right. Hell yeah.
No,
Yeah.
ask him if we can get photos of what we're buying. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say, listen, okay, listen, I'm gonna buy 100 acres. Can you send me some photos of, you know, where my property's located?
Can I
Like, I'm
visit?
prepared to put $100,000 down with you guys. I just need some actual photos.
Yeah, I said, I mean, shit, I got a crowdfunding effort together.
Hey,
Look at
yeah,
this.
We got
Look, here's a
100 grand.
Groupon for it. Look, here's a Groupon for it. For
yeah, you gotta
1
go.
acre of land on Mars for a Groupon deal.
Dude, that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, you gotta send up those guys with the sticks looking for water.
Oh my God! Look at this.
Yeah, the
A
fuck-
Groupon for
Yo.
1 acre of land on
I'm
Mars.
gonna find the phone numbers, dude. We need to make fucking phone calls to all of these people,
Can
man.
I gotta
Man,
tell
we
you
can make
something.
some money off of that shit.
No, because you wanna know what? I wanna see them say. When I say, okay, listen, you know, I'm taking this very serious. I read the website. What can I get for $20,000? And, you know, just like every other real estate, can I get some photos of it?
Man, look at this. This is ABC News. They're getting mainstream attention with this bullshit.
Holy
Showing the fake ass moon landing.
Dude.
Look at this.
Dude, this shit is for real.
The best
Oh,
is
it's
the
a
hammer
joke.
and the best is the hammer and the feather. That's just fucking
Oh, I know.
1999 for acres lot on the moon with a
That's
Earth
ABC
view.
News.
They
dude.
got laws passed on this shit to where you can't claim a certain piece of land up there. They got laws on this shit.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
That's so crazy. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, we
I've
need to
known
make
about
these
this for
phone calls.
years. Look at this, New York Times. Like, how much, oh my God.
Why did they fucking do this, dude? You gotta be kidding me.
property, bro.
Oh, yeah, I need photos of my property. I'm sorry.
No, not even that. But I'm saying, like, yo, they look at the people like property. And because
No, I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask him and say, listen, I need to make sure I'm not gonna fall into a Christopher Columbus situation where there's fucking indigenous Indians. Can you confirm with me that there's no people on that property?
Right.
Because I don't want to eventually get there and somebody be like, fuck, this is my house. This is my land. What are you doing here?
Well, no, you're going to ask about the insurance policies.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to ask him,
There's like property rights in space. And
you know what I'm doing? I'm like, hey, do I need hurricane, wind, fire, flood insurance?
Do I need radiation insurance?
dude, here it is right here. Space settlements, property rights, and international law. There's law on this shit. I'm serious. I'm not joking.
I can't believe what I just fucking saw.
Selling space stuff.
Dude, I can't take those websites serious, but I gotta call them, man. I do have to call. I need to record that shit. I don't give a fuck about them now. Dude, that is crazy. You gotta send me all of those through my email, Kat. You gotta send all that shit to me. Because I'm gonna get those phone numbers, dude.
Man, all you gotta do, seriously, just type in buy Mars land. There's tons of it, man. It's
dude,
crazy.
I don't know how I'm gonna contain myself. I might start laughing, dude, while I'm having these calls. They may be short calls on these things.
So funny.
It's so, look at this. Here's one from New Zealand.
How did I like the one with the deluxe
plots.
package where you get a
Look
moon,
at
where
this
you get a
shit.
Mars rock.
It'll be like Christmas tomorrow for you, Robert.
Dude, they said it's good. You get a Mars rock. I want the deluxe package.
Look, here's buy land on Ceres.
Isn't that like a gas ball or some shit?
Yeah,
Robert, you gotta be like, look, I'm not your average motherfucker. I need the best fucking land you got up there.
Look, they showed these bullshit.
You don't know who I am, motherfucker.
Yo, look at these habitats. You can build. Look, what the fuck? Your free plots can be developed with buildings that are available to purchase for $20. They're adding like a
on the moon.
Hypothetical building.
Yo, I don't want that shitty Martian soil.
Wait. So you can get one building for 20 fucking Australian dollars?
Here's 20 buildings for $400. But why? Like, what are you getting?
But how do you get it there? How do you get it up there?
I don't know.
Oh no, wait, dude. Did you see where it says virtual world? All the shit's on a fucking
simulation,
nerd.
But look at it. It's a real place. Look at this.
Order now.
Look, you get a map.
Sail on Mars, on the moon.
Look at this, Lunar City. Like, what the fuck, people?
Oh, man. This is funny. Oh, yeah. This is going to be one of those funny-ass fucking Bernie Mac phone calls. Oh, yeah, dude. I'm going to be like, listen, I ran across your website. Can you talk to me about what it is I'm buying?
Look at this, Mars.sale. There's another one. Man, there's a bunch of these websites. Dude, look at this shit.
I think this is all a joke.
Look at this cartoon bullshit. Look, the only legal. Did you see that? It said the only legal Mars.
Dude, what? I think that these websites were set up to mock NASA.
No, they're mocking us because people are paying it.
Yeah, dude, this is a travesty on the dumb people.
This is, dude.
I need to call them and find out.
You need to expose
how many people actually bought this shit.
I went on Reddit just looking at, like, I searched if anybody's done it, and there was a bunch of people like, yeah, I got it for my little nephew because he loves space. I thought it was nice for him to have. But, what?
You hear what Nora said? Nora says, tell them you have stuff in stores that you need to ship there in advance. I got a fucking couch as a flat screen.
We should all call one. I should call one of Tank Hill.
Dude. We all need to call one of these fucking companies, bro.
Dude, is Verizon there yet?
Oh, dude.
Fuck.
Oh my God! Look at this shit. We first claimed possession and right to ownership of all land on Mars in a witness statement in 2010. This was sent to the UN and UK government. Since then, we have stated our claim regularly in laser Morse code sent to Mars, radio messages via space speak, and also Twitter. These people are trying to pretend that this is real.
Dude, they are ripping people off.
Look at this.
So bad.
Dude, this is fucking classic, dude.
We need to find out how much these guys are worth.
Oh, dude, this is classic. Cat, when this video's over, dude, you're gonna get fucking a million hits, bro.
Yeah,
You're gonna
dude.
get, everybody's gonna be calling this fucking place. No, the Globers, they're gonna be calling. Dude, you can get fucking land on Mars.
Right? They're gonna be like, oh, I can't wait. This is great. Like, fucking nerds.
I'm gonna land my rockets there one day. Some shit.
Yeah, I think like seriously, you should just like contact SpaceX and be like, look,
You know what I'm gonna do.
we're gonna advertise. We want to fucking like. We think that Mars is looking extra crazy. We really think that you should be the first, investors in Mars.
To show me that, like, I need pictures of my property. Like, can I send somebody up there to put a fucking fence line around?
Yeah, you gotta be like this too. Like, yo, I gotta know you, bro. We're going to space together.
Like, do I have to register with
Look
a
at this. Look. They got it mapped out. This is their fucking YouTube channel. They got it mapped the fuck out, man.
Yeah, send me the ones where I can call.
Let me know where you got your property, man, so I can get it on the other
Hey,
side.
Cat, I need you to send the ones to me where I can. Send me the ones to me that I have a phone number I can call, bro.
Well, I didn't see any. It's all like here's one, but this is in London, and I'm not really looking too hard, but like there's so many of them. That's what I'm saying. Like Robert, there's so many of them.
Yeah, you know what's cool about this? Let me tell you what's cool about it, bro. Because if it's for real and the media's taking this shit serious, that means that we could buy a shitload of property. We could buy a shitload of property there.
Stop doing that to me.
And guess what? Guess what we could do? We could fucking take out a mortgage on this property and pledge it as asset. Get Easter to do all the filings for us. Easter will do the filings for us. We go to Citibank and we say, listen, we got $1 million worth of fucking Venus and Mars property. Can we get a loan? We default on it, and they're like, hey, we need to collect. Well, hey, when you build that fucking rocket, you can go have it. It'll probably appreciate your value by the time the year fucking 2400 gets in.
Look at this. This is them doing laser Morse code. Look at this bullshit. What the fuck are they? Look at this. They fired a laser at Mars. It's 100 megawatt. It's actually pretty strong. Look at this. It's a programmable green laser targeting Mars with a Morse code message claiming possession of all land on the planet. Who the fuck comes up with this shit?
Wait, who is it?
Are they really sending it? Is it like, deet, I'm taking your shit, you can't do anything about it? I mean, is that really what they're doing, Stat? If you don't respond within 10 business days, I'm going to Martian soil.
Oh, wait. Dude. I think this is a joke. I'm going to tell you why. I just went to the website. I just went to the YouTube page, Mars for Sale intro. Dude's got no subscribers. He created the fucking channel August 2nd of 2016, dude.
Yeah, but there's some that are actually more legit. Like the original one that I've seen for 10 years. I'm serious.
More legit.
You really believe it?
No, I don't believe it. I'm saying
why
look.
Why you say legit, dude?
Oh, okay, I used the wrong. Moon. Here are the two. Look. Here are the two. You need a target. Not Moon Estate. Hold on.
He's saying like, he goes, no, that's a really legit one.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean legit. I'm saying it wrong. Here we go. Lunar Land, and there's By Mars. Okay, so this one is one you need to call, and this one is this one that has the as seen on TV and shit. These are the ones that look at that. It's all over this place.
It's reputable.
NBC.
No, it's not reputable. I'm saying that they're the ones that target, dude. Look. But to contact us, I think it's the same company, if you can tell. It's the same website. One's Moon, one's Lunar. Look at that.
Oh, God.
This one's legit. I'm going to get my Mars land.
Oh, my God, dude. I wanted to go to sleep, but you just woke me up.
That's funny. Yeah, I got to get to sleep, actually.
It's so funny.
Got a bunch of shit to do tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that YouTube video, man. I want to hear this dude talk. I want to see what he says.
Word.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
man.
freaking awesome, man.
You made my
Hey,
night, bro. You made
thanks
my
for
night.
coming on, man. I really
Oh,
appreciate you
thank you,
coming
bro.
by.
Thank you, man.
Definitely. I'm gonna be doing more of the readings. I want to get this book done. I mean, I got 50 pages done tonight, and I think that's really good. It's only 50 more, so I'm gonna do maybe tomorrow night. Actually, I'm actually going over on. I'm gonna be on the Secret Show tomorrow night with Patricia asked me on.
Nice, man. Cool.
Yeah, I figured it would be cool just to come on for that. I'm not doing like her official interview show or anything, but I am gonna come on tomorrow night. I don't know what the topic is, but they seemed like they wanted to have me, so I figured I'd go on.
Yeah, man. They seem pretty cool. I think there's a lot of, I don't know, like, even like, yo, like, I hope everything is all peace between everybody, because really it's like,
Yeah, I know. There's a
I
lot of
think
people
all,
who think
I
a
think
lot of bad things
all these,
about people and shit, and
like,
I'm
yo,
not
like,
into it. You know,
yeah,
you shouldn't. People shouldn't get like bothered by if I talk to someone. Like like last night, Antonio came on for a couple hours, and we had a really good conversation. And Timaeus, the guy who's over at Free Channel a lot, he said, "Oh man, you fucking ruined it. You brought that shill on, or something like that." And I'm like, dude, just because I have a conversation with somebody that you don't like doesn't mean that it's ruined. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. People get way overworked by that. So I don't think there's any problem with me going on and talking to somebody on the internet because that's all it is. But
Yeah,
anyways,
just don't get
yeah.
your call privately recorded without your permission. So,
Oh no, I always assume anything I say is recorded, Robert.
yeah. I got caught slipping.
Yeah. Bro, that's
And
an
you know,
understatement of the night, dog.
you live and learn, bro. That's all I gotta say. You live and
Come
learn.
on, as clever as you are, how the fuck did you not think that cat would be recording you?
Well, there's some. Here's where I made the mistake.
You got too comfortable with Lee.
I went against my own rule of trust no one.
Well, you got too
So,
comfortable with that guy.
well, when someone says, "Hey, you're cool, you can have comfortable conversations with a person, you're my friend," they sort of tell you, "Dude, I'm from New York, all right, and it doesn't matter where you're from. If you're talking to somebody you feel comfortable with, friends,
Yeah,
you don't record your fucking friend's phone call,
exactly.
okay? If you and I are best buddies and we're talking, and I've known you, a couple of months, whatever, and we're chatting." And I found out you recorded my phone calls. These can tell you I'm from New York, dude.
Oh, it's done.
You
yeah, it's problem.
I don't give a fuck who you are.
Oh, it's
I'm
done.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna handle you.
Yeah, but even then,
And
though, that's where I say,
you
like,
don't
yo,
you don't do that shit to people. I would never do
No.
that to anybody because here's the thing. There's two reasons. There's a lot of reasons why somebody would do that. Extortion, blackmail, or some other gain, some other
Yeah.
personal gain.
Trying to
no,
hurt
I
you.
didn't
Yeah,
listen.
yeah.
Listen. I gained nothing. I lost nothing.
No, I
Okay.
feel you.
I gained nothing. Did it harm me? Did it damage me? Absolutely not, because I own that shit.
Yeah,
I said it. Now, it hurt a lot of motherfuckers' feelings, but everybody talks shit. Everybody.
they
If
do.
anybody wanted to judge me, like when I put out that Flat Earth Grinch fucking video, you want to judge me?
yo, but you know
Let
what though?
me let me let me come back as a fucking fly on your wall and hear you talk shit about somebody, and then I'll fucking
You're
That's
right.
I'll
Basano. But you
shift
mean,
pain back to a human being and says, I just heard this motherfucker talk shit about everybody, and here's what he said.
Yeah. Go
yo,
ahead,
but you know
Silver.
this, Basano. I was just gonna say, Basano, you mean so much to what everyone's doing though. Your research is something that like people have built like ideas off of. 'Cause I know I have. Like anytime anyone asks
Appreciate
me
it,
about the
man.
ISS and shit, I'm like, yo, Doug, what if they had fucking balloons that go up in relationship to the heat? It makes
Yeah,
so much sense to me, bro. It's
I
like,
appreciate it, man.
yeah, no, I like, I think maybe, it's like, what I've come to find in just being new to all this is there's a lot of dudes out here making great videos, doing great things, and everyone feels like, a lot of people are feeling like they're overlooked in some capacity. And I think like, yo, if everyone would understand that, dude, everyone is seeing all your, like, I mean, like for me, bro, I saw your video. Somebody said to me something about you getting called out for being this, and I was like, you didn't see his rebuttal? And they were like, no, he made a rebuttal. And I was like, yeah, he made a rebuttal to clarify it. And I was like, yo, I was like, just because I've seen your videos, I pay attention. Or I
Yeah.
was paying attention, and I got involved with how I got in.
So
But But dude, you're
With all-
too important to it to be at war with any of these people, bro.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. For me,
You're too good though. You're too awesome with the
here's the
info.
thing. I'm not. I don't have any strife with not being noticed. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying
Cat
that
will tell
about you. I'm not saying that about you, brother.
Yeah, but I know. This dude wanted attention. He wanted his stuff put out there. He wanted people to pay attention to it. It wasn't something that interests me. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that it wasn't good information, but it wasn't something that interests me at the time. And the way he went about doing it, that's on him.
No, that's a scumbag move what he did. No, it really was. But hold on, let me ask you something real quick. I just want to say, with all due respect, I just want clarity and posterity. Not that it matters, it's none of my business, truly.
Yeah.
But I am curious, all right? I heard the one he put out concerning Bob.
Dude, that was all shit talking.
No, I know. And listen, man, I know your character. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know how you get down. I know how you... If you think you're in a... Just like you said, if you're a fly on my wall, you should hear that the way I talk, too. You know what I mean? Like, in private conversations. What I want to know is how long ago was that?
Dude, it was 4 months ago when Bob and I...
Okay,
we were
that's what I thought. I had heard that you guys had problems in the beginning.
Exactly. Matter of fact, the day fucking one, I came on the YouTube.
That makes sense. See, what the thing is if that was 2 weeks ago, I'd be like, whoa, shit, that's fucking crazy.
That's where everybody went sideways on this shit because they thought the shit was recent.
They thought it was recent. Okay.
But that shit that I said was 4 months ago, and as a matter of fact, before this shit came out, I said, Bob, listen, I'm gonna tell you it right now. This dude's about to put out a fucking audio, with the private conversation I had with him, bro. I fucking couldn't stand your fucking ass, and I said some foul shit. Was I gonna do that to you? No. We talking right now, and Bob understood it. He said, "Yeah, I said some foul shit about you."
It still sucks, though.
And then we agreed. You know, we said, hey, we said stuff about each other, and you know, it just happened. My shit was privately fucking recorded, and you know, everybody got to fucking hear it, and they thinking the shit's all recent. It wasn't recent.
That was all my only concern.
Bob and I actually talked about that shit before it came out, and I'll say this to you on your show. I apologize to that man. I said, if you're gonna listen to it, you're gonna hear some foul shit.
Yeah.
I'm telling you here right now, dude. You and I, we made amends with each other. We're cool with each other. I'm cool with you. I ain't got no problems with you. Never had any problems with you, but you were always coming at me. I didn't like that shit. You said things about me. I said things about you. But understand, I don't do hit videos and none of that kind of stuff. So if you want to listen to it, go for it. If not, he says, no, I'm not going to listen to it. But I'm pretty sure everybody who did listen to it sent him a mail saying, hey, Robert said this to you. Jerry put out shit on his own channel.
Well, the thing is that particular audio, I haven't seen that particular audio uploaded to YouTube. That was off of the blog itself. Mm-hmm. It was streamed off the blog. I haven't seen it on YouTube, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, it's out there, bro. And, you know, I did say it. I did say it. Has anything come of it, you know, with those people I have fucking issues with? Absolutely not, dude. Absolutely. Did it scare the shit out of a bunch of people? They were like, hell yeah, it did. You know, but here's the thing. And I'll say this. And people say whatever they want to say. I say what other motherfuckers are thinking, but can't say and won't say because they're too afraid to say. Now, the way it came out, the way it did, that was a private conversation. I don't think I'm talking to somebody who's my friend. This motherfucker's been recording shit for 4 months. Now, would I have ever said that to Bob or Gerrard or whatever have you? I probably would have in a private fucking email saying, you're a fucking piece of shit. I'm going to fuck you up. You know, this is how I'm going to do it. Just to scare the shit out of him. Would I do it? No. This shit is fucking virtual fucking life, bro.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
There is another side to it.
At least, life, dude.
At least there is another side to it. People know they ain't gonna fuck with you now because they see how raw you'll get. Shit.
No, but I didn't do it for that purpose. You see what
I know you. I get it.
That would be admitting to some sort of fucking premeditated intent. Understand? I said what I said to somebody privately. I ain't have that type of.
No, I don't fit a rage. if you're in a rage or some shit like that,
yeah,
I mean,
I didn't have that serious intent against that man. You know what I'm saying? He and I, we were just back and forth with each other. You know, we were fucking, you know, going through our little spats and shit like that, on and offline or whatever have you. But you know, I ain't never went. Dude, I ain't got the time for that. It's counter fucking productive. You know, I like what they talk about, but then sometimes they go fucking off the rails on shit, and you know, I'll laugh and joke about it. But you know, I don't do hit videos. I don't do that kind of shit on people.
Yeah.
That's just a bunch of childish shit. But you know, hey, when the shit came out, I said, yeah, I fucking said it. So fucking what? That shit was 4 months ago. And the call was fucking recorded without my fucking permission. And people ran with them. It's like, oh, I'm glad that this snitching, this motherfucker was exposed, this bitch motherfucker. But, and I don't even give no attention to it. Because you know what? These fucking people out there don't fucking know me. They don't know me.
Oh, hey, Basano, make sure you read the chat. What world is commenting here on this subject? And you know, and the thing is like, look, man, you're admitting to it. You apologized about, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're man enough to sit here and explain
dope,
it.
bro. I'm really glad. That's cool. Bro.
And that's the thing. Is like, look, man, just like you said, this is some virtual bullshit. This is YouTube.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I mean? Look, there are still people at the other end of these computers, but you know what social bullshit is on YouTube.
Yeah,
you know, like,
and that's the thing. I don't pay. Look, people will talk about me. They'll say this. They'll put out that. You know, my name's out there, dude. There ain't nothing I can fucking do about it, man. But here's the thing. You know, the way it got out like that, you know, that's the same as like coming into my house and robbing me.
It's fucked up.
If I found out you came to my house and robbed me, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yeah.
Now, with this dude who did this, he's the one that's looking like the psychopath, not me. I'll admit I'm a fucking sociopath, but this dude's got some problems because he says no one's giving me attention, but now I'm getting attention. I got my 5 minutes of fame and talking on this show and that show, and people want to talk to me now.
You know
hear
what?
my material.
I don't know if you noticed, but he was on Jeff Stewart's fucking last week. Dude. He was on for 3 hours on Jeff Stewart's show. Listen. I'm like, what the fuck?
For me, bro, you know, birds of a feather flock together. Birds of the same feather flock together. So, you know, that's the type of material that person likes to have on their show. Those are the type of people you like to have on their show. Okay, those are the type of people you like to. They thrive off of that type of attention. You know. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. That shows you the content of that individual's character when you roll with somebody like this individual, and you say, "Hey, I'm gonna be with you through thick and thin," and then they go through the forest with you, fucking with their little fucking piñata stick, hitting every motherfucking hornet's nest and bee's nest, and telling you, "Run, run, 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 run." You're like, dude, why are we walking through the forest and you fucking staring up hornet's nests and bee's nests? So I wasn't gonna be part of it because I don't need that shit. I came into this whole process to share information that I had, knowledge that I believe I have that can shed some light on what the hell's really going on. And I've stayed true to that. I don't go off fucking script. You understand? Mm-hmm. I don't go off script. I still put out the same type of quality information I want to put out, and I don't go sideways because somebody, you know, got their fucking feelings hurt because I expressed how I really felt about something.
Off script is kind of a bad thing to say, though, if you know what I mean.
No.
You got a script, Robert?
No, I ain't got. You guys know I ain't got a script because I'm reading the shit on the fly, just like it is. So.
No, but the globalist got a script.
No, but it's just for me. I don't. All this drama stuff where people doing videos and they talk about each other when they're on their channels and stuff like that. That's some childish shit. You know, the only way I would mention somebody's name in my video or what I'm doing in my hangout is if the information they put out, literally, I can fuse it to what we're talking about and say, hey, such and such talked about this. You know, right. I like what they had said, and I found some other data I'd like to share with them. I don't say,
There's a quote that I live by. It says, great people talk about ideas, average people talk about things, and small people talk about people.
You know, it's just it's sad the way it is, man. But you know, it is what it is, bro.
It's internet
And
bullshit, dude.
you know, there's stuff that I said I ain't gonna apologize for that shit. And there's stuff that I said that I did apologize for it.
Yeah.
And that man knows that, you know, I had a conversation with him. He and I had a conversation. I apologized to him because that shit was foul. Because if somebody said that about me, to me, to do that shit to me,
Oh
I'd
yeah.
be like, damn, bro, I pissed you off that fucking bad?
Right.
You know? And that's,
Yeah, I was
shocked.
shocked, Robert. I'll be honest with you. I was shocked.
Yeah.
Not that it was so out of character or what I thought you might if somebody really pissed you off, but I was like, damn, what the fuck did Bob do?
No. The only way to really piss me off, man, is to say you're gonna harm my son or my family. If you're gonna harm my son or my family, you fucking right. And you know
Didn't Atheist Rex say he was gonna do that? Didn't Atheist Rex say he was gonna do that?
It's a homosexual fucking drunk. Okay? I don't pay attention to that dude.
Right.
I don't pay attention to that dude. You know? Dude, listen. I can say I'm doing this for fun, I'd be lying. I really take what I'm doing seriously, putting this information out to everybody very seriously, man. I really do.
Hell yeah, man.
I don't care what anybody else is saying out there. I mean, I really don't. I watch. I listen to what some people say and how they and what they say and what the importance of it, how it would play into what I'm doing. But if you see what I do, I'm not doing a repeat of anybody. I don't mirror anybody's shit. I go looking for my own. I go down my own journeys and searches for information.
No, you made your own content, bro.
You know, so but when it comes down to the drama and what people think about me and what they have to say about me, there's a handful of people who are doing the same thing I'm doing. They know me. I allowed them to know me. I allowed myself. I opened my home. I introduced them to my family. They see me on video all the time when we talk. Those people know me, man, and they really do know me. Some of them are probably in your chat right now. They really know who I am, who Robert Bassano is. And anything they hear from anybody else, they're like, they know what those people are really saying, what they're saying, why they're saying it. Because I don't talk about those people like that. The people who wronged me and turned their back on me and said what they said, or they're saying stuff in secret and then I find out about it, somebody tells me, those people know who they are. Because there's a lot of other shit that was said about me that's actually coming to me, and it's been coming to me for months, and I never thought about doing a single hit video on that person say, yeah, such and such told me this. And they don't realize I got people everywhere.
Yeah.
There are people who really take seriously what it is I'm putting out, and for them, they feel they've developed a personal alliance and allegiance with me to say, hey, listen, you know, such and such said this about you. Such and such said that about you. And I'll be like, thanks for telling me. I don't give a fuck. But thank you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. I won't fucking put together a video and say some stupid shit, you know, that I can't
Especially
prove.
over the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, you said, this is virtual dumb shit. This is just internet bullshit.
You don't. And that's childish shit. It's that teenage fucking Twitter fucking, oh, I caught you taking off your clothes kind of bullshit. And where motherfuckers want to hang themselves with the videos out there for everybody to see. I don't get involved in that shit, bro. I just don't. I'm not into it. And whatever anybody want to think about, let them think it. My motto stands true. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And everybody who thinks they know who Robert Bassano is and what I'm about and what I stand for, if you think it's contrary to what I'm saying, prove it. And don't just say, well, this person said this. Fuck you and your people. Prove it.
Yeah.
Prove it. They think I'm working for some government, like, you know, whatever. Man, come on, dude. Really? Is this how you think the government's this irresponsible to have a motherfucker like me putting this shit out?
Right.
You know what I'm talking shit about the motherfucking time? Come on, man. This is not how it's fucking done. It's done in the real way it's done is in the fucking shadows. Silent and deadly, man. Silent and deadly. I
Yeah,
ain't
but you know,
scientific, man.
I do gotta admit there is a lot of weird shit that goes on in this community. You know,
Oh,
and I'm
dude,
not
and
talking about
it's
you at all. I'm
sick.
talking about like there's some weird shit that does go on socially,
Yeah,
and
and it is. It's sick shit too, because you start to wonder yourself, what's wrong with this person? But you gotta ask yourself, what is wrong with this
well,
individual?
and then also look at that Flat Earth Debates channel. You know, funny
I don't
enough, the
even know why that
acronym.
shit. I don't even know why it exists, to be honest
Well,
with you.
no, the acronym is FED, is Fed. It's Flat
Oh
Earth
my
Debates.
god,
It's
dude!
a
Thank you very much for
24-hour
that.
channel. The guy notates every single person that comes in, puts a timestamp on it, and then also puts down what the topics were. It runs for 24 hours. It never stops for people to go to sleep. This person is able to do this, and there is a person there, by the way. Apparently has a job, but he never goes there. Anyways, it's only there for globalists and Lord Stephen Christ to sit there and shout down flat earthers. Go
Hmm.
over there sometime, dude. Take a look at
Yeah,
what they're
I
doing over
have
there.
been over there. I think I've actually spoken over there maybe once.
I think you're right. I
Yeah, I
did.
think I've
I
been
saw
over there
you over there
once.
that one time.
Yeah.
But you know, the thing is like that reeks to me. That reeks as controlled opposition to make it look ridiculous. You know, to dissuade people from going further in their investigation. That's what
That
it
is
looks
that
like
is
to me.
why me, John, Robert Shortman, and all the other guys I have on my channel, we're talking about the data that's out there, science stuff, man.
Oh hell yeah.
We'll shoot a couple of jokes every now and then, but most of what we talk about is serious shit. Because
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna, this ain't gonna be no fucking online comedy show, dude.
Yeah.
You
That's the
when
thing, is like
you hear
my
me how I am in my videos. Every single video I have, I might laugh, I might joke, I may say, go off the fucking cuff, with some comments and shit like that. But rather the video is 45 minutes, an hour, 2 hours long. I'm fucking heated up. I'm hot. I'm pissed off. I'm frustrated. I'm not frustrated with the audience, the people in. I'm frustrated with the fact that holy shit, look what I just discovered with all of you listening.
yeah.
Can you believe this bullshit that's keep happening? This is fucking bull. Being like, oh, I don't like your language. Fuck you. Go away. You know?
Yeah.
So, there are people who appreciate the passion and shit, what I'm putting into it, and then there are people who just, they want fucking rated G fucking content so their 6-year-old can fucking listen to it. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, shit, I got a 2-year-old. My 2-year-old knows how to say fuck in the right context. He'll break one of his cars, he'll be like, fuck. I'm like, you're right. You just broke it. And he's 2. He's smarter than most of the motherfuckers out there putting out videos. And that's the
Oh
fucking
yeah.
truth of it.
Oh
I can
yeah.
prove that my son is smarter than most of the motherfuckers putting videos out because he's got a Galaxy tablet, and my son can literally pick the states in Africa that match up geographically on his tablet in less than 15 minutes. I know adults that can't do that shit in one day. They don't know where Mali is located in Africa, Uganda, the Congo. You know, my son does that. He's 2 years old. Of course, he's got a head start and some practice with that shit, you know.
Yeah.
But it's just I don't play with the drama, bro. I just don't. It's not my thing. It's not my cup of tea. I can't believe I'm
No, I
talking
feel
about
you.
it now because I told myself I wouldn't talk about it, but
Well, listen, man, it's good to, especially in the attitude you
you know,
have with it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
I didn't know. I don't know how it's been resolved. And personally, that's the problem is, like, I thought that might have been a recent thing.
no, it
That's
wasn't
why I
recent.
asked
It
you.
wasn't
But,
recent.
I mean, I
There
didn't
was
think
there
that
was
of
one
you.
recent call. There was one recent call where he did record it. I didn't know he recorded it, but it was after Bob and them talked about the tree shit, the giant tree stuff. And Lee called me to ask me, so what do you? Because I guess Bob and them mentioned Lee's content on their show. So I was seeing if Lee was sending them an email saying, hey, they're talking about you. You might want to send them an email to see if they want to have you on to talk to you. I thought that they were cool with it, but it never happened. And then Lee calls me and says, hey, what do you think about all this tree talk? I said, I'm not really into it, I'm still researching. I'm not going to talk about it, but I think it's and I expressed how silly it was and irresponsible, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I don't remember the whole context of the call already, because if I don't remember it, that means it was of nil importance to me. Okay, I remember things that I'm passionate about, and I intentionally want to remember and recollect. In this particular situation, you know, I wasn't too happy with how they were discussing things and showing fucking cartoons and all that kind of stuff. And Lee recorded it. Me having a conversation with him talking about somebody else's fucking content. And that was like, I think a day after they actually they did the video, because I was a moderator on their channel. Well, guess what? I ain't getting no fucking Christmas cards from Globebusters because of that shit. That was the only recent fucking situation. Gerrard got pissed off with it, and I said what I said, but I also sent Gerrard an email letting him know, dude, I love fucking 95% of the shit you put out, bro. You were the first dude that I watched, that I followed. I was on your shit, watching you. I liked the way you were doing stuff. And, you know, there was a point where you actually went sideways and started doing comical shit. I didn't like that. You started doing hit videos. So this is, you know, what I shared with him. He got mad, and you know, that's his right. But
yo, he came on Free Chan the other day and talked for like 5 hours.
See,
on a Vets channel.
I told Gerrard, yo, I still like what you do and stuff like that. You know, I said what I said. You know, if you're offended by it, look, bro, it's said, it's over with. Get over it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you said a lot of foul shit about me. You remember, might not have, it's not public, but I'm pretty sure you did. But that's irregardless. My shit went public. I didn't put it out. Somebody else did. So get the fuck over it. And that's that. Yeah. He could decide. Like he did a video recently saying, "I'm gonna here goes the top 10 channels I'm gonna unsubscribe to."
Yeah, I saw that.
That's gonna hurt my feelings. It's gonna hurt my feelings that you're gonna unsubscribe. Well, guess what? I'm not subscribed to him, but I watch his shit.
Yeah.
See, they think that this subscriber shit means something. They don't fucking mean nothing. Because guess what? There are 10 times more people looking at the shit that I put out than the people who are actually subscribed, who are making sure they never miss what I put out. So there's 10 times secret motherfuckers out there saying, I really like this fucking angry Negro. And they don't want to let their friends know. And then there's the subscribers who are saying, yeah, I follow Robert. That's great too. But I don't care about that shit. If one person watched it and he told 10 people, those 10 people are going to tell another 10. And so on and so on and so forth. So even if I have one subscriber, my shit's going to get noticed eventually. I just got to sit back and watch. I don't need this shit for money. Matter of fact, I don't give a fuck. I even told somebody, whatever money's made from these fucking videos, I'm going to send it out to the cats, you know, who need the fucking money. When I figure out how to get the fucking money off the goddamn fucking AdSense. You know? Yeah. That shit ain't nothing. I got a fucking real job. I got a real fucking business. You think I'm counting on fucking YouTube? You fucking serious? That's ridiculous, man. There are people who do count on this shit. I got no fucking problem with that. But don't send me messages. You know, your subscriber count's gonna go down. Well, yeah, and so is your fucking IQ. So what's new? What's new?
Well, we had a good conversation tonight, man.
It was, and I appreciate it. You know, it's always good, bro. And I like to have conversations like this. You know, where we can share information, we can talk about, you know, just about anything. And you know, the personal stuff, I think that shit where it's supposed to be, personal. You know? Yeah. That's where it needs to stay. You know, I don't tell people, well, I'm having problems here and I'm having problems there. Motherfucker, this ain't a fucking drama channel. Yeah. You're supposed to be putting out information. I don't want to hear about your fucking personal problems.
Yeah, I hear you, man. For sure.
That's like why I'm gonna keep this up. Leave the drama for your mama. You know?
Well, I'm gonna keep up on here. I'm gonna read the rest of this book, probably a couple days, and then
email me too, dude.
Yeah, I
Definitely
will
email me, bro.
actually. And if you got any documents you want me to, like, you think you might, I might be able to maybe do a presentation on or
Yeah,
something
yeah,
that
yeah.
you don't
Shoot
got
me an
time
email. I
for.
got a bunch of stuff for you. I got a bunch of stuff for you, dude.
All right, man. I'll send it
I
to
got
you
a
right
bunch of stuff
now.
for you.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and close this down. Issa, I really appreciate you coming in, brother. Hank Hill. Love you
Yo, man.
guys.
Pleasure, man. Hey, yo, Robert, man. Pleasure talking to you, brother.
Yeah, yeah, dude, really email because I want to talk to you about that other stuff.
I sent you an email. What do you call it? I got like I got this other account, but I will check this account too. Just email me, and then if you want, maybe we can Skype up and we can talk.
Oh, definitely, bro.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah, yeah. And if anything, bro, you know what? I've been on that free channel, dude. I'm sure everyone would love to see you over there, bro. You know the deal.
Yeah.
Like I go over
Well,
there
yeah,
sometimes.
I think she banned me over there, dude.
Well,
Maybe
listen,
not. She's very.
Yeah. I think
No,
she banned me over
she's
there.
hot and cold. She's hot
yeah,
and
yeah.
cold.
Let's straighten that
Well,
out.
the moon has been shifting cycles too, so you know how that shit's all linked together.
You know,
Shout out to the chat. What World D, thank you so much for everything. Nana, thank you for sticking through the whole thing. Sorry, cut you off. And Hank, have a good night, man.
Thanks, you too, guys. Thanks for having me
Yeah,
on.
you guys take
Pleasure.
care.
yo, bless, man. Nice to talk to you finally, Robert. Really cool,
Yeah,
bro.
it was good talking to you too, man.
Yeah.
Send
Real
me an
cool.
email, man, for sure.
Yeah, check it out. Please hit me up. And yo, Confections, great show, man. Loving the book, man. We should read another couple chapters if you got it in there. Shit.
Shit. Well, I think I'm gonna do it tomorrow after,
All
maybe
right,
tomorrow
good,
night.
good. Cool.
All right,
All
guys.
right,
All right,
forward,
bro.
guys. Later, guys.
All right, take care.
Peace.